Good night to you. I'm here for one of our regularly scheduled programs. We're going to start with tarot tonight, and I might not do art because I think I'm not necessarily burnt out, but I'm not dressed for it. And I also am like, yo, you should take a minute before you do anything else to that. So I will show you the painting where it's at because I worked on it today. I told you I needed to do some finite detail. That was simply not really good for stream because I keep it this close to my face and rotate it. It's too much, so I will show you after these 3 minutes of ad. I know, but it gives us like a whole hour to just chill without them, so I will be right back. Okay. So before we get to any tarot or anything, let's just chat for a minute, see if anybody wants to come in. And I moved my box, so I'm gonna show you this painting, and apparently you might be the only one to see it, because I could be blocking it all night, but this is where we're at. It's very shiny because I used Sharpie as the top layer for right now. So the black will all get another coat of paint, and I'll probably give her like a glowing white aura because I need to take these hips in. I've been trying to make these two sides even, so they just end up like disproportionately huge. And it was one thing when she was lanky, but I thickened her all the way up, so she's like kind of proportionate now. She has better detail on her face too, and hair. The hair still looks kind of weird, but I don't really care that much because it's like not the focal point of painting at all. I added some rose detail, so like drew the roses on there. And then I was gonna paint over them, and I think I like them without. Added some detail to the leaves too, and the vines. Yeah, I mean it's like coming along pretty fucking dope if you ask me. So like again, this needs a coat of black so that it doesn't look as shiny, right? And I would like to trim the hips a little bit, but wishful thinking, because honestly, that's the most even they've been since I started the painting. So I probably shouldn't mess with it. And this rose, I think, should be a little bit whiter because I went over it with the Sharpie. But I'm happy with it. I really like it, actually. For a minute yesterday, I was like, what the fuck did I do to this thing? But that's what I love about painting, is how many motherfucking layers I'll put into one. If I don't know what the fuck I'm painting at all, you know? Because when I started this canvas, I was just trying to get a cool background. I didn't have anything in mind. Or I asked someone what my inspo was. Hot Shop Goth. So, she'll be sitting there for a minute. We should put her with the homeboy. Not that dear. Oh wait, that dear. Not stupid. It's perfect. I don't. So cool. I love it. Yeah. So Friday night, everybody's doing what they gotta do. Thanking God we made it and all that and so on. I have no inspiration. I actually am feeling quite good at this point, which I'm semi-surprised about. Part of me was not feeling great today, physically getting over the hump of like the physical anguish that I feel coming off my fucking periods. And the other part was like really relieved, feeling relaxed, feeling like, wow, I feel like a human, not smoking a fuck ton of weed, not feeling crazy, not feeling like everything I've ever done is regrettable. Today I actually had the thought that my life's been a lot of fun and really interesting, and that I'm really grateful for all the very strange fucking experiences that I have had, because it's just been an odd time, and I couldn't have really asked for more in life. Formality and professionality always bored me. It's not like I'm suddenly different than I once was. I've always been like this. So I think the trade-off of cliche stability over the years was for infinite oddities, and it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. Would I make a different deal now? Yeah, probably. But it's at least been a fun ride, you know? More fun than I think it has been at times. And that's not because I think of things differently or, again, have changed my opinion on such things, but that I get these intense bouts of anxiety that actually cause paranoia. And that is when it becomes doubtful of like, oh man, I fucked up. It's like not real. It just lasts a couple days. So I'm finally coming out of that. I'm feeling good. You can tell because I look good, blah, blah, blah. Except I kind of also look like Charles Manson after writing some really sloppy shit on my head. It's fine. It was a double entendre reference. Not a double entendre, a double reference, I guess. What's up, though? I mean, I didn't have anything, right? Because I didn't have anything in mind for tarot. Right? I just didn't feel like painting tonight, even though I'm not quite done with my painting. I'm just taking the night off. So what's up? Anything to add? Any questions? Any deck requests? Any issues at hand? What's up, man? Just chit-chatting. What's good? In addition to like all the other things that I've noticed are changing for the better, I haven't been needing as much caffeine. Even if I'm tired and I don't want caffeine, I'm not craving it as much. It takes me 2 days to finish a pop instead of like chugging it in 45 minutes or whatever. So it's definitely the ebbs and flows of my natural cycles. It's kind of crazy how spot on accurate it is every month, predictions. You would think it's easier to manage, but sometimes you can't overcome those paranoid thoughts. But you get through them, I guess, until next month. So, just lurking tonight. That's cool. That's cool. I like to always remind people, and myself, mostly remind myself, I am the only one who signed up to speak. So, I can't even be mad if people want to watch and don't want to talk to me. But until somebody comes on here and says something to sway me into one of these decks, I'm going to be babbling about nothing and fixated on this bong that really I need to clean a little bit and change the water out of. So, trying to think of some other great stories of the day. I was going to stay up and have an unhinged Friday. I made coffee and everything, and then I let it fucking steep for 5 hours while I slept. Hello. It's been a while, I feel. Were you always coming at odd time? Right, like last time you popped in, I was leaving maybe? Or you were. I don't remember. What's up? How long you been lurking? Were you one of the... You just been chilling? I'm alright. I'm actually really good. I'm having a good day. How are you? Thanks, me too. It's like the inspiration was Clarissa Explains It All, but then I like leaned heavily into the like sort of cyber punk influence of the late 90s. That would have been like post Clarissa, but pre 2000s, pre Y2K. So that was my inspiration. Since I was going 90s, I sort of leaned into like Matrix 90s basically. Yeah. Yesterday I would have said okay. Today I'm like, you know what? I'm doing so much better than I have in a week. I feel amazing. Like I honestly, it was a low key day. I pretty much just worked on this and myself. Like I don't even remember. I was pretty fixated on that, and I knew I was going to be streaming tonight, and it's still the weekend, so I just more or less kicked it. I guess I didn't even cook or anything, so it was pretty nice. Pretty nice day. Um, why would I complain? Why would I complain? There's so many times I have so much to complain about. Why complain if nothing happened? I'm not going to say, oh, I was bored. Oh, I was unproductive. Oh, I could have done better. Could have done more. Should have done more. Would have, had this, none of that. Not today. It was one of those days. It was definitely and today nothing happened part 2 type day. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The very calm between storms for me. When I'm not on my period, nor am I ovulating. It's just wow. Raw life. Me. No hormone imbalancing. Amazing. Just so beyond relaxing. You have no idea. Just chillest vibes ever. Major Taurus energy. That's like all the Taurus saved up. Thank you. I'm guessing you meant the Clarissa Explains It All. There's such a delay in the chat sometimes, but so how's it going? If anybody is like feeling their woes, okay, so if you haven't been here in a while or you didn't already know, this box means we're just chatting right now, the pink, and then when it's turquoise, it means it's tarot time and the cards are out, which I always ask people not to interrupt during the readings. So now's a good time to mention like any kind of woes, any inclinations if you're like, oh, this word comes to mind when it comes to the tarot, because like I said, I have no deck picked out for the night, and I'm just kind of waiting to feel out the vibe to give people some time to wander over, right? It's about to be late. I'm a little earlier than I have been lately, a little bit later than I wanted to be, but earlier than I have been. And I gotta sometimes give people time to find it. Okay. So now's a good time to chat, ask questions, talk about whatever you want. Or to pick a deck for me, if you know, or have something really heavy on your mind that you're like, yeah, it's about this XYZ. Not specifics, but topics, connections, etc. Otherwise, I'm just kind of smoking. I don't even feel a need to smoke weed. That's good. That's good too. It's like medicinal for me, you know. So if I'm on here and I'm just like ripping bowl after bowl, and you're like, damn, all she do is smoke weed. It's like there are days that I literally keep myself sedated by smoking weed instead of having to take like antipsychotics and stuff, because taking medicine, like hardcore pill medicine, sporadically is not necessarily great. Nice. Yeah, we're just chatting. Just chatting. Um, I ate good today. My partner spoiled us. Or freshened us. I don't like the term spoiled, but I do be getting like bunch of gifts and whatnot. We got carry out today. It was so lovely. Done that a lot lately. It's not so we prefer home cooked. I prefer cooking, you know. They prefer eating my food. Damn, you have a really hardcore delay right now. I feel like it's usually a delay, but it seems like your responses are really delayed. um, for channeling deceased, the mystery deck for channeling aliens and shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, we might have to use the mystery deck. Okay. When I stream. Oh, okay, that's fair. When I stream, I have Twitch Studio Beta where everything is actually being recorded and streamed from. But then I also have the browser open for seeing, one, the delay, and two, the ad timer and rolling ad breaks, right? So to have control of the ads, I gotta have the browser open. And just now when I said the mystery deck, the whole fucking screen view that was fine on Twitch Studio Beta went green on the browser. And I just have never seen it do that before. And it's funny because yesterday I literally was about to say I used that deck yesterday, so I'm not really feeling it, and I saw the screen flash green, and the reason I used it yesterday is because, one, I carried it with me when I needed St. Patrick's Day inspiration, and two, god damn it, reminds me to do something. But what day is it? It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay. Like, what? Anyways, I was about to say, don't want to use it. It flashed green, and yesterday I was carrying it with me because it was the closest thing to like a kind of Celtic inspired deck that I have, because it was like, it's like Raven, some witch. See, like, it's just a vibe, you know? And then on the stream, somebody requested a green deck, and I don't actually have a green deck, but I was like, oh, some of those cards are like super green, and they kind of represent Green Man, or seem inspired by Green Man. And I use that deck. So just now, when I saw that screen flash green, I was like, holy shit, we need to use that one. I'm guessing there's a reptilian in the chat who thinks they're my twin flame or some shit, right? No. I like think they are actually, but we'll twist it back on them since they like to gaslight and manipulate. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm like totally kidding. Okay, yeah, that's like not nice. But you can imagine how I would feel, right? Yeah, no, I know. Okay, time to humble down, hunker down, humble down. Okay. We'll do the fucking twin flames. It also makes me think you might have a twin flame connection, but if you're pretty young, you probably wouldn't really recognize or register who it is necessarily, because that's something very typical of a twin flame connection, is that it takes a long time And even though you separate a lot, you're never really together. Yeah, no one, I mean, there's lurkers. I really think one of them is some weirdo reptilian dude who is trying to figure out the thoughts behind the things I say, and one is you, and one is maybe a rando, maybe not so rando. That's what I'm feeling tonight. But you are the only one here, present, active. I can't get over that fucking screen flashing green. I'm thinking you might have a twin flame connection, or you're Irish. I don't know. I have Irish descent. That's crazy. So again, keynotes with twin flame connections, because they are these like cosmically led divine counterparts that came from separate places in space-time. There's always going to be a point of adversity between the two of you. It's going to take a long time to come together. So that means it's not someone you've hooked up with all the way type shit, or even like had intimacy with or ever dated. But you've always known each other and you come close and then you separate kind of thing. Not like you get together and break up. That would be karmic. You do this with your twin flame for a long time until you're both just like, Mwah. So it's easy to be falsified by karmic ties, right? There is someone though. That's exactly, that sounds like it could be. But it will probably, especially depending if you're young, it usually takes longer. You have more partners to get through. Fuck yeah, that's what this whole reading's about to be, the same vibe. Because twin flame connections are more rare, especially pursuing them is more rare. There's very concrete messages that come up, and they vary across the board because it's not that many people, quite frankly, especially not on my channel. I know there's a lot of like other ways to do readings like this, but mine, I use my cosmic deck, and it's because they told me to. This is my deck that I use for gods, goddesses, guides, and galactic channeled messages. And one of the first times I used this deck, like on stream a year ago, it was like February of last year. They said, this is a twin flame reading. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't do that dumb shit. And they're like, yeah, you do. They're cosmic connections. The fuck you mean? Like, what do you know about it? We're going to tell you. You're doing twin flame readings now, and you're doing them with this deck. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And they're like, yes, it does. So that's where I'm getting this information from about it being cosmic and coming across dimensions and being, these points of adversity, like different religions, different races, different countries, different ages, different placements, like not opposites, just points of adversity where it's like you two may not be you two are obviously twin reflections, but there's the greater world around you presents itself as a challenge. So, and some of those is because it takes the whole timeline shifting to bring two people to the same planet if they're coming from different spaces, if they're dimension hopping towards each other. You're like jumping timelines to get to the same one. It's very romantic. It's very cute, but it takes so long that most people opt out, even if they know who they are. And they're like, well, God, I'm going to have to go through so much and on my own. Because another key factor with the twin flame connections is like you get through all your lessons. If you use soulmates along the way, not use, but if you have soulmates along the way, your friends, your family, your lovers, your whoever, the people who hold your hand through things and work through things with you, versus like karmics are going to fucking fight you and challenge you the whole way down, burn fast, whatever. I'm going to say yes to you. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm guessing yes, to be honest. And that's just my intuition, since you're asking. I don't know. I use a pendulum, is the thing. And you'll know the pendulum will be very obvious, but it's a little bit harder to distinguish just voice or just like come from clairaudience, I think. Personally, I struggle with that. And that's definitely why tools can be good, like tarot or pendulums or whatever, or just like letting yourself be your own sort of oracle, using a Ouija board, whatever you gotta do, right? Not for the intention of asking someone else, but just using it as a tool rather than a portal. I don't know if I can do that. That's the thing with, that's exactly like the soulmate connections. The soulmates stick around. Soulmates are in it for the long haul. Soulmates aren't going to dip when it gets hard. Karmics will. Karmics are the ones that you hook up with and then get ghosted and hook up with again, or date, break up, get back together. Those kind of back and forth intensity, breaking and mending rather than bending and, flowing. Those are like more karmic. Sometimes it just takes time. I think I keep kind of saying, I don't know how old you are, but if you're really in a twin flame connection, it's not going to probably happen until you're like older, at least one of you, or both of you to an extent. Like, because there's always a point of adversity, say there's an age gap, it's like, damn, why couldn't I met them sooner? But also, damn, I was so young. So if they're younger or whatever, but I don't know what you constitute as old, because it's like being in your 50s or 60s and starting a relationship does feel like really late in the game. But that's some twin flame shit. That's exactly what I'm saying, where sometimes these things take a fucking long time. So if you're younger than that and you're like, oh, I'm 25 calling myself old, then like, yeah, bitch. Sorry, I didn't mean like bitch for real, but like bitch. That's not what I mean by old, man. That's like old if in fucking pedophile terms. Like the fuck. I cannot stress how many women in their late 30s, early 40s that I've known have babies that are completely healthy and they've bounced back from their pregnancies just fine. Like this whole like geriatric thing is just in case somebody like doesn't get good results, and that's just who they are. It's not like some actual biological thing. It's just men trying to control and manipulate and fetishize youth, basically. So you are far from old. Okay. That's like, I had a feeling. I was like, oh yeah, if you're like in your 60s, sure. You're like not even, you're like halfway there. Like, relax. It could still be. But I wouldn't look for it, chase it, go towards it necessarily. But whether or not they like you, I think it could be up to interpretation, because sometimes these connections, because they take longer, it takes a long time to realize. They probably feel a similar pull towards you and maybe don't understand why. Like what the pull is. Where they're like, I kind of like never really knew this person. I never really talked to them. We never really had a fling. Nothing really happened, but I still think about them. What is that? I don't know. So do they like you? Maybe not yet. They probably have to see you again. That's the thing. So these things can be tricky, but a lot of times, yeah, they're not really worth the patience. Or you just live your life, because then when you break up with your next karmic that you inevitably have to learn your lessons from, then once, all these cycles are closed out, you stop going back to the exes, you stop having babies, you stop doing all this stuff. That's usually when twin flames meet up and they're like, oh, everything is, I know now who I am and how to control myself. And so do you. Oh my gosh. Cool. And then the adversity is all remains on the outside. And the connection is supposedly the most divine. That's the importance of not ever really actually being together. And you don't have to go back to karmics. They can be just, terrible in their own way, staying too long and things, yada, yada, yada. But if you learn lessons on your own without people having to come teach you, that's probably why you're on a road to twin flames stuff. Yeah. Like karmics can even be coworkers. I think I was just speaking in terms of romantic to express how young you truly are in all of that. But that's like, yeah. Thank you. Metalcore bands. I'm not like that into metalcore, to be honest with you. But it's cool that you're here. Hopefully you're into tarot. I don't know. So, everybody else just lurking. It's cool. I appreciate it. I'm the only one who said I was going to talk, so here we are. That's fine. We're going to get into some tarot in a minute. It's 33333 on the pre-roll timer. You're not going to stay for the reading? Okay. You can always watch the replay. It'll start around 35 minutes. Nothing but water for the rest of the night. And if it were by choice, I'd probably drink something. Oh yeah, you gotta eat. You gotta eat. Good luck. Yeah. What's Lorna Shore? Is that like a metalcore band? Sorry. Yeah, I see a band. Okay, what's this X about? Cancel tour and delay album. New Jersey, 2009. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I might check it out. I don't really like screaming and stuff. I got Pink Floyd and the flaming lips on my face. Big reveal. What does your forehead say? Get it? 'Cause... Okay. It just looks like bangs. Anyway. I'm a goofball. I was listening to music while I was doing my makeup, and I was like, yo. What do you mean? Me? Yes, I am. Okay. So, I was listening to music and it was on shuffle and that song came on. So I put diamonds on my forehead and then I was like, you know what? Let's take it to the next level. This is where the double entendre comes in. Because now they're crazy diamonds. And now we shine on. Right? So it's like a double thing. Pretty bold to just write on my forehead, but I was like, honestly, having a bad hair day because I got too much oil in it when I was moisturizing my face. So even though I washed it and it should look pristine, it simply doesn't. So I was like, fuck it, let's just go for crazy. Let's just look like an absolute, the end is near, cyberpunk from 1997. That was the look, I guess. No. I didn't really think about that. Okay. I did not think about the fact that if you have never seen me, thank you for thinking that was a tattoo because I just freehanded it myself with my liquid eyeliner. And also because it would make me so hardcore if I had a face tat, which I'm not opposed to. It just is something that hasn't really come up anytime yet. So I appreciate you thinking that. Unless you thought it looked really bad, and now you're relieved. None of them are tattoos. No. They would be cute, though. A little diamond and, like, a shine on. I always wanted an XO, to be honest. Not sure if my aborted fetus gets a teardrop or not. I wouldn't want to disrespect anybody's, but also I was trying to disrespect somebody else's, So, that's, okay, yeah, that was too much. I probably shouldn't have admitted that. It's true, but I should have probably said it. Or I should have explained it with more words. And I'm not going to. Yo, when I was doing art, I didn't smoke as much. I just didn't smoke that much last night at all. I feel like we got some heavy messages coming in, and this is the most that I've been smoking today since I started streaming. So clearly, someone's trying to come over. Somebody's trying to come in. Somebody's trying to be like, listen, we gotta drive for a minute. We gotta say some shit that you're not gonna want to say. We're gonna fucking do some stuff you don't want to do. And I'm like, all right, well, let me at least kind of turn on the autopilot. I am really curious about your name. You came in here the other night and you followed me right at the end of a stream, right? And you were a bit in distress and you said, oh man, what cards are you using or something? I really need a reading. And we were like, oh fuck, sorry. And I ended the stream. I don't think you've been back since. So I get that you don't know how it works here. There will be a general reading. You can pick the deck. Or we can just keep chatting. So when this pink box is up, it's like chat mode. So if you have any questions or stuff, like, you can scroll up. I don't know. It's maybe not worth scrolling up. I don't know how long you've been lurking, but right. This would be a good time to ask. I don't have the cards out yet. Once the turquoise box is up is when it's tarot time, but I don't like questions during tarot, and I don't do personal readings on stream. So now is a good time to ask questions, and intuitively, even if it's personal, I'll answer, but I'm not going to ask the cards right now. You have to think about what you want to know from the cards and get the messages that resonate and have cues for yourself. You know, like if you are an earth sign, then you have to be like, all right, I'm the pentacles. And if you're dealing with a water sign, then they're the cups. You have to have some resolve and ask yourself, not ask me. And then I'll just deliver the messages as foreseen. So now's a good time to ask. And intuitively, we can discuss things. We just did with somebody else, discuss some stuff that helped them gain clarity on their situation. But yeah, now's a good time for that. Because once the cards get going, I'm going to be not as nice or generous. I am kind of, do it. That's what I knew. I knew when I sat in this chair, it was going to be a bumping night in a sense where I can already tell it's a lot of fresh faces around here. Because it's a Friday and like my usual crowd is here during the odd hours of the odd nights, and like probably all either streaming or just busy on a Friday in a sense, or watching someone else who doesn't stream during the weird Tuesday mornings, right? So like we can get a little acquainted and you can test my intuit before we get into the tarot. And you can pick the decks where like each deck has a different attachment, a different category to it. And so it's like, okay, do you want to know about your romantic life, love, soulmate connections? You need to know about work, employment, money, economy, regards to anything laborious or karmic. We can do that. If you just need to know anything right now, you want some clarity on the vague, general anything, then we'll use the thought deck. If you want to talk to some well-known public figure and or celebrity and or person that would benefit the group, we can use the Halloween Oracle. Let me tell you. If you can't tell, you should just assume they are not. And depending on how old you are, it should not make a difference whether or not she's 18, but rather if she's 21. That's my take on that. If there's a chance she's not yet 18 and you are already 18 and you're like, it'd be cool if she was 18, for sure. But if you are 25 and you are like, is she 18, right? Like, no. Who cares? Right? That's real. Because if she's cosplaying or you don't, if it's not obvious, there's a good chance, yeah, that's a good way to spot it is like, sure, she has a car and a job, but I also had a car and a job when I was 18. Who didn't? Like, the fuck? 19, not that much different than 18, just removing the high school and putting high schoolers out into the wild. Classy, not really, no. Right. And then 20, awkward. Might as well just wait till they're 21. So, don't know how old you are, but I would just probably tell her, look, you seem young. And she'd be like, I'm 25. I'd be like, oh shit, sorry. Just thought I'm an idiot. You know? That's like if you don't know, you know that it's a no. Yeah. Feel you. It's a lot of predatory behavior in certain music scenes, and almost every music scene in its own way. And that's why I was like, yo, if you're waiting for her to be 18, you better back the fuck up. But it is sort of a niche in certain, like, you know, more emo than hardcore get that kind of rep. So there's a good chance that it's like some teenage girl idealizing some dude who's into something that she's into, kind of shit. I don't know if this got too personal. We should probably stop. But yeah, I would put an end to it sooner than it started. No. I was asking you so many questions to ensure that you weren't. You know what I'm saying? That's why I vetted you so much, where I was like, sorry that got oddly personal, but I was trying to gauge the situation where if you're like, oh man, I'm really into her, waiting for her to be 18, gross. But if you're like, she might be 18, then you need to know so you can just put a stop to it, then no. Right. That's why it's like, yeah, totally feel you. Best way is to just go about it. Hey, you seem really young, and I'm not really in a space for anyone outside of my age range. Isn't it funny how I said I'm 25 and you're 25? So my intuition tells me she's probably older than you think, and maybe you're just like nervous. Yeah, it's a great way to not ask how old someone is and to not blatantly check IDs, but to just say, merry moment. Just say, hey, you seem really young, you know? And that's how you can get a confirmation. Well, cool. We haven't really got into tarot. I did take the deck out, but we're still in chat mode right now. I think there's just more thoughts to be shared before we get into the tarot, especially if it ends up being a twin flame reading. There's a lot of intuition. That's why I've been ripping the bong. There's just like intuitive knowing. Yeah, of course, dude. It's like we all have to work together to figure out the best way to do these things. And as a woman who also likes women, who also likes men, who also deals with men, because men like this woman way more than women tend to, I think, which sucks for me as a human being and as a pansexual, really. Because I am in the process of detoxifying, but the toxicity refills every month, so it's like an ongoing process that will never end, and that's beside the point. We all have to work together and have these like uncomfortable, tough conversations and address these issues when they happen so that we do know how to handle them better and we do understand what is appropriate and what isn't. And if that course isn't laid out, that discourse, I should say, isn't laid out, then there's never going to be like a knowing. It's just going to be, oh, well, I thought this was okay, or, well, I didn't know what to say, or I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to do this. Well, what do you do? Very important. So I'm kind of glad it came up. Thanks. Cool combo, ultimately. Oh my God, okay. I don't give a fuck what you're doing. If you want to hear your part of the reading, you're gonna have to be patient enough to let us chit chat 4 for the next little minute. King of Air in reverse. Third position, fire. Okay, the feminine coming in like masculine energy, and the King of Air in reverse. Either way, the hero again. You want to be the hero so damn bad? Go save somebody. Okay? You want to be the hero so damn bad. Go save somebody. Aren't you a dad? Okay, come on, it rhymed. That's hilarious. Okay, so be patient. Alright? That's like the whole point. But yeah, cards are on the table. We'll switch over in a minute. We're going to have to roll the ads before I get into it because we only got 20 minutes. And we know that I'm going to be on the tarot for more than 20 minutes. So, sorry I was fucking chilling. You're like, come on, there's 6 people now. You can do the reading. I've been waiting 45 minutes. That's my lurkers, not you. Obviously, you're having the conversation with me, right? So it's like everybody but you and Morph. The lurkers who've been fucking hanging out since the fucking minute I got here. Like, kind of. Okay, you hear how it sounds though, especially because it's someone that I know. That would be so weird that you lurk on every single thing. Like, that's just a strange notion. You know, you might as well just say something. Talk to me. Be more open if I'm going to be so open, right? Kind of like whatever. Anyway, we're about to use this mystery deck. The mystery deck is my deck that I use for channel messages from gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. But the galactics taught me that I was using this deck for twin flame readings. And earlier, there was a whole thing you can watch from the beginning. There was no tarot. It was just chatting, but it was very creepy what happened. Where I was like, okay, I got to do this deck. Had a good convo about twin flame connections. Very on point. But then there's also the aspect of just having the channel messages and connecting to yourself. And if you're not in a situation with another person that would constitute as a twin flame connection, you can think of it as your higher selves having a masculine and a feminine side, and receive each message as you work to balance yourself out so that you can either be a better person for your soulmates, become a better person to get away or fix your connections with your karmics, or to be progressing in order to have the twin flame connection be revealed to you kind of later, right? So it doesn't have to be that, but that's like definitely a vibe, definitely a sense over this. And that's why I was making a joke about somebody having been waiting, because they knew that there was going to be this deck. They like mentally requested it, and I was about to say no thanks, and it flashed green, and I said fine. Like, that's uncanny, so I'm not going to deny a glitch witch fucking seeing a flash bit when we associated this deck with green last night. Like, yeah, that's the vibe. Lucky me, right? Shine on. So we are going to use this deck. The way this works is like, I don't do personal readings. I'm sorry, if you want a personal reading, then you'll have to book one. And I get that I am seemingly expensive, and that's fine, but you'll see the general readings hit like a month, and you'll be like, damn, that's kind of cool. I can't imagine if it was focused on me personally. And that's when you go book a reading and realize that I've been doing tarot itself for 20 years. I'm sorry, I've been doing tarot for 10 years, and I've been doing necromancy for 20, so that's why, right? I do general readings, okay? So you tune in and you be a part of it and vibe out and kind of be a part of the conversation. Or like, don't. Just go. Because you're not going to get your own little card pulls, but a lot of times I'll feel what needs to be said, and I will deliver your messages. There will be times where you feel like you're being spoken to directly. You are, right? Like, that's sort of the vibe. And there's also like the aspect of who we all are, to be here together, to be the ones receiving and sharing this message. So just be patient. But no, there's no list. There's no join, follow. I mean, follow me, sure, so you can chat and say, yep, that was so accurate. Thank you so much. What's your Venmo again? Where's your website? How do I book a reading myself? It's www.iliamillie.com. If you become a member, you can access the forums and the reward system and so much more if you want. But That's how you get a personal reading. I'm sick of asking. It's all written on the screen when we get into the tarot zone. Once the box turns turquoise, I'm not going to be all nice and answer questions anymore, basically. So it'll be after an ad break, and you'll know. We all get ready. Go to the bathroom, grab snacks, get some water, grab a pen and paper. Because don't ask me, ask yourself. And then when I give you the answer, you'll be like, oh, hell, how the fuck did she know? Well, I didn't, though. I'm a little psychic, they say. I never considered myself psychic until I started streaming, and it was creeping people out. Like, really freaking people out. The way I was like, what are you eating, doing, drinking? You know, it wouldn't be in specific. It'd be like, oh, did somebody just take a sip of beer? Yep, I'm drinking a beer. Oh, someone just ate cold pizza with sauce on it. That sounds so good. Yep, that's me. It's Jets. Like, what the fuck? So I didn't really think I was ever psychic until I started doing this. Definitely worth the ride. And necromancy is different, but a lot of people who do stuff like tarot, or any witches who practice, or people who just believe in prayer and spirituality in general, a lot of them do have the ability to talk to the dead. Most of them do, I would say. A lot of them can see their loved ones and talk to people or see ghosts, premonitions, etc. There's most of them choose to never pursue it. That's why I'm a necromancer, because I pursued it, because I like it, because I'm good at it, because I'm a natural, because I've been doing it since I was a kid. Because I was indoctrinated into the Catholic Church, and that's what that is. They, like, hung a dead body in the classroom and were like, talk to him. And I was like, okay. So he's supposed to talk back, right? And they're like, well, in your heart, he talks back. And I'm like, that's weird, because I swear in my mind he does. But okay, that's fine. Maybe I don't get how prayer works. And then over time, it was like, oh, damn, I can talk to anybody, right? Okay, so that's weird. But Jesus was into necromancy because he brought himself back to life, as well as Lazarus, right? So necromancy is just the practice of reanimating the dead in any way. It doesn't necessarily have to be physical. So Jesus was like physically a necromancer. And we think of like folklore and fantasy, D&D. Necromancy is when you can reanimate the dead and bring physical bodies back to life. But the definition of necromancy is more broad than that. And it's the reanimation of the dead in any way, shape, or form. Whether it's like a projection or a perception in some way. Which for me, I can see them myself, even if they're not physical expressions, because that freaks me out. It's happened a few times, and I said, please don't do this. I literally never want to see this again, type shit. And they're like, they all respect that. So they come and they are very present, but it's not like these physical bodies. I can see them, but it's not like that. And then there's the aspects of like kind of being possessed, sort of like reanimating them by letting them use my body. So they're reanimating me. So again, it's all the basis of necromancy. It's all within the definition of necromancy. So like, have I ever attempted to bring a dead person back to life? No, not necessarily. No. Well, no. That's just stealing. That's just cloning, I think, a copy. Because you use the word emulation, I think, is what would draw the line. Even though everything sort of is, right? Because I said it's a reanimation, not an emulation. So like that'd be like saying a hologram is necromancy, and it's like that's just art, because people in movies die like at some point, right? And then everything would be necromancy, so you have to have a line somewhere. And I think almost like technology would be the line, because that would just be cloning, right? Like, because you're just copying them. You're not really like communicating with them. You're just copying them, downloading them, taking their data. They're like, like, I guess this is kind of my opinion. But I'm the only necromancer really, right? Because most people who talk to the dead just call themselves channels or mediums, like normal folks. But I'm like, nah, this is full-blown necromancy. I love Jesus. I'm Catholic, so I'm a necromancer. And I'm just romantic and love poetry. And necromancy has the word romancy in it. And I just really like that. That is why I put a slash in it, usually. Yeah, thank you. Sorry you'll miss out on the cards, but you can watch it tomorrow. Start an hour in, and you'll see them. So at this point, I am going to run 3 minutes of ads so that we have For some reason, we went from 30-minute increments of no ads to like now I play one section of ads and they're like, yo, here's a full hour. I think I probably hit my quota for the month or something. So they give us like longer extended periods, which is cool. That's why I've been playing less ads unless I literally say, hey, I'm about to roll a bunch of ads because I'm tired and cleaning up at this point. That's usually when I do it. If I like am transitioning or need a second, but I don't have to play as many ads, which is nice. At this point, the timer's on 8 minutes. We're at the 55-minute mark. It's a great time. We're going to come back with some tarot cards, all right? So I love you all. Get yourselves ready. Get some water. Go to the bathroom. Wash your hands. Light some incense. Do something for yourself. Get some pen, paper, whatever. And let's reconvene in 3. So I was doing a few things and then I thought, oh, I'll light incense. So I'm in the midst of it. Temples of India. This is one of my all-time favorite smells. I think it nails transcendentalism as a scent. Like transcendentalism. That'd be a great name for my incense line or something. I don't know what the fuck I just said. You get it. Like, there's a pun. Okay. This scent, though, I mean, I've never been to India, but I've been other places. Like, this is the one, you know? And the fact that it's like, oh my God, it's just such a beautiful process. There's just something about certain things that somehow feel so much less sacred when you put them on the internet, which is what I'm doing right now, and it feels painful almost, but like, there's something that they still need to know or still need to learn in different places of the world. And that's the beauty of having it be virtual or viral or whatever the fuck, you know? There's something in my heart. It's like that Peter Gabriel song. But there's still something in my heart. You can't find a way to make it stop. Turn up the signal, wipe out the noise. I'm gonna mostly hold this because I realize, well, someone else pointed out to me that when they stand up, they burn faster, and I hadn't really considered it because, you know, there's a reason that they have the design they do, but sometimes I put little thought into it. Yeah. You made it sound so, like, kind of like, took it to the next level of marketing genius, I would say. Very much the niche that you're going for, aesthetic on 10. Like, yes, that is so you / us / everything. Though, if it were me, I'd probably make the whole thing cursive because that's like my handwriting. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold this for a little bit. I don't like incense burners over there. I have a can. Oh, actually, this is super cute. You'll love this probably. I never really got into Sailor Moon because I just didn't watch it as a kid because I didn't have cable. So it's like it was on a weird time where we watched other shit. But I loved this Ocean Bomb cucumber. It was okay. It was really syrupy. It was really good though. Probably better with gin. Probably great with gin. Put some mint leaves and gin in there. Oh, like that would be amazing. But this was sweet on its own, and now it's gonna be the incense holder because I don't want to get up and get this one. I almost just put this on my laptop. Like, girl, what the fuck are you doing, man? Put it right in front of you. That's the only place it can be, right in front of you. Yeah, I am kind of like that though. Like a puppy? Sure. That's why I don't like dogs. Thank you. I am a cat person. I never felt so guilty loving cats like I did when I watched Isle of Dogs. I was like, I'm almost convinced, but I really don't really like them, but I'm okay with y'all liking them because they're pretty cute. Then I met this dog, dude. Like, this is my best friend. I can't help it. A hippo, please. That's baby, alright? Leave us alone. I can't help it, but yeah, overall more of a cat person. Felt real guilty about it though. Isle of Dogs really, really cut deep. That movie's insane, by the way. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. No other word to describe it other than insane. Like, watch it. It's on Disney Plus. Like, go watch it. Okay. Faith at the top of the deck, and first position Air right underneath it. So there's probably going to be like more of a channel message vibe. I can already feel it coming through. It's been like a long time. We just put Sailor Moon. Which one's the green one? Neptune. That's probably key to what we're doing. The color green is very relevant. Like I said, the screen flashed green earlier. It was very peculiar. I've never seen it do that before. It sounds like my words are rhyming hardcore, but Sailor Moon, which sailor are you? I think Neptune, right? Yep. This is Sailor Neptune. No, because it's not Sailor Neptune, though. She doesn't have green hair. She's just green. Maybe that's not them, or it's just like a weird rendition. Hard to say. Did anybody else watch? Oh, and I would say I would bold sent. I would do the whole thing in cursive and bold the part that said sent. You could even color the part that says trans. and then bold the part that says scent. And then if you were pairing with a dentist, if you were like, somehow involving teeth, damn, my internet cut out. No, we're good. Maybe we're not good. Thank you. Dental, the other part, scent, dental. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Wow. Okay, so Sailor Jupiter, thank you. Yeah, this is Sailor Jupiter. Okay, so think Jupiter. Oh, they were clever. They made her Sagittarius. And Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. That is so clever. I'd love the show. I just never watched it. Is that weird? I'm like jealous of the girlies who got into it because I feel like too old to start at this point, which I wouldn't say about some shows, but I've tried to watch it and I'm like, it's too late. It just didn't happen for me. And I love this for all of you girlies who are Sailor Moon girlies. It seems so up my alley, and it's just not really anymore. Love Hunter x Hunter though, so like that's why Sailor Moon at this point just doesn't hold my interest, like it probably did in y'all's youth. I think I missed it. But think Jupiter. So who else rules Jupiter besides Sagittarius? But think that energy, okay, when we are getting this divine message, we might be dealing with sort of like the creatures of Jupiter, because obviously they wouldn't necessarily be human forms. It's more like these beings that come up from the gaseous expose, come up to surface and kind of roam. And it's almost as if at the core they're all one being, and they rise to the surface to send out to the other worlds the messages that come from Jupiter, because Jupiter is all about the creative process and the mother of fire, like the father of invention, because it's the mother of fire. That's interesting, because Frank Zappa is a Sagittarius, and there is the mothers of invention. But I'm saying fathers of invention, mothers of fire, and that's Jupiter. Okay. So I don't know, what is Jupiter named after? Who does Jupiter get its name from? Am I asking that right? Who's Jupiter named after? Because Jove. Ew, Zeus. But king of the ancient Roman gods. Okay, you know what's crazy though? The dog I was talking about, I didn't mention his name because I hate this god. I don't hate the name, I hate the god. Dog's name is Zeus. Jupiter is Zeus. Fuck Zeus, dude. What the fuck? I'm not talking to Zeus. Dude was a fucking pedophile, kidnapped a fucking 12-year-old boy and gave him eternal life to be his eternal sex slave, bro. Like, I'm not fucking with that. I don't give a fuck who my ancestors are. Fuck you, man. I don't care if you're a god, right? Like, I reject the notion that somehow Lucifer or Satan is more evil than that. Like, that's the epitome of evil. And I thought most of us mutually agreed upon that, but the elitists have held up these notions that this is somehow some kind of religious thing. Like, there's too much dissonance in a sense. So that's crazy that it's Jupiter. Like, yes, literally the patriarchy. That's exactly what the patriarchy is. And people are like, oh, well, you know, this isn't a true patriarchy, politically speaking. And it's like, you don't understand the depth of the infiltration of patriarchal standards and how they have created society to a T. Tailor-made it, fine printed, like signed, sealed, delivered, kind of this exact scenario to gain access to things that they should have had no part of. Basically, yeah, I would say absolutely, absolutely. And that's why it's like, if that's who's coming up in this reading and wants to be channeled, I'm saying absolutely fuck not. I've been calling the dog Ziggity Zuda because I don't think his name came from a place of someone knowing really the depth of who Zeus is. And I don't see a problem with it because Zeus is a badass name. You know what I mean? Super cool dude. Name. Dog. It's like actually kind of a really cool name, and I'm mad that he's also Jupiter because Jupiter has always been my favorite planet. So I hate that. So it's like, oh, my child of Zeus? Cool. Fuck you, Dad. Because again, white, my ancestors, guilty, right? Just by association. Although, the more that my genetics and family tales unfold, it seems the less and less, or the increasingly white we became over time or in the later years, right? So that's also a sad complex of things, is that, that maybe wasn't necessarily them, and then that's confusing, and that's why Zeus has a problem with me, probably, because I reject all these things, and then also want to say that I'm some Roman, Italian, or whatever, and apparently 11111, genetically speaking, I'm not. It's kind of weird, and like, of course, they say those DNA tests aren't like completely accurate, and I didn't do one myself, but my relative did, and there was no Italian, even though my grandma was born there. So I think there's some beef with Zeus, and like maybe that's why my life is fucked up, who knows, but the fact that that's what came up right now is kind of crazy to me. But that's a swift moving on, because it's a no for me, dog. If I won't even talk to people like Prince or like David Bowie, I'm not going to sit here and channel Zeus. That seems like a waste of time, especially when I do talk to Hades, and I do feel like a daughter of Persephone's. And when you think about Persephone's, I would have taken the deal with Hades too, because I would have wanted to get away from my masochistic, cheating, pedophile father too. Like, what the fuck? And I've been like, yeah, I'm gonna go spend 6 months in the underworld with Uncle Hades. That's cool. Like, I'm gonna go. Like, I would have too. Y'all can have winter, for all I give a fuck. Be mad. I'm gonna go. Was it a kidnapping, or was Zeus a control freak and want to look like the good guy? Like, white men and their standards, their patriarchal ideals that come from these ancient deities. It's like masterclass. That's okay. So stop worshiping them. Faith plays an important part in all of this. A lot of people don't really put too much conscious effort into their faith, because that's part of what faith is to have an unconscious but aligned, or to be spiritually motivated is almost to be theoretically or metaphorically blind, right? I don't like using phrases like that, because I appreciate my eyesight and I sympathize with those who don't have it, and admire how many of them overcome that challenge, and hope that my eyesight remains. So I try not to use language like that, which is funny, because when you think about language, which is something I never considered until I was a lot older, like mid-20s, and I met my partner who taught me a lot more, or pointed out more the way I spoke, which was very much aligned with everyone I knew. There was nothing odd about the way I spoke compared to the people that I spent all this time with, but it wasn't until I could separate myself and recognize that it was a problem to see that it was a problematic situation, right? And that's hometown life. Sometimes you got to take yourself out to be able to recognize where you're at for real. It's like not always a great place to be. So that being said, I'm just me. We very much unconsciously speak things into reality. And because we continue to share other people's contents, we share their intuition, we share their intentions, because we tend to repeat stories or idioms or language as we learn it, and never question what it is we're saying, and repeat the phrases that were given to us. There is a level of hexing that goes on because of what someone else wanted us to say in the long run, passed on for generations, right? I was thinking about this the other day, how when we're kids and we do these whatever. I was thinking about one. It's like bang bang, you're dead. 50 bullets in your head. Barney got shot by a G.I. Joe or something like that. And it's like, God damn, we were literally cursing each other and hexing each other on the playground, doing hand motions and saying this shit about getting shot and stuff, just perpetuating war for them. Using and harvesting the energy of children by getting them to say these rhymes and speak this violence into the universe unknowingly, but very energetically, because children are energetic. And it's like, holy shit, where did those rhymes come from? None of us knew. You don't think that's subliminal messaging and passed on for generations of fucking hexing? Like, they don't know what they're doing. The bewilderment is that people really believe there's innocence behind something as contrived as what they have done to subliminally charge so many of us at such a young age. And it's very much easier to do when there's toys on TV and sugar in everything, right? It's crazy. And to now give them access to, like, have it themselves, order it themselves, pick it up themselves, see it themselves, get it on demand, have it all the time. It's like, that's very intentional. And a lot of y'all went along with it. Like, even as, not even with the youth, but all of us. Look where we're at right now. And, like, it sucks because I like doing this and I like talking to y'all. And in so many other realities, we would have never met. We would have never crossed paths. We would have never had this opportunity. And so to some extent, I'm so grateful for the technology. I'm grateful for the connection, for the Wi-Fi, for the freedom of speech, right? Like, I'm grateful for all that stuff. But there's something inherently weird about the whole process, isn't it? Like, and I think it's time we start to question these things or recognize these things, because we're feeding these machines. And the use of the AI generation software, I know it has its benefits, and people are like, oh, but I can't afford art, or I want to be able to see something, or I've seen a lot of people make cool stuff, but it's like freaky at the end of the day because they're already learning our faces. And right after that craze, TikTok comes out with the purest, cleanest filter. It's like creepy that you can't even put your hand under it anymore, where it's warping our self-image. Not because, if you recognize that and can abstain from it and can see that from the outside perspective, especially if you're older and you've known a life without it, because a lot of people, Gen Z and younger, don't really know a life without it. They've been on the internet forever. And we've both, millennials and Gen X, half their life, right? Stuff like that. Where there's almost no dissonance from it. So we need to recognize where we're putting what into, what we listen to, what we consume. And I've been saying that, but I think it's on a more spiritual frequency than we had kind of recognized, because we are so fixated on the way society functions and what we're doing in society as people and building communities and wanting to change things and getting upset politically, that we are lacking a certain faith, and we're lacking the question of faith. And we aren't really necessarily taking in, kind of like the lessons that most religions do teach. And then instead it's being exchanged for this kind of like spell work and cursing and hexing. And it's not just these playground rituals that we learned as kids for no reason. It's just as much in the violence that we consume on other media as well. I was just pointing out a time when, before there were violent video games and before you could blame it on TikTok, there were times where we still were cursing and hexing each other, like unknowingly as children. Bang, bang, you're dead. 50 bullets in your head. You know what I'm talking about. If you were there, you were there, man. Miss Mary Mac, not really even a pleasant one either, right? Miss Mary Mac, all dressed in black, buttons all down her back, never came back. And then there's one about a bathtub. Like, what the fuck were we talking about? That's weird. So, the way they want to harvest energy from kids and then also want to take it to the extreme of, like, actually doing as Zeus did, Let them tell you who they are and listen. Like, fourth position, fire. Come for you. If that's who you are, right? That's the clearest one of these cards I've ever looked. Maybe that's the secret, is getting it real close to the camera. So here's the Green Man. This is the card I was thinking of. It's 14th position Earth, King of Earth. It reminds me of the Green Man. You know, like, that's why I was associating this with, like, the most Irish or Celtic. Ugh, the ring light's annoying, but this is, like, the best angle for these cards. So the Green Man. The Earth energy, okay? I'm an Earth sign. I'm looking forward to Taurus season, but also I think that things will be grooving by then. Aries season is going to be full of excitement and lots of change. The way that Pisces season unfolds in the next week is going to be interesting. And there is this sense of renewal and regrowth and rebirth, or even starting completely new, having the fresh garden, having the fresh vegetation, the soil tilled dirt. Okay, so King of the Earth. Get your hands dirty. Get in there. Plant the seeds. Tend to the flowers. Water your garden. And talk to them. Speak to the roses if they lack luster. The counselor. Maybe go see someone. Maybe it's time to talk. Water signs. It could be the femmes. It is 12th position water. The counselor. So maybe it's time to go to counseling somebody. Femmes, water signs. It could also be like, in terms of love, like couples even. But 10th position Earth, the mask is coming off, the real you is coming out, and that's what this springtime is all about. The real you, no contenders. And this 8th position water is like the masculine presenting feminine energy, being aligned and excited and ready, but there's also something very devious about this person, this water sign. So that's whatever it is. But keep looking up, femmes. Keep looking up, like Lady Gaga style. And the Queen of Fire, don't let your guard down necessarily. But if someone comes in with an offer them something back. That's the best way to do things, is to have an equal exchange of opportunity, because otherwise someone does have the upper hand. Okay, so if they offer you something, offer something back. 9th position Earth. Yeah, youth. The fountain of youth is in you. That's the secret. That's how to stay young. It's inside. And people just let it dry out because they don't tend to it. They don't drink from it. They don't nourish it. They don't recognize it. The fountain of youth is within you. Keep it hydrated. That's my offer of advice. Queen of Air and Queen of Fire. Both queens, femmes, presenting masculine energy, air and fire. There's something about that. But also coming in honestly, openly, and with a good offer. There's a lot of integrity in the feminines, right? And they are very helpful. They're looking towards the light. But their guard is up, and they have no intention of letting it down. That's like, how can you blame them? Queen of Water. Because they're already so emotional, vulnerable, introspective, and in love. 2 of Cups. So they need to know that you are also going to handle that situation delicately and emotionally, openly. King of Cups with the Queen of Cups and the 2 of Cups, right? 2nd position water, 14th position water. I did get hotter. Yeah, overnight. It's crazy. It's like every single day I wake up and I'm just sexier than I was the day before. And that's what I'm saying about youth being a myth. It's nothing to do with age. It's literally like, yeah, I'm not wearing extra makeup. I have stuff written on my forehead. If anything, I made myself look less attractive than I actually look, right? So, like, yeah, I did get hotter overnight. Thank you for noticing, number 7. Okay. Oh, they left. They were like, whoa. Cocky ass attitude. You don't like my cocky ass attitude. Whatever. I'm holding the deck upside down. I may be scared away some Capricorn. For now. Anyways. That's irrelevant. I don't know how my deck ended up upside down. Somebody disrupted and walked in. Listen. I have a long history of being who I am and doing what I do, right? I love you, Dom. I want you to never think of it as pride. Humility is a good thing, but confidence is okay. It's key, right? It's not even just TikTok. All these apps, all these trends, all these movements, everything that becomes acceptable or deemed cool or popular is where were y'all when I was doing this 6 years ago? Where were y'all when I was doing this 10 years ago? Where were y'all when I was doing this a month ago? And then someone else copies me and now it's okay. I don't like it. But it's funny now because watch it happen. And then I don't get a cent or a fucking moment or a fucking thank you for any of it. It's always happened that way. And it's well, maybe you're just not that unique. Maybe you're just not that different. Maybe you're just not that blah, blah, blah. I'm but tell me who is then. Looks like it does come back to me, doesn't it? That's what they cannot stand. They're damn it. She's not necessarily wrong. She's just not all right. But that's on the masculine. Duality and homosexuality. Men needing to kiss. Just kidding. But am I? No. That's what the card said. Did you see them? Anyways, it's okay. It's okay. Queen of Water. I'm mommy. Tell me, mommy. No, kind of kidding, but it's fine if I'm not. Queen of Water. Looking up. Things are looking up. Okay? It's just Pisces season is going to come to a close. About a week. Last a little longer. Devil in reverse. It's not really the devil. It's just a random earth card. 5th position. Earth. Things might be at a standstill, but that's coming to an end. When Pisces season comes to an end, it's rapid movement come spring. And that's normal. That's the rhythm of nature, thought. Okay? Think about what you want now. Think about how it's going to go down. Think of the abundance. It's all just going to start blooming and making sense. And literally a week. It's crazy how defined the transition will feel. I don't know. Something will just come over you and teach you, guide you, and show you that it was there all along and start to pay off and reward you for all that you've done and all the hard work you've laid down and all the things that you've wanted finally come out. And people come forward and say, I owe you this. You had this the whole time. I loved you from day one. I got this and that, and I collected and dissected all of it. It's it comes from the intuition, but it's also, again, the natural course of spring is to be blooming and for people to feel better and for the sun to be shining and for the weather to be more cooperative or even delightful as it is. The rain to water us into something abundant. That very much is coming. And everybody's going haywire. They're fuck this snow, fuck the cold, fuck winter, fuck Pisces season, fuck the weather, fuck all of this. People losing their goddamn motherfucking marbles out here. But it's a new year. So say goodbye to the old life. Enjoy it. Say, wow, it was a long decade. And everything's about to be different. And I kind of get this moment, this week, to pack it up, wrap it up, let it go, sell it, send it off, and kind of au revoir, and enter the new reality, the new decade, the new chapter, fresh start, part 2, part whatever. You know, for me, part 3, it's my 3rd decade on Earth. You know? And that's beautiful. My eye's twitching. I don't often get an eye twitch. And it wasn't twitching all day. I haven't drank caffeine in, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 minutes. I don't know if somebody else has had an eye twitch today, or if you're just staring at me like, how the fuck can you see and speak such things? How are you in my thoughts right now? That's on you, honey. If you're going to sit here and stare at the screen looking at me while I'm doing what I'm doing, and your thoughts are going to be so loud that I can hear them, that is on you, not me. I'm not being invasive. I'm in tune, and I can hear you. Because you're focused on this room. Kind of trying to zoom in with your eyes, because the screen doesn't do that, right? You want to know what all of it says. You want to know every single word and every single detail. You want to see what this picture and this one and that one, like someone, and I'm not saying everybody watching the chat is in that mode, but yeah, that's where the thoughts are coming from. There's a lot going on. Okay? So, like, listen more to the messages. Try not to get distracted. Cards are intense tonight. They're coming for your asses. Good luck. Seeds planted. Probably should have watered your garden. Okay. Looks like a few blockages, but overall, this, like, gaseous Jupiter energy was weird, and it's all about sacrifice, making decisions, balancing things, wondering why are you holding something that's hurting you, but can you not hold the thing that helps you if you're not holding the thing that hurts you, or whatever the deal is there. This is like one of the only cards that, there we go. In one hand he's ready, and the other he's held back. So what is that? It's for you to figure out. Talk to your own guides, talk to your own higher self. But once again, leaning into masculine, presenting mask element. Yeah, sometimes I have the Rick Sanchez level of confidence myself. Let's just be honest. We see it sometimes, but it's ebbs and flows and different cycles, ups and downs. And recognizing it is half the battle. The other half is figuring out how to deal. The essential, you know, judgment calls, keeping things in control. That one went all the way down. Who, me? The femmes working together against somebody? Maybe this reptilian. Ooh, what y'all doing to the king of water? Could be somebody's father. Or a water sign or something. That's weird. King of earth. Yikes, better be quiet or you're gonna get blasted. And I'm sorry if you don't like the way that I speak to you, but please understand I've had my hand out for a while, and it's not to ask to be filled, but to offer my help, because that's just how I feel. And the father right there, boom, called it. There is many things at play, divinely orchestrated, and maybe you're not aligned masculine. Maybe you need to get more in touch with your feminine element, and realize that you have the wrong perception. It's in reverse. Feminines, you need to realize your mask is not as uncovered as you think it is. Maybe it's time to be even more vulnerable, more real, more forward, more honest somehow. And you know, earlier we said not bringing the guard down at all, but maybe it's time to realize that there is some level that you have to do that, okay, in order to have that, the mother. All right. The child. There might be kids involved. Like I said, somebody's father. 2 of Cups, second position, water. There is some love. And the 6th position, fire. There is some kind of truce. The child and 4th position, air, working things out, being very calculated, the masculine taking charge, being in control, the feminine's conspiring, or otherwise being kind of shocked or told something, and I saw those. Yeah, we saw all those. Okay. What else is going on? Packing your bags and ready to go. Think of that song. Well, my bags are packed and ready to go. I'm standing here outside the door. I'd hate to wake you up to say goodbye, 'cause the dawn is breaking early morn. There's a taxi waiting, blowing his horn, and I can't give the chance to see you go, 'cause I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go, and I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, baby, I hate to go. Femmes ready for anything, strapped in, letting it come to them. That's it. That's all, period. Doing enough. All about the integrity. Way to go, femmes. Still looking good, even with that wall up and needing to kind of disclose more, be more vulnerable, or open up and be kind of softer in a sense, which, like, I'm so about the Lilith femme, but in a way it's necessary in order to show people what strength it takes. And right under that is death and rebirth. So, what did we drop earlier? Yeah, Loki's pretty hot. I like Loki's energy from what I know. Yeah, the femmes are like uniting themselves, but also maybe not so much in alignment, not really too balanced. It feels like missing the balance. My stomach started hurting right in this moment. I'm wondering if somebody else is feeling that, or hungry, or need to eat or something, or pregnant. Maybe somebody had a miscarriage, unfortunately for them, if that's what they did not or want or something, kind of. Because now it's subsiding for me a little bit. It's weird. Describe, write things down, emotion and intellect. If you need to make a pros and cons list, what is logical and what is feelings, then do that. There is a union. What's blocking you is this union. There is the King of Air in reverse, something stripping you of your power, stripping you of your worth, stripping you of something. The defenses of the feminine being very high. The hero's journey needing to unfold. Things being divinely orchestrated and you trying to go against the flow. The body and mind needing to be one. And the unknown scaring the fuck out of you. Knowledge in reverse. Too damn bad. That is just too damn bad. Sometimes you just have to go boldly into the unknown as the divine intended it to be. Right? Like, that is the thing. That is the key. Take some time to enjoy things as they are, for they will never be this way again. Happy end of the year moments. Brought to you by Pisces season. Okay? Good time for self-reflection into the water. Jump in the water. Come on, baby, jump in with me. Jump in the water. Come on, baby, get wet with me. Jump in the water. Come on, baby, jump in with me. Jump in the water. Come on, baby, get wet with me. We've always loved froggies. Wait a second. How does that song start? Sweet little princess. That's the second verse. I don't know. Let me introduce this frogness. You alone could get him singing. He's all puffed up, wanna be okay. What's one little kiss, one tiny little touch? Oh, he's wanting it so much. Kiss it better. Kiss that frog. Baby, kiss that frog. That's like, if anybody knew what song that was, I'd be pretty impressed and laugh a lot and be happy about it. Any thought? Nope. You're giving it thought. You don't know. Google doesn't count. But yeah, that's a funny song. I'm not going to say it's a great song, but it's a lot of fun. This deck feels like it said what it needed to say. I feel like that was a pretty good reading. I feel like it was very, very good. Everybody's got work to do on themselves that's not lost on anyone. Okay? Relax. The never-ending journey is constantly unfolding and therefore evolving. It is what it is. Say goodbye to life as we know it. That's going to happen periodically, as it always has. It's just something we never talked about and something we never noticed. There probably is, and I think like people like Miss Rachel are doing God's work on this earth in the ways that don't have satanic fucking backgrounds. She seems like, just like energetically, of all the random YouTubers that I see these kids watch, Miss Rachel's has a very genuine vibe, and so does everyone on her channel. Like, they make really sweet content where I feel like we are trying to heal in that way, where we're recognizing it more. And people like her have the ability to create things rather than these weirdo pedo execs with a bunch of money and cover-ups and access to kids, whereas they didn't really use any kids in the content they made. They just made it for kids, and there's something very special about that because there's such a genuine vibe to it, because they seem like really good people who just wanted to make something that was wholesome and safe and kind of refreshing in that way. So she's a hero to me. The hero's journey. King of water. But something's blocking us from our major alignment. There's a reason that our lives are like kind of at this stagnant point. It is because Pisces season's about to end in a week, and then it'll feel fresh again. But what's blocking our like major blockage to our alignment? Destiny. The reason you're unaligned is because your destiny has yet to unfold, basically. Like, because you are trying to control something that is not in your control and never was in your control and, like, just needs to and is going to happen regardless of how or when or why. And, like, all your attempts to shadow this doubt, the truth will always come out. Alright, so I think that's it for this deck. I feel like that was pretty solid message. Like, seems kind of, that was good. Yeah, Queen of Water and 5th position Water. Living on a prayer. Not a huge fan of Bon Jovi, to be honest with you. Not that good of a song. Just got old because I'm a white person, I guess. And I repeat a lot of music that I listen to, so for me to say something got old, man, it just wasn't that good in the first place. That's how I see it. No offense to anybody or anything. Okay, feels good. Ooh, I love this card. Okay, so 9th position Air and 7th position Earth. Very good places to be. Introspective and outrospective, getting grounded into reality and exploring the self and the mind in depth. Okay. I'm going to put it away. I'll try to wash it away. Okay. It's telling me I need to flip this back over. It's bothering everybody. Great combo, but they need to be flipped back over and go with the rest of the deck. Oh, I've seen the shadow people. Whoa. Creepy. Journey. Follow the day and reach for the sun. And then I just flip this wisdom in reverse. You're not using the things you've already learned to further you on the journey. You're ignoring what you know in favor of what you want. Something of that nature. Yeah, your desire and your emotions are sort of conflicting, in a sense. Damn. Like while you were fully awake? That's so fucking creepy. Okay. Are I putting this deck away or what? Ooh. I've definitely seen shadow people in daylight, but it was when I was older, and it was like people I know in the context of my own home and shit, you know? So what did she think about the fact that she had said that? Is it just true then, or was she talking about the edible? Because that sounds like an alien. You were right. And it takes you getting that high to be able to reach the frequencies that they communicate at right above our heads and within our space. So that one sounds legit to me. Destiny. How much of psychosis is just us learning the truth for the first time and it being so much more fucked up than we thought, and then coming down and then being like, okay, it wasn't all true, but a lot of it's true, so that you're kind of neutral. Got you. Motion versus select the counselor and the third position air all in reverse. Yeah, this deck is done. I have to put this deck away. I'm just shuffling it for no reason. And then we have to roll ads. I've got like 10 minutes before the timer goes off. So I just read cards for like 50 minutes straight, to be honest. Well, basically. It was a lot of chat in the beginning, but it was relevant. The crown. So yeah, it's over. Let's go. End of that road. Can't stop cutting this deck though. Like I can't put it down, but I want to put it down. It's weird. Like nothing else is really coming out, but they just want me to keep cutting it. Maybe just keep it out. I don't want to. See, and that's where it gets frustrating because they're like, you're shutting us down. That's not cool. And I'm like, dude, I've been using the fuck out of this deck, but I'll leave it out, I guess. I need to put it down, but I need to leave it out. Now I know why. I have a personal reading to do, but neither one of us picked a deck, but it's someone I'm close with, so we trust each other, right? I'm going to use this deck for them. That's that on that. That's why, okay, I won't put it away so I don't forget to do it. And the incense went out. Perfect timing for everything, right? I love that right now. How's everybody doing, by the way? Want to see this painting? I worked on it a little bit today. Kind of a lot lit. Got some good details in the flowers, in the face, and stuff like that. I was trying to get these even. And they mostly are the most even they've been, but I want to take them in. And the dress needs a coat of black paint so that it's not so shiny. Because it's harder to see in real life than it is to see on the camera right now. That would be cool. What if I turned all my paintings into like a fucking tarot deck? That'd be sick, bro. Okay, well, I got like 9 minutes. Let's just roll the ads. I'd like to have a snack before we keep going. I'm gonna come back and be in chat mode, I think, for a little bit, and then if somebody has a request for another deck or we feel like doing more, we will. But that was long. That was a lot. It was like, okay, I need a minute. So let's chat it up for a bit and we'll talk about whatever. Yeah, we'll just talk about whatever. I'll be right back after the ads. Oh my god, so you know how sometimes we do ASMR snacks? I was eating these chips so fucking ferociously that I was too embarrassed to let y'all hear it. Like, it was rough. I was smacking. Like, I went so way harder than I want to admit. And just now I was like, ooh, I could eat some caramel. And it's like, bitch, clean yourself up and let's go. Like, I mean, I'm entitled to breaks, but even if I was working a real job, you only get a 20-minute break per every 4 hours of shift. And I'm sitting on my ass. So I'm just about to play an ad. Leave it alone. It'll be like the perfect 2-hour mark, and we'll take, like, no. This was shameful. Like I said, sometimes we do little ASMR snack sounds. It's funny. This was ridiculous. I will show you when I come back. Okay. Now we're in chat mode. LOL, I don't want to be cute. Every time someone would call me cute for most of my life, I'd be like, I'm not cute, I'm vicious. And then it was like, yeah, vicious, like in the Lou Reed way. You're so vicious. You hit me like a flower. You do it every hour. Oh, baby, you're so vicious. It's a good one. I like that song. Sorry, I was texting. Sorry, you could probably tell that I was texting, but I forgot to do it while I was on break. So I was like really mortified at the chip scenario, to be honest with you. It was extreme. It's crazy how I dyed my hair not that long ago. My roots look like so intense, but then if you look at certain angles, they don't, and it's weird, right? LOL. Okay, I did. I forgot to tell them during the break that I was streaming, and then I was like, shit, I should let them know I'm streaming. Shut up. Yeah, my roots don't really look that dark or that bad, or like that grown out in real life. It's much more on in the ring light. It's strange. It's like brightening it so much, it's making the roots look even darker. Your objective opinion is far from a statement. And yeah, I like my hair to be a mix of things, blends and cuts and dyes of just an accumulation of different things that come my way usually. This time I have something planned for my hair. A friend of mine is going to help me make it happen. It is my clown friend. We did launch a clown business. We've got a gig coming up in the next few months available for birthday parties for locals. Do inquire with him if you are so inclined. Yeah, I feel you. Not for myself, but because my partner has the absolute opposite hair texture of me, and it's actually really funny where they'll put like an excessive amount of water and oil in their hair just so it's not super dry and damaged, you know? But for me, the reason my bangs are so fucked up, even though I just washed my hair, is because I put oil on my face and then ran my hair through, or ran my hands through my hair. So I got oil in my hair, so now it's greasy. It's like total opposites. It's really funny. Like my hair, I have short hair. They have like long hair. If it's stretched, it's like to here maybe. It's very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. But anyway, chat mode is fine. We're just in chat mode. There's nothing in particular we're talking about in case you're wondering what the fuck's going on. If you ever see the pink box, it means we're just in chat mode and that we're intermittently doing tarot because we're in the tarot category unless I state otherwise. I just did a 50-minute long reading with the mystery deck, which is my cosmic deck. One of my cosmic decks, I should say. And if anybody has a request for the next deck, that's fine. But I'm taking a break still. I was just like giving people the lowdown. I literally I just said I did like a 50-minute long reading. We're gonna chat. I just didn't know if anybody had any questions instead of us just talking about our hair and stuff. Like, that's all. Because we are gonna chat for a little bit before doing tarot, and I don't know what deck to use. And nobody really has any suggestions, and I'm surprised that people don't just call out like random words they think of. Sometimes people will ask to list them, but it doesn't help them choose in a sense. So, if we get something, that sounds like the cosmic deck of initiation. But also, I feel like that's honestly very on point. Anything that is scented, it doesn't necessarily have to be candles, right? It's just like next level scented products because we gotta make toothpaste too because the word dental is in it. So it's like really good smelling toothpaste. We're gonna recreate Atomic by Lush because they stopped making it and they suck. I'll just say it out loud. They've been sucking out loud, so I'm gonna say it out loud. They fucking suck. It was my favorite job I ever had, and that's probably why they suck so bad. That's sad. R.I.P. to that tree. It's a pipe. That's great. I love it. I love it so much. Transcendental. Some of it's just transcendental, and some of it's just really dumb. But I love it when you sing to me and you can sing me anything. The book of love is long and boring and written very long ago. It's full of charts and facts and figures and things we're all too young to know. That's cool, but aren't almonds poisonous, like if you eat the shells or something? So it really is a compliment. People say I smell good, it's because I'm like genuinely good for them. Or that's probably not how it works. That's why we enjoy the scents we enjoy, maybe. Is it like our alignment? Hey, y'all should take the alignment test and tell me how you align. Also, source. I can't remember who else was having this conversation with us, but I did want to ask. So, I was at work the other day and I'm going back Sunday. So, there was blue sandstone. There was no blue goldstone. And I was like, okay, so goldstone is pretty much glass with flecks of copper in it. So, what is sandstone? And it's like, oh, it's what makes it blue is like the cobalt and the other shit they put in blue sandstone. And sometimes people call it blue goldstone. But I was like, yo, isn't the point of goldstone is that it's copper and sandstone would indicate that it's something else? But do they even make blue goldstone? Or is it all blue sandstone because they use cobalt to make it blue? So I didn't buy it. I'm going to buy it. Well, because y'all were like telling me to get blue goldstone, but they only had blue sandstone. So, like, what do I do? Oh, this all looks the same as the sandstone. So it is the same thing. It's just like, why change? It's just a non uniform name. That's interesting. I feel like sandstone suits it better actually because it is different minerals in there, I guess. So I'll just buy a nice piece. I didn't love any of the pieces that were in there, to be honest. I okay. So first of all, who are you? Okay. Second, you do realize like how expensive that would be. Thank you. Oh my god. Like, what was your point coming on here? Please use the proper channels. Like, if that's what you want to talk about, go talk about it over there. You don't need to, like, bring it up on the stream during tarot time. You're lucky you caught me during chat mode, right? And when I'm in a good mood. Double win for you. What do you want? Besides to watch me shit, which you think you can do for $5 a month or something. Anything else? Or you know what? I think I'm gonna go raise my prices right now. I think it's time. I think these losers have to pay at least $20 to get in at this point. I think that's what they've done for everyone else. They kind of ruined it. The disrespect for the art and sanctity of what it truly is. That's just gonna cost them more and more and more. Okay? Like, damn, ouch. You know? Oh, my goodness. This is silly. Listen, nudes have been a part of the art world for as long as art has existed, from statues to portraits to scenes of war and famine. Like, I don't know why I said famine and war when talking about tits, but you know what I'm talking about. It's always been like that. And the line and legacy of sex work has been one of the only industries that allowed women in times throughout history to actually be independent, let alone equal to the societies that men had built and tried to stop them from living. The outlaw sex workers of the early to late 1800s were setting up entire settlements because they were sex workers, because they were cast out of town. They said, great, you come to us. And you bet the fuck those men did. And they were able to build whole societies on their own with the money they made, with the help of their clients. And they were completely successfully running a female-owned, female-ran, female community, right? Built on sex work. So don't come on here and think you're gonna humiliate somebody or fucking tell me something or like make fun of me because you are bad at it. You're bad at it. And now my prices are going up even more. Huh. Sorry, I actually had to do something. Only Town would be actually fucking lit, right? I have no idea what oh wait, I think I had Raising Cane's one time. Is that the weird place that sells like a lot of chicken and has like a dog as the logo? I was in some very strange state between like somewhere in California, like between the East and West Coast, some middle place. That's like funny. It's too bad there isn't one. Maybe we should this isn't working. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm raising my fucking prices, bro. Way to go. Oh, it was okay. That's so dumb. I'm glad my messages that were really dumb didn't send. That's hilarious. I wonder why they don't, but that's okay. That's the thing. OnlyFans is actually really flawed. And I don't even want to be on here anymore. And I'm trying to switch to my own website, but I know that some people want to pay the lower premium and get like just like the casual kind of content. But I'd rather do the full price once a month and like have total control. That's so funny. Nobody's gonna subscribe to this. It's literally teasers. $20 a month. Good luck. Don't fuck with me, bro. It's like I care, but I don't. I know what it is. I know what it's worth. I've got years and years of experience. I've been doing tarot for 10 years. I've been modeling for 10 years too. What the fuck did y'all think that meant? Like, that's something I very much have experience in. I am a model, okay? That's so fucking funny to me. And now $20 behind the scenes stuff. Like, not even anything really. I know. Ridiculous. Princess, please. Yes. Pay it then. Pay it then if you want to talk to me. Okay? Okay. Yeah. So anyways, since we're on the topic, since we're already going there, since it's cat's out of the bag, since somebody brought it up and honestly did me a favor, rather than throw me off like they probably intended. Gotta love trolls, right? You forgot I'm the lulz, I think. Oh wait, I love Pilot gas stations, by the way. Pilots are hands down my favorite. I don't know if you stalked me so hard that you knew that, but Pilot, hands down my motherfucking favorite. They don't have them in Michigan, so the first time I was on the road, you know, like on my own, out of Michigan, or not on my own, even if it was with a travel buddy. It was like when I started to leave state on the road rather than flying. We get what I'm saying. Is when I came across pilots. They have the best coffee and the most friendly staff and the least exclusionary towards people who don't drive semis, like TAs or Loves kind of gives that vibe too, but that's questionably maybe like the gay one. That seems like queer coded to me, so it's like I should be more comfortable, but it's kind of a different vibe of things. It's like, yeah. Yeah, they do, but it's not an overwhelming amount. They're more practical than a lot of the other ones. They have like really stuff you might need and stuff you might want as a souvenir, but also focused on the food options. And the bigger pilots are like super clutch for both being twice as much. I love pilot gas stations. It's been like a really long time since I've been to one, so I'm sorry. Reading that was like, it was almost exciting. I'm keeping it very chill right now, but I am not chill inside the pilot gas station inside my mind. Every time I go to a pilot, I'm like, what? I'm stoked up. Get it? Because they have stoked shots of caffeine that you can put in your coffee there. Like, I literally love pilot gas stations. The color scheme, the yellow on, or the red on yellow, yeah, everything. The red lids, that's like, kind of, yeah. Okay. No, they have black lids, but they have red lids. Maybe have both? No, that don't sound right. Somebody's got red lids. I feel like it's pilot. I think they changed theirs a lot. I think they changed their aesthetic. They switch out their cups or something. That's interesting. I don't know why I'm picturing both, all three colors, white, black, and red on a pilot cup. Red and black, mostly. There were different lids. One of them has like a straw option and the other one doesn't. It's like both. That's so weird. Why do I know that? Remember that? Somebody can verify if it's true. I'm just a time traveler, so I'm in the fucking pilot right now being like, wait. Okay. And the black was just a regular coffee lid. That's so funny. Yeah, you could. Thanks. Cute. Yeah, I had to go back. Kind of great. 2015 on the road somewhere, heading to the desert. Just like vibes. Pilot. Like, love it. I've been saying it. I don't know how you would have missed that. That's the thing. Everyone's like, how do you build a time machine? And it's like, I wouldn't really worry too much about the machine. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. First, you have to actually understand space-time, okay, and like theoretical traveling before you can like bother equipment to get the job done physically. That's just my take on it. I probably reveal way too much on here, but the people who watch it, the ones who witness it live firsthand, me figuring it out, calculating it, writing it down, drawing it in front of your eyes, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all know what it is. Y'all do see it, and you do get it. And that one stream with the fucking astral plane, that shit was crazy. And, like, we all fucking got to be here for it, even if no one ever wants to admit I did it first, or will ever give me credit for my work, or doesn't just fucking streamline it in 6 months because they stalked the shit out of my stuff. But either way, we know who I am, and that's okay. And that's the humble attitude of Tesla. I was on a walk the other day thinking about this, and I was thinking about Nikola Tesla, and I have channeled him before. It was in October. We did Halloween. He was much requested. He was requested more than once, I believe. And, like, I really love his energy. I really think he's a smart guy. I really think he's casual, but he's cool, but he's very different. He was very kind of probably autistic when you really think about it, and that's why he was so easy to take advantage of and manipulate and lie to and steal from in a way, because people didn't, like, not only catered to at 222 on the time. Yeah, like, he was obviously autistic. Oh, that's funny. You were saying that separately. You were not just agreeing with me. There was a delay in the chat, and we just both simultaneously, like, I am channeling Nikola Tesla, and he's like, yeah, duh. Like, if he could have been here now. 222. Yeah, okay. He's like, yeah, he was like autistic. So he looked fucking crazy because he was like not social, not on cue, did not get anybody catered to or attention to that disability, that major blockage he had. Okay, do it. My point is too, and it's nothing really. This story's not really going anywhere. It's just a small anecdote and me connecting with Tesla's energy, right? As I was on a walk and I thought about him for some reason because I live, well, I shouldn't say too much. I live accordingly. And I think of this structure that's, in the vicinity, and I think of him. And there's something that I think he told me, because again, I wasn't sitting in the seat. I was walking, and it was nighttime, and it was very electric that night. And the cats are fighting in this moment. And he said, "Men like me die poor and hungry, but women like me change history." And that was like, so sad. Hi, panda person. Are you a bot? I'm confused. You were sus last time you were here, so just know that we didn't forget. No, I'm just kidding. Was it you? Maybe it wasn't you. There was someone where we were like roasting them because we were like, wait, is it a panda or a person or a bot? I feel like it was you, and you didn't stick around. You only shared 14 messages with us. I'm good. I'm really good. So Nikola Tesla saying that kind of encourages me to keep walking in my assigned body, no matter how much I want to opt out and change things to an extent. There's something that I was inherently given this thing. And there's something special to that. And I would only be kind of just focused on the wrong thing if I pursued it, even though it would kind of probably cure me of my ailments. I'm not doing tarot right now, it's just chat mode, but I don't do personal readings unless you book them through my website anyways. Sorry, maybe that's why you left last time. Sorry if I was confusing you. I was kind of talking shit, but just like in a joking way and vague memory and maybe confusing you with someone else, to be honest. So I apologize. Okay. I love when people think that I froze. Thank you. Me too. Me too. I really do love it. I was worried last night. It looked so bad last night. I was so worried that I made a mistake drawing the fucking ivy on there. I was like, dude, this looks horrible. I hate this. I changed the entire vibe. She looked like shit. She had ginormous, uneven, questionable hips. I painted white on top of it. I like left her arms skinny and frail and just like a fucking bedonk, like none of like unhuman level bedonk. Stupid. And a whack ass dress. Like it was horrible last night. So today I was very diligent with my Sharpies and my pens. And I fucking fixed her. I gave her eyelashes and lipstick and like a proper cigarette with a little fucking orange tip. Like, I went all in. So thank you. If this is the painting you were talking about, I'm literally in love with it now. Thanks. But it's not done. It still needs a few final touches. Like, it only looks this black from this angle. The Sharpie is way too shiny to have it hang. This is it straight on. You can hardly see it. But if you look from this angle, that's what it really does look like. Love it so much. Goddamn, it really came together. Like, so fucking excited about it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to brag. It's just like, I didn't expect it to look this good, and I'm like so fucking relieved. And like, it's so beautiful. I love it. Okay, back to the dream. I'm in a greeting room that leads to the library. Sounds cool already. So funny. This is the cool. This was an actual dream you had? That's great. That's great. That's amazing. That sounds so fucking cool. It sounds like it reminds me of a specific episode of X-Files. Would not be able to tell you what season that was. I'm guessing it had to be after season 3. And like specifics odd. Probably season 4. Probably season 4, episode 16ish. Season 4, episode 16, whereabouts there, and there's a fucking lab. There's whatever, but yeah, you should. Have you seen Dirk Gently? We had that dream? You haven't seen Dirk Gently? What are we talking about? Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency is a book by Douglas Adams, who also wrote A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If you're familiar or not, look that shit up. I read that book in high school and it changed me forever. And even though I was already into Rocky Horror Picture Show, I was also into drugs. And so that was like a reality check for the scientist in me very much back in the day. And that encouraged and inspired me to go in the direction I did of exploration, experimentation, and the scientific method. Like, that would be a pinnacle. So thank you to that girl who stole my book, but in turn let me borrow Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The fact that I don't remember her name, I think I had a crush on her. Kind of weird. I think I kind of ruined her, corrupted her. That's why I never got my book back. I think it was Nick Cave, but it was not In the Ass Saw the Angel. It was the other one. I only read it once. It was about the sex dude who was obsessed with sex, the rabbit man. What is that Nick Cave novel? The bunny man. What the fuck is that book? It was good. It was kind of like freaky, but it wasn't sexual. It was just kind of quirky and gross or weird. I liked it. Nick Cave. Fuck it. Nick Cave novels. What the fuck? Faith, Hope, and Carnage? No, The Death of Bunny Monroe. Yeah. And then he dies at the end, right? Oh, sorry. It's not really a spoiler. That's like an actual thing, though. He's like, loves it. He's like living for it. Yeah, that was a great book. I let someone borrow it, never got it back. Can't remember her name, but she was so cute. We just were in high school together. And The Ass Saw the Angel. Also, let someone borrow that. They may have given it back, and then it got lost anyways. That's a beautiful book. And The Ass Saw the Angel, way better book, I think, in a sense. It's so engrossing. It's one of the best books I ever read. It's very kind of sad, and it was at the time that he released Dig Lazarus Dig that I was reading it, and they went very well together, to say the least. I just couldn't get enough Nick Cave at that time in high school for me, probably like my junior year or something, 2009, basically. Like, when did that come out, actually? God damn it. 2008, yeah, that makes sense. So I think I bought it when it came out, and then like that was around the time. That's like, that makes sense. I like hate that so much in a way. How much that aligns like with everything. That's what frustrates me about being a time traveler, is having to remember all of it, because otherwise, if I don't remember it, I'm not gonna be able to access the timeline correctly. Do not disrupt my memories. You know, it's unfathomable that people even try, because it's so difficult. They work hard. They work in overtime, but I work harder, bitch. I'm a Taurus. That's amazing. No, I love this. It's like a whole thing. Who is Artemis? Oh my goodness. Sounds absolutely wild. It's like as wild as my hair right now. That's the thing that came up in my dreams as a kid. My protagonist, or I'm sorry, the antagonist in all of my dreams was Captain Hook for a long time. But it was not Peter Pan like. It was very creepy in these mucus trees. I don't really know if we want to get into my earliest childhood nightmares, but there was training to be done, you know. It's really like hard to run, to be violent, to think to a certain level. It's very rare I have a PTSD dream. My violent dreams are nightmares, so I try to avoid it. I try to wake myself up if shit starts getting too heated, but sometimes I'll be so deep in that I won't remember it as much, but I'll wake up and know some happened, or like be kind of sad, or like vaguely remember, because sometimes there's shit going on and you gotta just like put yourself aside and sacrifice your night of sleep for the cause, you know? Like I don't want to say I really believe that, but I kind of do. If shit went sideways in the classroom, it's like, okay, you can wake up, but then, you know, if there's just some stuff that needs to be taken care of, it's gotta be taken care of. But it's really hard for me to run in my lucid dreams, and throwing punches or anything like that. It's like it makes me worried that I can't do it in real life. Same with screaming. I have dreams I can't scream. It's so fucking scary. You don't think a grown ass man would be out here trying to act like Ursula, right? And be stealing some Ariel voice? That would be fucking crazy, right? If some old ass man was pretending to be Ursula and it's not divine. R.I.P. Says. That would be weird, right? That sounds weird, doesn't it? So it sounds weird. A lot of people want me to shut up and stop talking about all the stuff that we say, you know. That's like, good luck with that, Ursula. Like, I don't see you coming. Like, we aren't kind of all. No. Like, at no point have I ever lost my voice to a full extent of not being able to speak. There have been times in my life I've gone really mute. That doesn't last super long, but it's gone on for days at times. That just doesn't happen that often. And then I forget what I'm fucking doing or how to be human. Oh, that's so funny to think it ties back, kind of, right, to them. I didn't even realize that. I was thinking very much the Disney movie. Didn't realize Ursula's the daughter of Poseidon. That's really interesting. And I'm thinking it's just divine as an octopus, right? That's so funny. Okay, that was pretty good talk. That was pretty good conversation. I don't think it was too obvious or invasive, so I think everybody should just calm down, buck up, be honest, and stop fucking trying to curse people, spread curses and stuff. Might is right. I don't know what that means. I love how, like, the hero never spoke another word. I raised my prices, and he left. So I guess, like, I get the best of both worlds. Isn't that funny how that works? And, like, not even a sub. Just not even on my free page. That's really premium content for all of us to enjoy and not for them. I love that. Like, that's hilarious. That's yuck. That sounds like patriarchal, white supremacist fucking jargon tied to some weirdo pedophile serial cheater abuser dude. And that is the patriarchy present day living out what they think Zeus was about. Gross dude. Needed to conquer society, needed to rule the world, needed to make the rules, needed to have Olympus, needed to separate everything, needed to bitch and fuck everyone. 'Cause what reason, Zeus? We're not there to discuss it. We do not fucking care. I am so glad the people that do find me find that I speak their truth as well in these ways where they've thought about it for 2 fucking seconds before they align with something. And I appreciate you all so much for even teaching me more and more about some of these subjects that I don't know much about but have stances on. That's why I love sharing opinions, is so that we can exchange them, compare them, and take notes and kind of recalculate what we're thinking. Because otherwise you're not really progressing as a person or as a whole. That's just always been my theory on it, and I've always enjoyed debate since I took the class in high school, and that movie Rocket Science is so good. That's sad though. But also colonizers, fuck that, yeah, that's cool. Very Persephone move, right? Is it aerial real? Hmm. Wait, that's a thing? That's interesting. That's so wild. I didn't really know about this stuff. I just was reading a bit about Greek mythology recently. Yeah. And I got to Zeus and was like, the fuck? And now I just look things up here and there and know more about Persephone and Hades, but now a new perspective, because Persephone is the daughter of Zeus and not what's her name? Something like Harold, Helena or something, Helen. But it's very telling of Disney to even suggest that she would cut herself off from the family, right? Yeah. So, and that's part of the story too, is like humans were created and then destroyed and then recreated by someone else, right? Um, was it Zeus created people and then decided he didn't like them? Thank you. Okay. But is Zeus her dad still? And he had multiple wives or just had babies with his sister or something weird, right? Isn't that why that's why I was saying earlier, I totally get why Persephone just wanted to go to Hades and get the fuck out of Olympus, right? The fuck? I'd want to get away from that man too. God damn, I'm sorry your mothers didn't. I don't know what the fuck's going on in there. Good luck to Ganymede. Okay, that's what story I'm talking about. So Zeus made humans and then destroyed them because he didn't like them, cast them away as stones. And Prometheus and someone who said, fine, I'll help you, went and collected all the stones and recreated them out of what Zeus casted as garbage. And I think that's what is why some say is there was some story about that. Yeah, there was a feminine energy that helped him with that. Yeah, I just read about that recently, but I forgot it was Prometheus because that's what I was referring to. I think that what you're saying. So that's great timing. Thank you for looking it up. Cool. All I'm hearing is there's a lot going on there. And I don't know what that's about. I don't know if that's about me. I don't know if that's about my makeup. I don't know if that's about my art. I don't know if that's about my personality. I don't know if that's about my anything. But whatever is a lot going on there, then why do you still stand there? If you think it's too much, go away then. Or like, if you like it, just admit it. That's what's so fucking weird about these, like, it's not just these regular Twitch lurkers. Like, if you just are on scrolling by Twitch, you decided to chill, I ain't trying to hate on you or push you out. It's these really fixated, personal, want my attention energies that come on here obsessively, like trying to take over the readings and stuff. And as soon as I take a quiet moment, the conversation dulls for 1 second. It's there's a lot going on here. Yeah, oh, you didn't know how to dismantle Greek mythology? You didn't fucking read any of the stories that you decided you align with or just go alongside with? Like, you don't fucking research your own heritage, history, whatever the fuck it is? Like, you're mad at me about it? Oh, so close. So close. Why? Who tries to put an arrow in my chest? Like, okay. Okay. The fuck I do? What's Cupid about? Cupid's trying to get me, but not so fast. Oh my goodness. That's cute. It was 2 4 4 4 4 2, but then it was 4 4 4. Like, I had the best Mexican food this week, and I'm still thinking about it. That's crazy. I've been saying I'm not that big of a fan of Mexican. I have one place I like to go to, and then I found another spot, and I'm like, that's dope, God bless. Like, I fucking love this shit. What the fuck, man? I want to go back. That's so funny and so random. I don't know if someone else also had Mexican food this week, but that's just popped in my head. Maybe you're eating it now, okay? And that's why I thought of me eating it yesterday or the day before, whenever that was. Yeah, the ones who had a conscience, the ones who were good people, the ones who weren't fucking 12-year-old boys. And then everybody worships Zeus anyway. Oh, great. Okay. So they give us a fucking chance. They go out on a limb. They defy the gods of the time, right? And they go behind Zeus's back and they do this for us. And what do we do but revere Zeus as some kind of fucking hero? And some ultimate sky daddy like Olympus is supposed to be seen as heaven when he literally kept people as sex slaves, including a child. That's like, is this the world of the lesser gods or is it the world of the greater gods? I feel like Zeus defines Sky Daddy, but in a bad way. It's giving Zachary Quinto in American Horror Story NYC. Like, that kind of energy. Like, I just can't. That season freaked me the fuck out, but it was good. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't see myself rewatching it anytime soon because it is tough. It's so real, but I think every season's very real. But it includes a lot of like stuff that not everyone considers to be true or possible, and they deny that aspect of American history. So watching it feels a little more detached because you don't want to think about how the circus actually was in the 50s and how these people really were discriminated against for being different in ways that were medically just anomalies or unable to cure at the time type shit. Like, unable to explain because we just lacked the knowledge or technology, right? And they were treated like outcasts and horribly. And, like, some people don't really think about the fact that men like Dandy could exist back then as long as they had money. They could buy everything. There wasn't social media. There wasn't live footage. There wasn't cameras. There wasn't DNA fucking testing. There wasn't fingerprinting in the same way there is now. And, like, people don't really associate. They obviously don't in their bloodline. Never faced that type of discrimination or reckoned with the fact that that's who their relatives were, right? Like, they're either one of the two. And so I think people really underestimate how hardcore and how real American Horror Story is in every single season, because a lot of it is so campy and a lot of it is very made up, fictionalized, sensationalized, sexualized even. But it's all very plausible. It's all like, I think Hotel is probably the biggest stretch because actual vampires is something that hasn't really been evident and seemed more of a long run fad, right? But there was a lot of aspects of it that were pretty fucking legit. Haunted hotels and such things, and I believe in ghosts, so who am I to say if other undead creatures didn't exist, right? But there was something about NYC that was strikingly real for anybody who lives in the now and doesn't really associate themselves with their ancestral bloodlines or the history of the land that they're on. There's something very modern about New York in the 80s. There's people you know who were alive in the 80s, and to see something like that season 11, like it was just such an intense take on things, and it was really like, it was very masterfully done in so many ways. I didn't love all of the casting choices, but it ended up being pretty great. And there was a lot of things that felt rushed, but it probably just needed 12 episodes instead of 10. And it was probably worth having this trippy psychedelic art scene at the end to wrap it up than to have some gore fest, even though it was pretty gory. So that's my take on that. I don't know why I was talking about it other than like it is haunting. In that moment, I thought of Zachary Quinto. I got chills because that season is good, but it's harsh reality of how real it is. Mm. Yeah, I'm like so in touch with Persephone now. She's really the only one. Hmm, that's interesting. And you watched AHS NYC? You saw it? You know what I'm talking about? It was gut wrenching. It was very fucking real. It was very like heartbreakingly real. It was, they did an excellent job. It was scary. It was very unpredictable in a sense, even though you think you kind of know, you don't really. It was a great season. Amen. Amen. Fun fact, did you know my perception, or when it comes to modern world, not to transition out of the mythos or anything. If y'all are just joining, what's up? We're in chat mode right now, which is indicated by the pink box. If you want to come back for tarot, the box will be green and you'll know that cards are in session, but I never do personal readings. It's just kind of a general thing. So you should just stick around, be part of the conversation, and talk a little bit, get to know us, and then stay tuned because we will get some more tarot soon, possibly after the next ad break, which I have to roll in the next 10 minutes. Um, that's cool. It's Insomniacs Anonymous. Not much is going on in this moment. We were talking about Greek mythos and expanded it among other things. I just went on a little AHS tangent and then was going to talk about Ultimate Goth Girls. Tarot is also dark and real, and darkness is good and real is the only option. So, um, in a world full of plastic, be as real as you can. That's everything that I am. So I was thinking about Nico and like the most ultimate goth move. I think that's the moment. Okay, her whole life was goth. It was dedicated to goth. She invented modern goth music. Like, arguably, yes, Screamin' Jay Hawkins was the first to do camp goth. He paved the way for things like the Addams Family and the dark charade of goth, like undoubtedly. And some of his music was a bit more toned down than him in a vampire costume, right? So he is the godfather of goth, undoubtedly. But when it comes to godmother, it's Like, obviously Nico, it's only Nico. There's no one even contending with Nico. Susie was after Nico. Bauhaus was after Nico. Nico is goth, right? She lived it. She's fucking born during World War II. German lady who got addicted to heroin and was depressed as fuck, depressing her whole life. No amount of success ever changed that in her. She was beautiful, so she was groomed from a young age. She was taken advantage of, raped. She was fucking good. Just ogled at her whole life. Decided she'd rather be ugly. Dedicated herself to the fucking darkness. Like, literally, so punk rock, risked the law to have concerts in places where it was illegal for her to play at the time. And then even risked shit even more because she was like, get me fucking drugs. Like, right now, or I'm not gonna play. And she would just demand heroin, and they'd be like, holy fuck, it's bad enough we're having a concert, and we gotta get this woman drugs in these foreign countries. For them, they were natives, and they were like, damn, dude, but it's Nico. It was like so punk rock, and she was so goth about it because she was so unfazed. It wasn't punk rock, scream in your face, loud studs. It was subtle. It was black. It was like true. I'm just trying to channel her, I think. It was true goth, right? But the most goth thing she did, the most goth fucking moment of her whole gothic fucking life, being a goth fucking legend and the godmother of gothic music, was that she died on Jumpin' Jay Hawkins' birthday. Like, before him. Jumpin'. Why do I always say Jumpin'? I think his old nickname used to be Jumpin' Jay Hawkins, and he got into music, and he used to play in bars. He used to play piano, and he was in the 20s, and he went by Jumpin' Jay Hawkins. There's a reason I keep saying that, and we brought it up and laughed it off the first time, but no. I bet if you look it up, it might not be in there because his history isn't the most well documented, but his second era in the 30s, that was when he became Screamin' Jay Hawkins, is when he started making music and he started getting up and wailing, and he changed his persona and he dressed like the vampire and he went in that direction. He went goth. He made himself. He was known as Jumpin' Jay Hawkins when he had a job. Hi, you're back. I'm so glad. And then he switched to Screamin' Jay Hawkins. So when I keep saying that, I like know something that I don't know. I don't know where I'm getting that information from other than channeling him directly, but Nico died on Screamin' Jay Hawkins' birthday, as if she didn't live the most goth life. She died on the godfather of gothic music's birthday. Like, and he died in like 1996. She died in like 1989, I think. Like, that's just so fucking goth. Like, I can't think of anything more kind of sentimental or like kind of set in stone is what I mean, more than sentimental. Like, yeah, that's everything to me. So pretty cool. Cute. That's so hilarious. I fucking love the sun. I don't mind the rain on cloudy days. I might go outside and I kind of like it, but it's like, oh, it's a good excuse to stay inside and get stuff done when it rains. It's kind of what I like. And maybe like being able to listen to it or see it standing on the porch when it's raining and it's like covered is like, oh my God, one of the best things in the entire world, right? A little hot cup of coffee. That's like, live for it. But if it's sunny out, I'm out. And everything is out. That's what I'm saying. Taurus sun, alien moon, Persephone rising. It's about to be Aries season. It's about to be awakened. It's about to be blooming. It's about to be the season. Oh, hell yeah. You're about to be in the desert, baby. You're about to be like, la, 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 whatever you want to do out there. But I know you burning this and that. And, like, yeah, like, even if it's, yeah, no, like, yeah. Like, yeah, kind of like almost jealous. I'm so not in it this year still. But hopefully it blooms in spring, and there is a lot that is I have planned. That is true. So there is a lot to look forward to, a lot to coming, but it all seems so uncertain, and I've never been too shy of the void or the unknown, so it should be less than a challenge. But more just getting through this last bout of Pisces season because it'll probably get pretty fucking emotional, is what I'm guessing. As if it hasn't been emotional enough yet. And then, debatable, am I going to get drunk for the New Year's Eve party when it turns from Pisces season to Aries season? Or am I going to wait for Easter to get drunk as fuck? Because that's like the end of Lent, but I gave up alcohol for Pisces season, and I started during Aquarius season. And like, I don't miss it that much, but the sanctity of having spirits, like that just seems like kind of like New Year. Or do I just wait till Easter? I don't know. That's, yeah, I haven't had a drink since February 15th, but it was just like Pisces season. And even though that was Aquarius season, I decided it. I was like so fucking drunk from 2 shots of whiskey that I was like, I'm not drinking. Same. And I will go back to it. But I think I'm always going to be a light drinker. I don't think I'm really going to get habitually drunk ever. I never was that into it in my youth, more so than when I was older. I was kind of done drinking before I turned 21, and then working in bars is like, whoa, okay, I've been a little too drunk, probably shouldn't work in bars. And that's it. It's like the whole thing. I have 30 seconds until the pre-roll ads timer goes off. So I need to roll some ads. 3 minutes. I will come back. If you all want to see some tarot cards, I can come back and do some tarot if you are interested. Someone's got to pick a deck. I think y'all kind of know my shit, like a little bit enough to know, but just say what's on your mind or what you want to know about. There's kind of like 7 to choose from, but I can go into detail when I come back. Unless y'all have more questions and want to chat, let me know. I'll be right back. Okay, so if you know, but I don't ever eat on camera because no one watches me eat for free. However, sometimes we like to do ASMR, so guess what I'm eating? This is not the chips. Damn. I'm about to eat 2 of these. It's my last 2. But it was just so good right now. Oh my god. Okay, not even spiritually. It's not pickles at all, no. Okay. I'm not going to tell you. But do you want a hint? Do you want to see the bag it came in? The flavor. Ooh. The flavor or the bag would be really obvious. So you would rather have the flavor or would you rather see the bag? I know the ads are over now, but I'm cleaning up and I have to know. Okay, you'd rather know the flavor? The flavor is almond. It's not necessarily a spoiler, but now that you know that it's almond, then the bag would be a spoiler. But I think almond is like so vague that like it would be very hard to guess anything in particular without another hint. I didn't see Squid Games. I like the squids, but they fucked with me too much. It was kind of traumatizing. I would never watch anything named after their stupid games. They're kind of sick bastards, even if I do fuck with them. Easily the most invasive testing of any species I have encountered in any of my abductions or inductions. As an eight-legged creature myself. Octopus or spider, only time will tell. It's not foil or plastic, if that also is a hint, and there is no brand. No. That's why it, at this point, is becoming increasingly obvious, sort of a if you know situation. And because I was eating, I'm just fixing myself up, hence why, once again, the cameras are not back, even though the ads are over. And while I sometimes let y'all do my makeup, I'm having a little more fun not worrying about it. Quite frankly, having absolutely no concern of it. Nope. I do have some pink eyeshadow, but I will admit that I'm running low. I kind of went heavy on pink eyeshadow for like, I don't know, the last 2 years. I don't know how you missed it. But probably because I wear glasses is why and how you missed it. Like, obviously, most of the time it's covered up. Plus, my natural tint of my eyeshadow is very pink anyways, and it tends to give everything that hue. Or it looks like I'm wearing it, even if I'm not. We have no guesses. Yeah. Okay. I'm ready to come back. I can't give you any more hints. So we know the bag is not a giveaway necessarily, but it is a giveaway. Like, okay. I'm coming back on. I'm ripping the bong. Are we just in chat mode for a second? Or we didn't even decide on tarot or not. Fix these damn bangs. Damn. Okay. So, it's almond flavored. The bag is not a spoiler. It is not trail mix or anything like that. And now the bag reveal, in which this is where it should become obvious. This is why I was like, well, No, Cracker Jacks. Cracker Jacks ain't bad. I'm not gonna. What do you mean? What the fuck is that? Who the fuck are you? Living in Arizona, probably. I forget that I am blessed to be in an area that has a bunch of fucking food. It's a wax bag from the local Chinese. Chill out. Yeah, the local Chinese place. Almond flavored wax bag. That's what would have been the giveaway if I would have told you about that, like, initially. Would have narrowed it down. Plus almond flavored? Come on, there's only one thing that could have been in this bag. Y'all know what it is. And if you don't, you should. You know, it really, I was like, Source, what are you saying right now? And then you were like, oh, it was a typo. And I was like, that's a great cover, regardless if you meant it or not, because what the fuck? It was kind of a moment. Yeah, it was bad timing if that were the case. For sure, for sure. Yes. Okay. So now it's like the unspoken. We all know what it is now. I love guessing games. What the fuck? What else can we guess though? Like, is it always food? Oh, I told you I was going to show you what chips I had. They're Better Made Salt and Vinegar. Like, top 3 chips of all time, basically. Probably Zab's Voodoo is number 1. Better Made Salt and Vinegar is number 2. Would I just give Purple Doritos number 3? I don't know. Something like that. I'm glad that you don't want to be racist. That's very good. Regular Doritos. Okay, first of all, what does that mean? Nacho cheese Doritos? Or like the unscented kind? Yuck. Both ways. No. The purple bag is like the only bag that matters unless there's limon or fire in it. Okay, like Doritos are not that good. Eat tortilla chips. Best tortilla chips, gotta give it to On the Border. Not even gonna lie. I try to buy the local brands as much as I can. They're kind of expensive. Sometimes they're good. Sometimes they fuck me up. Sometimes they're inconsistent. On the Border, when it comes to name brand, LOL. It kind of is, though. It felt that. I was trying to insult Doritos. You really called me out in that moment. Man, are we all hungry? I feel like I just ate my last 2. Oh, did y'all figure out what it was? Or were we just, like, leaving it on red? What the fuck was that about? Nobody guessed after I showed you the bag? That's so Virgo of you. That's the most Virgo shit I have ever heard in my life. Besides, I don't really like art. A certain type of Virgo. It's like so funny to me though. Very endearing. Some. Others cannot stand the sight of it. Virgo in Aries? Ah, yeah. I can see Aries is kind of like that too. They're almost like low-key too boring for art and they just don't get it. Don't have time for it. Virgo's straight up distaste. Or they have like a very peculiar taste or like very specific kind of one thing across the board. Okay, so anyways. That's how I feel. The world is too boring to be. Well, no, the world is too interesting to be bored, in my opinion. No, it was not a dry crawfish. It was almond flavored. What do you mean? Where did you get the crawfish from? I don't live in the South. I never even ate a crawfish in my life. I've never been anywhere more south than fucking Tennessee. I don't even think I got crawdads in the mountains like that. What the hell? I've never been to a seafood boil. I don't even like crab. I don't even know if I ever ate crab. I had some imitation crab. But it's just vaguely Chinese art printed on a bag. What do you mean? Have y'all never seen a bag like this? Have y'all never had Chinese food in America? What the hell are y'all talking about? Y'all don't have the stuff? Oh my gosh, I think like regional or whatever, like I guess it depends on the food and whatever, but like this is cracking me up. I thought it would be totally obvious by now. Almond flavored and came in that bag from a Chinese restaurant. Like what the fuck else would it be? That's so funny. No, I believe it looks like a crawfish. I just didn't think that you would have come up with that conclusion. It does look like, I think he is fishing in that picture. In my hometown, which is like suspiciously and raciously white, there was like, at one time, there was like 10 or 11 Chinese restaurants within a 6 square mile radius that I could think of off the top of my head. They were all open, and a lot of them only closed during and post COVID. Like, there was so many, and they're all owned by Chinese people. But it's like, of course, Americanized or whatever. So I feel like the culture where I'm from was always, it's white, like people everywhere. But like, for some reason, white people love Chinese restaurants, I guess. They thrive in the whitest city in America for whatever reason. Yeah, okay. Well, they weren't good jokes, so it's like I'm shocked that you had the audacity to bring that up. I'm not a Gen Zer, by the way. I was there. When people told black jokes, I thought they meant that they got jokes from the black people that told the jokes, and that's why they were called black jokes, because black people made the jokes. Like, I was very sheltered. Like, it's a very innocent way of thinking it. It's like, oh, well, I guess if it's a black joke, it's okay. Like, no, nope, nope, nope. That's not what that means. I don't know why he got that notion, because I was, like, very young, right? Like a literal child, and kids are telling these racist-ass jokes. When the Hot and Ready came out, yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, I don't think I get it, but I guess that's something I don't understand. Like, that's whatever. Very skewed perception, very sad, very oblivious, very innocent, very always like that, very sweet in that way. I want to see the best in people, and I want to assume the best of people. But if you're going to show me continuously the worst of you, then, like, I'm sorry. What am I supposed to do? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you? The pain you feel, the pain, it's real. You trust, you must confess that someone's getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you. Oh, 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 oh. I don't really listen to the Foo Fighters, but I do kind of like that song and Everlong Acoustic. And Everlong Not Acoustic is pretty good. Don't really like Foo Fighters though. I think Nirvana is a lot better than Foo Fighters, but I appreciate them not trying to do Nirvana without Kurt. Obviously, that'd be weird. And RIP to the other one. Oh my god, I can't believe I just called him that. What's his name? The blonde guy. Tracy something. Not Tracy. Similar. Trey Songs is not the one. God damn it. This is embarrassing. Hello. Oh, you haven't been here in a while. You were very chatty. No, you were not chatty. I thought you were here for a minute one time, but it seems like I have mistaken you for otherwise. I don't know if I agree that NFT lives matter. I kind of hate the entire technological movement towards the arts, or rather, the attack from the technological movements onto the arts. If you're just tuning in or you're new here, welcome, hello. That one tasted like high school. It was a casual challenge moment, but also time traveler. You know how, like, when we used to go, like, around smoking weed in high school back in the days where weed was, like, illegal, right? Because, of course, I live somewhere where it's legal, and that's why it's illegal for me to smoke on Twitch. But that hit tasted as if the weed had been sprayed the fuck out of by some stoner chick that was trying to cover up the fact that she had weed in her bag. Love that. Yeah, dude. Chinese buffets, a lot of them were buffets. Not all of them, but a lot of them were buffets. Some of them were like really nice sit-down restaurants. Some were carry-out places. Like, I'm telling you, man, whitest city in America, like 8 years running at one point. And yet, they really loved Chinese food. They still do. A lot of them are still open. It's crazy. It's kind of funny. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Lunch buffet is where it was at. I have not been to a Chinese buffet in a long time. It's probably one of the more gluttonous things that I could do as a person. But honestly, oh man, I just really love the experience of eating. Even if I could photosynthesize, I think if I were a crystal gem, I would be like Amethyst, where she's like, dude, I love eating stuff. Like, what is this? This is awesome. I love it. Do I need it? No. Does it have any effect on me? No. Is it enjoyable? Absolutely. Like, for sure. I think I am Amethyst, huh? Because she's the punk one, dude. I can be a real sapphire at times, and having a ruby around is great. Because garnet is awesome, but on my own, typically just amethyst. Wouldn't you know? Maybe a little less disgusting, or so I'd like to think. Oh. I didn't see Hunger Games. I don't get what. I guess I don't get the reference. Cat piss and PETA. Fucking pissed off. Okay. Cool. Didn't watch Game of Thrones either, I take it. No, I fucking didn't. Alright? And I've never seen The fucking Godfather. And I don't want to fucking talk about The Sopranos either. Because I'm gonna sit here and be like, yep, Italian, American, and yet you haven't seen the trilogy? The series? The fuck is wrong with you? I don't know. I don't watch Marvel movies. Ooh, shocker. Some of them are okay. Some of them it's like, are you fucking serious? When I say it, it's ridiculous. When they say it, it costs $3 million. The fuck is this about? The fuck are you doing? Okay? You botched it. Good job. Okay, mukbangs gross me out. I don't mind some ASMR eating, but mukbang takes it way too far for me. I can't deal, even though we were just talking about Chinese buffets, that kind of gluttony, that amount of food, it just makes me sick to watch people eat like sloppy, like mass amounts. I can't do the mukbangs. Whew, that's like, that's what makes food not sexy to me. Whereas sometimes eating, I almost said something very dangerously on Maine. Let's save it for the other side. Okay. Okay, yeah. I feel like that's just ASMR, right? That they just are eating. Because, like, isn't that kind of the difference? Is mukbang is, like, mass amounts of food. And, like, that's the niche or something. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand it. Like I thought. I have no idea. Because I'm not into it. You know? Those videos freak me out. It's gross to watch, but I get it. Some people are just hungry and have high metabolisms, and you might as well make some money from it or whatever. Dude, competitive eating is crazy. That's what I'm saying, where it's like, to a certain extent, I don't know, but it is intriguing as fuck because I will never forget, I was in high school and my cousin and I were watching, like, I think it must have been non-cable television, man. I don't even know. It was like some PBS shit or something on, and like I feel like they did have cable though. What the fuck were we watching? Where it was like a documentary episode about competitive eaters. So they were like basically following around three competitive eaters the week of a fucking competition, and I don't even think they were competing against each other, but maybe they were all in the same competition. I don't really remember that part. I'm also thinking of the competitive eating episode of the show Deadbeat on Hulu, which was pretty funny in my opinion, but maybe not that cool. Would have to check it out yourself. Anyways, these competitive eaters would eat all week to train themselves. You would think like, oh, starve yourself so that you can eat a ton, you'll be super hungry. But when you starve yourself, you're shrinking your stomach, you're killing your appetite, and you get fuller faster. So they actually eat a lot, like a lot, the week of their meats. It's like the opposite of what you would think to do. And one thing they do the night before is eat a bunch of fucking iceberg lettuce. And when I say a bunch, I'm talking these fools would go to restaurants and order an entire table of food and just sit and fucking eat it in the sitting because they're training for their competitive eating at the end of the week, right? And then the night before, 3 pounds. 3 pounds of iceberg lettuce. 3 motherfucking pounds. Because it makes you eat 3 pounds worth of like your chewing. But because iceberg lettuce is so much water content, it is expanding the stomach while you eat it, and it's increasing your appetite without actually giving any sustenance. And so then the next day they'd be ravenously hungry with an enormous appetite, and they would genuinely be like, I can just eat 90 hot dogs right now. It was the craziest thing to watch. Crazy. Like, so nuts. I'm personally more of a spring mix girl. I'm like all about the nutrients, the iron. I know. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's just crazy. Like, it's just something I watched in high school. So me and my cousin were watching this thing on TV. Like I said, I don't know what we were watching, but it was like they followed him around. And it was just like this one episode, right, of like these three competitive eaters. So they were like, yeah, we eat all this lettuce. And then we like got a fucking 1 pound bag of salad. Maybe it was two. There's no way I could finish a pound of salad now, but at the time we were like struggling to finish a pound or like a 2 pound. Maybe we did try to go for 3. And I think the two of us got like halfway through it. It was like, I don't think we can eat 3 pounds of salad between us. It's insane. Because salad's been my favorite food since I was like 8 years old. Like, I fucking, yeah. Yeah. No, we literally were like, let's look in the fridge. We'll replace it tomorrow. I think it was probably a holiday coming up and her mom like bought bags of fucking, you know what I'm saying? Those pre ones. Hell yeah, we put dressing and shit on there. They don't put much. I think they use only dressing because they don't mind the calories. Yeah, but you can't have a bunch of toppings or you'll get too full too fast. Oh, that's weird. That's so sociopathic to me, bro. What the fuck? Okay, didn't mean to call you a sociopath, but I just have this theory that people who like plain things and don't use condiments freak me out. That's just like, it freaks me out. I feel like the food is the vehicle for the condiments. The joy of life is condiments. That's like the fucking craziest thing. But also, I drink coffee black. And I like, you know, straight espresso. And I also like used espresso pads to just eat them. And sometimes after my French press cools down, I like to just sometimes even swallow the coffee ground. I've been wondering if that's like terrible for me because so far it's not really having any really unnatural effects. Seems to just be not much different than drinking coffee in general. It's like the texture addiction. I don't know what that's about. And the taste, the bitter taste. I think I have alien taste buds. I like things extremely hot, extremely sweet, extremely gritty, extremely bitter, extremely sour, like very extreme. Yeah, sorry, I didn't even think about the fact that people who don't know me and haven't talked about this with me before are like listening to this right now. It's like, who are these 5 other people who aren't talking? That's hilarious. So yeah, we could not eat 3 pounds of salad. But we definitely gave it a valiant effort. We got like more than halfway through between the two of us. Um, Competitive eating. My eating habits are a bit strange. I like don't know why though. I hate ketchup, to be honest. And I get that. That sucks about your allergy. I love caramel color. I can't do red 40 as much or like the blue dyes. I will sometimes, but like the fuck even is that? Makes my teeth hurt, makes my head hurt. I do not enjoy it. Fuck ketchup. It's disgusting. I think I talked about my trauma with ketchup. That shit's nasty. I just, after working in restaurants, it's like I'm scarred. I would never see ketchup the same way, and I just avoid eating it. If it's on something, I'm not gonna be like a bitch about it. I'll just suck it up and eat it. It's not always terrible, but like I'm not about to just. I can't. I can't. Even as a kid, I would just like unscrew the cap on the pepper and just dump it in ketchup and mix it to the point where it was just like wet pepper. I'm lactose intolerant. Oh my god, I've never heard anyone say that. You're hilarious. That sucks, but it's also very normal. To be lactose intolerant, and you actually just evolved as a human being was meant to, because it's actually a genetic mutation to be able to digest milk. So actually, it's kind of weird that people can eat dairy. That was an evolutionary bonus that people came across because it was a survival mechanism in different parts of the world at different times of drought and famine. That actually has come up on the stream recently, so it's weird that it's coming up again. If I had a podcast, would you guys listen to it, or is it kind of weird to have a separate podcast of just me talking when the stream is just me talking, but it would essentially be me not having to respond to anybody saying anything? That being said, would you guys want to watch YouTube videos of individual zodiac readings like I used to do? Because it sucks. Oh, no, I don't really do ASMR. If you want me to eat more food, I'm a little full right now, but I can hit this bong again. Sometimes we do stoner ASMR. This one's nice. Ready? You're not that for anyone? What does that mean? What did I ask? What would I win? I'm confused. Would you want me to do 333 astrology videos again? No, I'm not actually doing ASMR. It's just my little intermittent thing if I'm ever snacking off camera. 3333333. That's cute and sweet. The bong was a joke. I'm not just gonna sit here and do ASMR. I do have these nails though, so I could see how it was misleading to bring it up and then not do it. It's like really bad ASMR. People just join the chat. They're like, what is that about? I'm sorry, you guys. I'm done. Anyways, what's up? I'm Illuminati Miss Decks. I got like 7 tarot decks. Well, technically 8, but one of them is not safe for work, so I don't use it on stream. Would y'all want to watch some not safe for work tarot readings? Let me know. The individual zodiac readings were cool, but YouTube sucks. But Twitch is awesome, so if y'all like that stuff, I don't know what else I asked, but I'm just saying. Possibilities are endless. So if y'all want to get into some tarot, we've been chatting for a minute here. Kind of wondering why you're asking. People do like alien readings, Source. Why are you bringing that up again? Because you know I didn't put the deck away, or were you even here for that? My zodiac sign, I'll like tell you my whole chart and I'm not give a fuck because it's great if you judge me. Why leave it to God? That means I have to wait until I die to be judged. Go for it. Okay, look at my outfit. You think I wasn't ready to be judged? You think I wasn't coming serving looks for a reason? Okay. Oh, I love all of that. Okay, so they want to know what we want to do next. LOL. I'm not a Gemini, but I love Geminis. I'm a lover of a Gemini. I love Gemini energy. I like see the dark side. I get what people don't like about them, and I can look past it because I think they're absolute joys. They're misunderstood. They can be a hot mess, and I think we're all entitled to our moments. And I think that like a good evolved Gemini really is a treasure to behold, and like working through the ebbs and flows of that split Sour Patch personality in the end is probably worth it because they are very genuine, they are very sweet, they are very innocent, they are very beautiful people, creature, gems. Like, I don't know, crystal gems. Like, I love Gemini, so don't come on here and try to hate them. But I don't even have any Gemini in my chart. I do not drink dairy products. I eat cheese sometimes, but I stick to mostly vegan diet, and then sometimes I eat meat. More frequently, I eat meat than I eat cheese. But if something has dairy in it, I won't not eat it. Whatever. But also, your message is very fun. I can't wait to get like a good drunk at the end of my fasting. My armpit itched. Did somebody get a tattoo recently? Stop scratching. If you got a tattoo in this general area, you need to hydrate it. Put your Aquaphor on right now. You're subconsciously scratching your tattoo. Don't do that. You're sipping Merlot. Y'all are killing me, but at least I have my bong. Goddamn. You're lying to me, Dom. Why would you say that to me? That's so mean. You know that's my dream. You can't do that. You can't just say like, oh, I did the thing that you've always wanted someone to do and then like be the one to do it and then just be making fun of me and like not mean it. Like, what the fuck? You didn't even buy a skateboard, Dom. Like, don't get me going for no reason. Okay? Like, that's a lie. You've not always wanted to tattoo my face on you. But like, I always thought it would be cool to be like not pinup style necessarily, but totally, absolutely, the pinup styling, sort of like my imagery. I don't know. I always thought that would be cool. I'm like too good at roasting people, not good at making fun of people. If that makes sense. Like I might roast you for something. What? Oh, maybe yeah, maybe. I've been known to swing. We know that, right? We know I'm working on it. I'm a very not super into violence person. I understand violence is a choice for other people, but for me, I prefer to be peaceful. However, the raging, coursing PMDD that is very much a similar personality to the full spectrum of Tyler Durden has come out, and I have indeed, yes. A few times in my life, okay? I'm literally actively trying to be a better person. It's not necessarily working, like, to the extent that I need it to, but, like, it's a work in progress because that's the nature of PMDD. Okay, it's not stupid. What is stupid? Like, listen, when I say Tyler Durden, yeah, why pull their ponytails? The only time you should be pulling ponytails is if you're already in bed with them. Okay, so it was you. You need to put Aquaphor or something you have on it. If you have cream for a tattoo, then you need to put that on there right now. Yes. That's so funny. So that's probably what it was. Because I was thinking what an odd place for a tattoo. Tap who on the shoulder and say hello? Amen to that. Oh, a girl you have a crush on? Amen. She puts diamonds on her forehead. They remind her how the animals and trees and insects call. In case someone was wondering what the fuck was going on there. Because I could sense that someone was. But it's also, shine on. Welcome to the Illy Millie gets a little silly chilly. Or chilly silly, because it's a big chill, but the big sill. Big silly hours. Silly goose, welcome to the pond. The illuminated waters of the one and only. Cuckoo hours. The midnight morning, as I like to call it. Good morning, good evening. 4:20 just passed, huh? But it's 3:21, isn't it? Sounds like a good time to blast. What y'all got in now? Is somebody really doing all that? This is just weed for me, but if somebody's got a little dimethyltryptamine, come on in, buddy. We got 20 minutes until the next ad break. Let's do it. I'm just smoking weed, but I said blast off, so that was interesting, right? If somebody was thinking about it, this is the time. Let's do it, right? Again, I'm just smoking weed because it's legal and I'm allowed to. I'm way of age. If you didn't think I was, thank you. I'm a little bit psychic, but not really identify as a psychic. But the more I stream, the more I realize there's definitely a little bit of psychic ability there. Shea butter's nice because it's natural. Well, as long as it's natural, it's shea butter. You gotta watch Dirk Gently. Yeah, okay, so it's Douglas Adams' book. I haven't read Dirk Gently. I read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It changed my life. During quarantine, I watched the TV adaptation of the book Dirk Gently to the Holistic Detective Agency, and another book that Douglas Adams wrote after it by a different name, adapted into 2 seasons of television, of British television, with Elijah Wood. Okay, so, like, you've got to watch it. It's amazing. It's time travel done very well. Very cool. Very us. Very delightful. Douglas Adams is a true, genuine American hero. I absolutely adore him. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a great movie, too. but there is something about Dirk Gently that's just like, goddamn, that shit is so good. So, yeah, and then I also really enjoy Umbrella Academy when it comes to like time travel, anything. Umbrella Academy did a really good job with it as well. Those are my top two references or referrals for time travel content is Dirk Gently and Umbrella Academy. If you had a time machine, you would absolutely not have the power, authority, or access to destroy it. And I'll tell you that right now because that is just how those things work. That's right. And just randomly start scratching for no reason for the first time all night once you were here. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I'm psychic, but I think if I just sit in a circle with people, that I can just kind of know what they're doing or thinking or seeing. So you can imagine that when I'm with people physically, like, that is a challenge for people who are, one, in denial of themselves, two, hiding something, especially from me, or three, ultimately in disbelief of these things and therefore in denial of them. And so I feel like there is like a certain amount of kind of like isolation that I expect in my life. And there's a lot of it that I cause myself because of the turmoils of having PMDD, in addition to being slightly invasive towards people in that sense of like, oh, gosh, I'm a wreck. I'm mean. I'm angry. I'm having flashbacks. I'm out of control. My hormones are. It's not erratic though. It's very scheduled behavior, and it's very easy to handle. And I know what my triggers are, and I let people know ahead of time, and it like never were unfailing. I gotta do stuff, and therefore it doesn't work. If I sit perfectly still, like I'll be fine. I don't think people realize like the true beast of what it is. And like it's taken years of research and conversations with thousands, hundreds of thousands of other people with the same condition to be like, damn, what is that? And personally, I think it's alien abduction side effects. That's like as simple as it gets. Like, I don't know what an erratic. Oh, I thought you meant like my behavior was erratic. Is an erratic a thing? It is the sexism, yeah. It's the sexism. Where I'm just perceived to be unreliable, unstable, yada, yada, yada. When really it's just because. Thank you. Y'all are really comforting too, and it gives me the power to open up more. But it is sexist in nature to think that I'm somehow out of control when I have it so under control that I know exactly when I'll be mad or be mean. I come on here and I tell people, hey, I'm not in a good mood tonight. If I start getting snippy, I apologize. I'm going to back down from having a fight instead of reaming people out, raising my voice, or breaking controllers like men do all the time. And yet I'm the one who's seen as erratic. And I'm the one who's seen as unstable, and I'm the one who's crazy and needs therapy. Like, I've heard it all from these dudes who act way worse for way less, without a disability, without a period. Oh, who's scratching their ear like maybe I should have listened to her, maybe I should have taken her advice, maybe I should have taken her seriously, maybe I am dumb. Who's that? Who needs to go clean out their fucking ears, bro? Gross. Get out of here, bro. Go get drunk somewhere else. It is like way too early for you to just be up and fucking mourning something that you've done to yourself. Good God, goodbye, Pisces ass sadness. Leave the chat, please. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you haven't been lurking and you like can't take blah 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 blah. Shut up. Bye. Okay. Anyways, didn't leave. Doesn't matter. Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. But then if I'm like, yo, my period's coming and I feel like I could kill something, please stay out of my way. Don't bother me. I'm sorry I can't really show up for work today. I probably should be left alone. Please make sure I eat food because if I starve myself, trust me, I'm very happy to do so. You think I want to do this again next month? I don't. When I say Tyler Durden, I don't just mean that I start Fight Club. Who do you think I swing on first? That was Tyler. You forget. I am the worst. I am the, no spoilers, but we've all seen Fight Club, right? That's a very specific reference. But that's very different than a mental illness. It is the ebbs and flows and highs and lows of the fucking estrogen pops and drops and the flux of testosterone literally coursing through my body and my autistic brain being like, there's something that's not computing. There's something wrong. I feel like a man and I will start wars. And then it's like, oh my God, why? I don't want to be violent. This is insane. And just like crying about it. And then it's like, oh, I'm bleeding now. Oh God, this hurts. It's just like something new every single fucking day. And people underestimate it, Oh, and yeah, I run my mouth. I have flashbacks so bad I'm in fucking war mode, and yeah, my words are war. Like total monologues of like flashback energy of like, I thought we resolved this. Like, what are you even saying? You're cussing me out for stuff I did so long ago that you say that you've. And it's like I have worked through it, but damn, I'm getting a flashback right now to anything if you trigger me somehow. It's like so wild. That's the disadvantage of being a time traveler is the PTSD effects probably never goes away. And that's the thing about subjecting myself to being even open to the concept of aliens is that they used my body, clearly. That's like, there's really no scientific explanation behind the PMDD and the difference in the extremity of PMDD compared to something like PMS, where it's mostly physical symptoms and a little bit of moodiness, where PMDD is straight up suicidal thoughts like, oh, bitch, you're not pregnant. You're about to get your period. Guess you should just kill yourself. You can't even get pregnant. You didn't even have a baby. The man didn't even blah, 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 blah. And it's like, dude, I am so unfocused on that. I have zero desire to have children. Please keep men away from me. Why is my brain pitting itself into suicidal depression over this for no reason? Because it's far from what I want. But it's like knowing it'll end, but then it's just like mass amounts of pain, cramps, physical pain, pins and needles. I was talking about that yesterday. Post-period anxiety, paranoia that is physical in my body, where I'm like vibrating and it's like Hellraiser. Think Hellraiser times 1,000. And paranoid thoughts, jilting to and forth, pins and needles. Like that's what it feels like after. And that's what I'm saying. But I'm just seen as erratic, where it's like, I'm on a schedule. It varies between 24 and 32 days, but typically runs on a 26-day cycle. Good luck. It's not that hard to keep a schedule. I track my moods, behaviors, diet, bowel movements, tastes, appetites, sexual experiences daily. The amount of sleep I get, the things I consume. I know myself, dude. That is so far from the question. That's what I'm saying. Oh, and doctors still are like, maybe we should get some blood work before we call it PMDD. The fuck are you talking about? You're looking at my medical history and you can't see that that's what it was the whole time. You fucking morons. I'm sorry, I'll never trust a fucking white coat with a textbook. Tried it. Fuck no. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, I've monitored myself, and I have physically asked people for help, and they have rejected me because they're like, you're crazy, you don't deserve help for some reason, and then turn around and say, why don't you just ask for help, and then say, oh, I got you if you need anything, and say, oh, it's no problem, and then say, well, can't you do it yourself? It's like, what in the... This is why y'all have mental health issues. The fuck kind of mindset logic do you think about the things you say before you say them? Like, man. So this is one of my 3 days in this next 2 weeks that I'm just myself, and I am not any of those things. I am not Tyler, I am not Sarah, I am just me. And I get to be liquid clear myself for like literally maybe 3 days before I start needing Jesus in the non-violent way, in the stupid dick brain way is even worse than like the excruciating pain. That's, yep. That's, yep. Same. And the thing is, all of the things that have happened that people diagnosed as psychosis, depression, well, depression was psychosis, right? And schizophrenia and PTSD is so real. The PTSD is so real. It was probably more something like autism and maybe consequentially ADHD, sort of. It's like a lot of the same traits, but I think it's more in a different lane, but very, yeah, I know. Well, I've tailored my life to this. That's why I do this, is because I cannot go to a restaurant or a bar on days where I'm bleeding the fuck out and be like, hi, what can I get for you? Because I'm gonna go, I don't want to get you shit. What do you want? And if you want to fight me, I'm gonna fight you. And I will quit this job just to fight you. So what are you gonna do? And my employers are either like, you go girl, or they're like, oh hell no. And it just don't work. Because most jobs I can't call off. Most jobs that I've had no kind of protection in any semblance. Like, yeah, I cope really well because there's no cure, there's no treatment. Some people say, oh yeah, take Wellbutrin. And then they come back a month later and say, anybody else got anything else that isn't Wellbutrin? Same thing with birth control. Some people say, yeah, birth control's working. Then they're like, I've been on birth control for a year. It's no longer working. Like, there's nothing. I'm coping. That's the best I can do. If people could stop messing with me, stop fucking trying to gaslight me into thinking that I am some kind of uncontrollable, sporadic rage. I love you so much. Have a great night. Yeah, and I avoid pharma because they've been wrong, unhelpful, and totally useless so far. Because they're like, you must be bipolar. That was the other one. Bipolar. Girl, BPD. Girl, it's been PMDD. PMDD is all of those things. Look at the motherfucking facts. Look at my chart. Look at the fucking routine nature of it. Oh my God. They are so dumb for that. And it's not just one doctor or one therapist. It's so many of them. I have slipped through the fucking cracks and destroyed my medical records in the way that it looks criminal to them. So I cannot get any help. They no longer take me seriously. In the medical world, it's like literally brilliantly evil. It's a different kind of hell, different kind of prison, different kind of torture. Psychological, you know? And medical, so a little bit physiological. Just creepy shit because I'm an anomaly to them. And that's scary. Like bleeding out and going to the fucking ER and seeing like 100 doctors in one night and being ran every fucking test possible and all of them concluding nothing. They're like, we have no idea, but we can make the bleeding stop. Sorry, come back if it happens again. What the fuck? No explanation. No wonder everybody said it was aliens. And then I started doing this stuff more. Got more into this, dedicated my time to this. All of a sudden I'm channeling aliens and talk about Jesus being a hybrid, which makes sense, but isn't something I knew before a year ago. When I made that silly episode about 420, maybe that was 2 years ago. Either way, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's so wild. And yeah, a lot of the drugs do make me just like, I did, they put me on, Zyprexa itself was like pretty rough because I was already over it. But before that, it was like a mix with Depakote and Risperidone. It was just like it's a pretty intense combo. And physically, I couldn't do it. I was like, yo, I can't stand up. I can't walk. I can't use stuff with my hands. Holy fuck, dude. I can't walk around and work a job like this. I'm gonna get drunk about it. What the hell? And the one thing you're not supposed to do is get drunk, but the weed was way worse, and I needed something to cope with what they gave me to cope with. I'd rather cope my own way. I am coping. I use weed as a medicine. That's why you'll notice, like yesterday, didn't really smoke as much. Today I'm enjoying myself, but the last couple days before that, I was fucking chiefing because I was like, needed to stay medicated through that horrible Hellraiser pins and needles feeling post period, post cramps and Blood City. It's so crazy. That's so wild. I definitely tapped out at the dentist. They told me they weren't allowed to give me any more than they had already given me. They were like, yo, we can't turn it up. If you don't feel that, that's fucked up. And then I was high as hell. At first, I really didn't feel it. And then they were like, okay, well, we can't give you any more. And I was like, all right, well, I'm pretty much stoned. And then it was like, oh shit, it's kicking in now. That was such a good fucking high. I'm just, they're drilling my teeth. I'm like connecting with the ancestors of dentistry in the fucking, waterfall office. I just shivered at that. You were not, like, exaggerating when you said overdose me? I didn't realize you were okay, I'm putting it all together now. That's insane. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, what the fuck's Big Pharma doing with this shit? You know what I mean? I'm not about it. I'm not into it. I'm trying to find alternatives. I've studied this for years now, and there's really not very many good alternatives. There's some really unusual ones, real psychedelic ones. That's like, man, if you would have told me at 19 that my life was going to lead me here and I would be against it by the time I got there, there's no way you would have convinced me. But like, here we are. It's kind of beautiful. It's everything it ever needed to be. And I love that for me, for you, for all of us. And like, if people want to stop that from happening, then that's what they're going to do. But at the same time, I love every single one of you. And I'm like so ready to fucking make something better out of life for everyone and not just myself, because that's been my problem the whole time, is having to focus on myself. It takes up so much of my time to have to be tracking and paying attention to this PMDD shit. Like, literally. Like, I don't know how else to explain that. It literally, because there's no treatment, there's no cure, there's no end in sight, there's no real good means of anything to deal with it other than like illicit fucking stuff at this point. That's just I got 2 minutes till I gotta roll the ads. There's just a need to focus on it when I'm in those states of like, I have to do I have to put out the research, I have to interpret my data, I have to explain the situation formally, I have to type it out, write it down. But I'm also like conspiracied out, where I'm like, this is clearly a side effect of alien abductions and or some kind of unconsensual testing on our bodies. And like, that's a very logical conclusion when you get the whole story. So that, like, I'm working on a book. It's called Persephone Made a Damn Deal, because I do feel like a long line of Persephone, and we made the deal to be in hell once a month instead of 6 months out of the year, right? You have no idea. It's like a new fucking torture experience every single day, except for like these few days in between that are like just me. And people still don't even like those days because I'm still just as weird and paint on my face and want to have these conversations and still can apparently read minds and know what everybody's eating on stream, right? Is somebody got a ginger beer, or is it just a ginger ale? Because I had a ginger beer earlier and I love ginger beers. Hey, Murdy. That's funny, making fun of my title. Were you making fun of the animals that run the corporate world? I don't know. Either way, I have 30 seconds. I gotta roll ads. If you want, we can do some tarot. If y'all want to keep talking, we can. I'm feeling like I think I'm just the way I'm sitting, a nudge to maybe draw some cards. The claw of the master. He chooses who will go and who will stay. Okay, it's I got 8 seconds. I'll be right back. Let me know what you want. Oh, that sounds horrible, but it tastes so good. What do you think that is? It came in a paper bag. I'm eating it plain right now. Hint, this did not come from the same place as the other thing that no one ever guessed. Oh my god. I never told y'all what was in the bag. Y'all never said what was in the bag. Oh my god. This is worse than that one movie in the box. Okay, so what am I eating now? Oh my god, I wish I had some butter right now. Holy fuck, I wish I had butter right now. I have like an issue with butter because I eat way too much of it when I eat it, so I just don't eat it that much. But because when I'm eating, I'll be good with butter. Any guesses? Some of them have breathing machines. Or they like practice not sleeping on their back. Yo, this bread is so good. Spoiler alert, bread. What kind of bread though? Family, what are we doing? Because I'm about to start singing. Ooh, I fucking love that. Are you talking about like Ezekiel bread level grains or not quite that? Mine was pita bread. And by the way, it was almond cookies. Nobody figured that out. The Chinese restaurant bag, it was almond cookies. They're so good. I got a dozen. It took me like 3, maybe 4 days to eat them, but they were delicious the entire time. 10 out of 10. Gonna get more all the time, forever. Because they stayed good the whole time. Amazing. What the fuck did I do to my nail? What did I do to my nail? I'm glad it didn't break. It's just the polish. And I'll get it fixed. But did I? It's like dusty. Where it's like, did I grab something and scratch it? Don't worry, it'll be polished tomorrow. Anyways. That sounds amazing. No, I got that. I figured that's what you meant. Did not think about Avatar, but I love that you clarified for us, just in case anybody did think that you thought he was eating some really hippie bread, you know? It's like not that kind of thing. We get it. I kind of got a little bit sleepy. What are y'all up to? What's up? What do you want to do? Want to chat for a few? Maybe I can take a long break. It's about to be that time where I'm usually wrapping it up, or I am going to take a long break and do some stuff. So, what are we thinking? Do you want me to kind of check back in like 10 minutes? We'll take like a 20-minute break and come back with tarot, or do you want to just call it a night and do tarot Sunday? Because like I do take today off. Sunday I work, but I'll still be free to stream Sunday night per usual, but I won't be streaming tonight. So do y'all want to let me get up? Because I gotta pee. I gotta I'm snacking. I need better food. If we're gonna do more tarot, I'm sleepy. I need to replenish, and I'm gonna need to get up and walk away for a bit. So it's up to y'all. That's so funny. Well, we can talk. I got like a few minutes before I'm gonna go. And then, like I said, I'll come back and I'll stay up late if y'all are down. It seems like people are out. It's been a minute since I did a long stream. Even the past few nights, because I've been breaking it up with tarot and the painting. No regrets, but they are shorter streams, and I get that people kind of prefer the longer ones. So I wouldn't mind coming back with more tarot. I did do a super long mystery deck reading, like before the chat for the past couple hours. Dude, you know how badly I want to just start making fucking coffee? It just takes forever for me to clean my French press, so I shouldn't do it like during a break. But like, if y'all want some tarot, I'm down. I'll make it an unhinged day, because honestly, I need to sleep Saturday night because I gotta wake up Sunday morning, and I'm nocturnal, and I'm very excited for my plans on Sunday. But it's like super difficult to be completely nocturnal. Essentially, like there's really no way around it. Doesn't that sound so nice? It's not just coffee, babe. It is a French fucking press. It does kind of take forever to heat up the water with my heater, because that would be the only way to do it, is if I could keep an eye on it while I heat it up, and I gotta clean the French press. It's like a lot. But it does, doesn't it just sound so good? It just sounds lovely. And I gotta pee so bad, and I forgot the last run. I gotta get water. So if y'all want to stick around for some French Press Friday, don't care what time it is, don't care what time zone you're in, it's still French Press Friday. I'm low-key down. I think it sounds like a lovely morning. Maybe I'll have an unhinged Saturday, one more Saturday night. Okay? Even though I'm a little tired. Didn't sleep that much yesterday. Again, I gotta sleep tonight. I need to sleep tonight. So, I'm down to do tarot if y'all are down to chill through a long break. It won't be like 3 minutes. What do you mean? French Press Fridays? That's been a thing since before I knew you, I thought. Unless that was like the really early days with you. But if y'all are sticking around, you can pick the deck. Was that us? Like February 2021. Okay, maybe you don't know anything. But yeah. I'm really, I love that. So, I'm gonna, do that, and then we can come back with some tarot, or what's good? pop in and chat a little bit in between, but I'm just going to be rolling ads as much as possible in the next 20 minutes. So if you want to come back and check on it later, you're more than welcome to. With deck options, we already used the mystery deck. If we want to keep talking aliens, I think maybe that's what the coffee's for. Is like, I noticed that the carbonation helps me get up and down faster, and when I don't have it, I had to eat so much more to replenish myself to be able to keep going. And usually I literally think it's the carbonation in the drinks. It's very odd, but it's something that always comes up. And when I'm doing those kind of readings, I'm always like chugging it. It's so odd. It's not that odd though. It's like a frequency thing, and it kind of makes sense. Like being able to, I don't know. Anyway, we have a few different love decks. We've got like a few different life decks. I'm kind of leaning towards something more positive. If we do anything, maybe we can do a little more mystery deck. Maybe we can mess with the angel deck, my mandalas, the cosmic deck of initiation. Oh, that makes total sense, and that's what I love about it. And that's why I try not to be like as addicted to it as I once was, but I was also raised on it heavily into my culture of being Italian American and just drinking it since fucking day one. So, anyway, let's do it. We'll do a little good morning. But we gotta decide what deck y'all want. And then maybe I'll work on that. But I think I might save this for like Monday. I think I need to let it sit for a while before I decide what I'm gonna do. Even though I'm very anxious to finish it, her hips need to be decided on. Look at how this is coming out so beautiful. I'm so fucking excited about it. But yeah. Secret Garden was my favorite book for a long time. That's odd, but I've done coffee and Coke, so. And I do mean Coca-Cola, not cocaine. Not that I've not done cocaine and wine, but not mixed like in the drink. But, alright. You're a great story. I'm like not sure what we were great storying about, but that's great. So, I'm gonna roll some ads and we're gonna be back in a little bit. I'm gonna take care of a few things and get prepared or attempt to ready the things that I would need to have a little French press morning. French press Fridays in the midnight morning and the afterglow of it all. So I gotta go. Okay, as promised, I'm back. And you'll notice I'm in chat mode and not tarot mode, even though I said, oh, tarot, blah, blah, blah. My forehead says diamonds. And it was crazy diamonds. I got a bunch of stuff done. Let me catch up on this chat. If anybody's still chatting besides Source, I don't know what's going on. Oh, there are ads. See you soon. Oh, wait, I have to catch up from before that. Okay. No, wait, I didn't miss anything. I want to also be an epic story. Okay, then the ads. Both sides of my toaster buttered. Nice. I am much more of a queen, but I did refer to myself as a princess earlier, so I can't even be mad. Ads do kill Twitch, but they make me money. That is a platform problem. Captain Crunch is delicious. Okay, Murdy is also back. Still ads. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Here's a link. I'm clicking it because I trust Source. A comic. Oh, time traveling. Cool. Small text. What's that from? This little comic square? Oh, Avengers of 10,000 BC. Okay. It's a comic, a Marvel Comics, like Primordial. It was very profound. And yes, and in regards of men. Yeah, it was that page. Sorry, Murdy. There's a lot of Marvel, a lot of Stan Lee stuff that was pretty awesome. Less so than the franchise or the movie conglomerate that it's become, but the original stories, yeah, nothing against Marvel. So good morning, everybody. How's it going? What's everybody doing? I am heating up some water and I just cleaned my French press. Okay, the jig is up. I'm a total sweetheart. I'm a very thoughtful person. I'm absolutely gloriously beautiful, and in a way we know this, but big secret. My partner actually has to get up for work on Saturday mornings, and that's why I stream. So that he doesn't have to spend his time off in total silence. And the reason I take breaks at this time, each time I stream on this day, is so that I can make him lunch before he leaves. I'm a big fucking sweetie. So the reason it took me a little longer today is because I also wanted to make a French press, and that's why I didn't actually finish it yet. So, but yeah, the jig is up. I'm a fucking sweetie pie. Who knew? Most people don't. It's pretty adorable. So, I got the water heating up. The French press is drying. I'm going to assemble that before we get into tarot. Obviously, it'll have to steep, so I'm not going to hold up. But that being said, we can chat for a little bit. Until then, I'm going to give it a couple more minutes before I go check that. What else is up? I really want to empty this ashtray. It's looking a hot mess. Probably light more incense. I have like layers of clothing that I didn't need. Usually I'm so cold, but lately it's been a little bit better. Yeah. Finally figured out a way to organize my art stuff back here so that I could continue painting whenever I wanted it easier. I'm like loving this so much. I know I keep showing it off, but I'm so excited with how good it looks. It's a very me painting. I'm like literally so happy for you that you are getting out of that situation for yourself. And congratulations. I hope that whatever the month after brings you is muy bueno. I think food you should just cook though. And yeah, I have had some toxic roommates in my days. And I've been toxic as a roommate, I'm sure. PMDD isn't pretty no matter what I'm doing. Um, but there's always a need for more movement for me. It doesn't matter how good things are going. I don't want to always pack up and leave. Definitely had the wrong people try to compete with me, that's for sure. Definitely feel you on that. I need to wash my ashtrays today and actually remember to do it. This shit is getting dusty as hell. Like a cockroach or like a weed roach. I definitely just kind of consult with my guides. Ah, a cockroach. I very rarely send anything out, but sometimes I'll return to sender. It doesn't take much because anybody who's watching pays attention, my higher self, my guides, the ascended masters, whoever you believe, the universe itself, right? Whoever is watching, they know me pretty well, and they know that I am someone who gets very angry and might talk shit, but at the end of the day, if they ask me what I want to do about it, I very rarely give them a name or state a sort of like revenge game. Like I usually, it doesn't go anywhere for me, so I think that if I am sending something or someone does something to me, it's like it's almost already handled because it's like, dude, you didn't do much of anything to anyone who didn't seriously have it coming or have a million fucking chances. Like, you're alright. Sit back and kind of let it go and do what you can to improve yourself and never be in the situation again. That's kind of my approach to things. And that's how I keep my heart as feathers be. That's the thing, it's like so Virgo to get so petty. But yeah, I mean, I can't even, yeah. That's fine. Independence is key, I think, but also almost nearly impossible in this economy. I mean, they're trying to force us into nuclear families and don't realize that we will find alternatives until the day we die if they try to get us to do something we don't want to do. That's just something they have not accepted yet in their attempts to keep alive the great American traditions or whatever the fuck they think they're doing. Yeah, we are pretty good about keeping our dishes separate. Always have been. Just like do your own. Don't they? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hmm. I think it just depends. I'm like a clean as you go type person. Try to keep the space workable, livable, breathable, etc. But I also get being human. See, that's annoying. That's like I will get it in the sunlight, not post dinner, as long as you just at least try Doesn't have to be perfect the first run. You just cooked. Like you're tired, you know? Yeah, no. I get leaving a dirty pan on the stove because I reuse my pans, but no, the dishes stay out of anyone else's way, and I do them as soon as possible. Ooh, no. Gots to get rid of that. And I'm not about to smoke the cigar in here, but oh my god, I want to, kind of. I bought the wrong kind of clothes, and I never had these. They're even more cigar than the, like, cigar version. And I'm really, like, looking forward to trying it. I bought it months ago, haven't smoked, LOL. You're not my dad, okay? Um, and yet, this, now that I found it, very much tempts me. I don't even know what I did with the rest of the pack. You're not my dad, but I am your mom. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, was it too much? I thought it was very, very funny and almost even on brand for us, right? Yeah, like, um, I am going to check on my water and see if I can get this French press going, so I will be right back. All right. Source, have you said enough? Do you feel better? I don't even know if I want to necessarily read all that. You're just bitching about your roommate this whole time? Like kidding. I'm just kidding. I did read it. I just caught up, and I think about how I'm a very conscientious person, and I turn lights off when no one's in the room, and I unplug things when they're not in use. From chargers to fucking, not lamps, because that'd be excessive. If I'm streaming, I won't unplug my laptop charger, because it's like extended. But if I'm, near the cord, I unplug it when it's not charging, that kind of thing. It like does make a difference, and it does add up. If you do that every single time you do that, instead of just leaving stuff plugged in and wasting electricity, or keeping it connected and keeping the power going. But some people are not that level of considerate, so it can be difficult. I did get the French press. Gherkin. Oh. Yeah, so got that going. The handle broke off, but honestly, it's alright. It's a little hard because it's hot, but at least it won't fall off with coffee in it, because it broke off and was empty, and I was watching it. EMF. I don't know what that means. Anyways, what's up? Is it just me and Source and 7 people? Oh, whoa, what? What? Is it just me and Source chatting it up, or y'all here for your morning tarot readings, or y'all just like silently lurking? Maybe we got some like Twitch bots kind of collecting data on me. They're like, daytime hours, time to go out in the field, see what's going on, see what's working. What do you think, Twitch bots? How am I doing? Just teasing, but that is pretty wild. So what would we like to do? How do you want to start the week? It's Saturday. It's kind of like, yes, the week finally ended, and now we are moving on to the weekend, or mid-weekend at this point. How are we feeling? What are we thinking? What's the mood? What's the vibe? What do we want to know? What's like up? Anything? Nothing? Anything? Nothing? Anything? Nothing? Anything? Nothing? Right, I believe that. So it's quiet. Maybe we already can and we just haven't realized it yet. Something like that. I don't know. JK. I need so much more water. Oh, I forgot to fill this when I was up. All right, what's the deal? Do we still want to do tarot, or are we just like talking about random stuff with me, or do y'all like need to go? I made a whole ass French press, about to drink coffee and have an unhinged Saturday morning. What are y'all doing? Just curious. I chugged the water. Yes, I did chug my water. What do you mean wait 30 minutes? What are we waiting 30 minutes for? Pardon me. 30 minutes. You mean 3 minutes? Because I forgot to get water. I can probably roll 1 minute. I don't have to go far. Yes. Well, I'm still waiting for it to steep. It's only been like 5 minutes since I started steeping it. So it's going to be another 10 minutes at least. No, it does not. No, it does not. But I feel like I could do the readings, like, get started on them. You don't think? You think I should wait for the coffee to, like, kick in and be that spiritual moment of French pressed into the day? I don't think it really has a placebo effect on me. I think it just depends on where I'm at in my cycle, whether or not I even notice the caffeine. If I'm not already hyper, it's not going to do shit. But if I'm already hyper, it's going to amplify it. If I'm really chill, it might even put me to fucking sleep. So, it varies, for sure. My neck is itchy. It could be the necklace or the earrings, but I've worn them both before and have not had that problem. So I'm wondering if someone else's neck is really itchy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What? And I made coffee, and I said I would do tarot after I had my morning break, making lunch, making a French press, doing these things. And I didn't give up. And I said it's been a while since I've done a long stream. Why? I'm not even that tired. Everything looks trippier because I'm wearing a paisley shirt and because I have stuff written on my forehead. But it's just a French press, and it also needs to steep much longer before I drink it. And I need to drink like a bunch of water if I'm gonna drink that too. So, what deck are we gonna use? That is the holdup. I don't know. I don't care. Like, what deck? I kind of want to do something low key. I think I'll probably go with the Cosmic Deck of Initiation. Nobody's ever like, wow, this is my favorite. This was an amazing reading. Everyone's always like, you know, like they could care less almost. But yeah, I think Cosmic Deck of Initiation. And just for the record, my streams used to always be this late, sometimes later than this. It's more lately that I've been ending them earlier, not lasting all night and making them shorter, to be honest with you. There was a time we were streaming till like a clear fucking 8, 9 a.m., you know? Yeah, ain't that the truth? Alright, let me get some water and check in with my people. We're gonna do the Cosmic Deck of Initiation before we go. Oh. That's interesting because you already work overnight. Yeah, I guess so. Lucky all of us. Alright. Last ad for a while, I promise. Okay, and we're back. We're finally back to the tarot, as promised much, much earlier in the evening that I would go back to the cards, but it took the last 3 hours to decide exactly what and which cards we would go back to. I've made a French press. We're going for an unhinged kind of Friday evening to Saturday morning transition, which usually translates into me not sleeping, but it could also become me sleeping very odd hours, even more odd hours than just my typical nocturnal schedule. So if you're still here, thank you. If you're just coming in, welcome. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, good everything to you. I'm gonna leave you out. I am Illuminati Miss Decks. I have tarot decks. Right now on the table we've got the Cosmic Deck of Initiation. I kind of really like this deck. It doesn't seem to favor well with anyone. No one, well, I think when I did in-person, live, personal, and paid readings, people were like, whoa, that was awesome. But when I do general messages with this deck, they seem very vague, very non-specific, very universal, very conscious collective. And I know a lot of people kind of like when I dive more into the dive more into the personal, psychic, or, you know, the more channel messages that feel a bit more specific and can relate to actual people and situations. And you don't get that as much with this deck. So I feel like people aren't as keen on it as I am, or as they are on some of my other decks. But sometimes I think is what we need. And the reason that it feels like it's calling to me now is because, one, we're kicking back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I prefer the Cosmic Collective. We're kicking back on tarot readings for Lent. I gave up alcohol, but I'm cutting back on the weed, on the tarot, etc. Sorry, my makeup just started bothering me. That's one downside of being late in the evening, or someone else's makeup is bugging them. You probably need a new mascara, sweetie. I don't know who that message is for. If you just woke up and just finished your makeup, or you just are starting your day, and your eyes are bugging you for like the 3rd day in a row, it's not allergies, it's your mascara. Okay? Because this was not bothering me all night long. Just started bothering me when number 8 came on. So if you just did your makeup because it's the morning, you're going to work, and you just are putting on Twitch, you work from home or something, it's the mascara. Anyways, so the Cosmic Deck of Initiation is very well connected, but it's not very personal. So it's gonna be pretty general, not generic. They're very well-rounded messages, but they're very almost cliche, very universal, because it's all the universal laws and other things like the big principles, the ideological side of things, right? Sometimes more clear, concise angel messages will come through when I use this deck, but it's almost like the most science-rooted deck that I have, but it's still has very spiritual science. So who's here right now? Nobody's gonna speak up. It's just me and Source. Been chit-chatting for a while. I've had a lot of chatters come in and out. A lot of people said goodnight. A lot of people been lurking. I got a friend. I know that one of my besties is lurking. Like, thank you, King, for being here. That's how we roll. But everybody else, inexplicable. Who are you? What are you doing here? Isn't it like so early to be obsessively stalking me? Or is it like super late? Like, I'm just kidding. Come on. It is crazy though, right? 9 people and only one of them talking. What am I gonna do if you keep letting me talk to this Virgo in the room? Y'all, you're putting us both in danger, okay? You're putting everyone in danger, okay? Like, come on. Somebody left. They're like, fuck your jargon. Whatever. My belt. Okay. So we're gonna proceed. Nobody has any input or interactions or anything. And so be it. I definitely want to put some lotion on before I go to sleep. Yeah, I think I burned my nail, but just the polish, which is kind of a nice save. The nail itself is fine, but I did fuck up the polish in some way. Right? That's funny. It's peeling off, but that's okay. Fix it tomorrow. Today, technically. What doesn't work for you and what's a good move? That was funny. I thought it was funny. I almost used the term flirting. Aren't you, like, glad I didn't put you that far into a spot? Jesus. Calm down. Again, is somebody's itchy neck? Almost a niche eck. I wonder if it's like niche. If your neck is itching, it might be your jewelry. Once again, I've been wearing this necklace all night. It was not bothering me until a second ago, and I started scratching my neck. So either you have something to say to someone, and it's coming up as a scratchy throat, sore throat, losing your voice type shit because it's like you're not using it and you're gonna lose it, or you're wearing a cheap necklace, and whoever sold it to you or gave it to you tried to convince you it wasn't cheap. That itch is not coincidental, baby. It's a cheap necklace. Like, that is what it is, okay? Okay. Moving on. Oh, these are my vintage balls of steel from 2002. They're made of actual steel. The rust is from my own sweat. Yeah, like, it's alright. It's alright. It's just that somebody lied about it, and that's what's not alright. And the mascara, you just need to replace. Isn't that funny? That we talked about it so much earlier. Alright, I'm gonna rip this bong and press this coffee. Coffee's been steeping for like at least 20. It's 4:20 somewhere, right? Smells amazing, dude. You have no idea. Or you do. It's actually Starbucks coffee. We've been drinking it for a while just because it's a go-to that my partner can remember when he does the shopping, because he knows that it's coffee I like enough that he actually likes, because he's never been much of a coffee drinker. Even though we never go to Starbucks, we either go to, exactly, it's like something that it's been on sale and it catches our eye, I guess. We've had it enough times. So we don't actually go to Starbucks. We prefer Big B or just something local, you know? But the Starbucks coffee take home is pretty good. It's like, why do they charge so much? It's good, you know? Like, it's good coffee. So it's like a French roast. It's just like regular ground, and in a French press, you're supposed to definitely use coarse ground coffee. But it's very hard. Nice. I get what you're saying. Exaggerating the trope. But, someone crying? I don't know. Is someone literally up crying? Number 7, back on you. Because I remember who I thought number 7 was. And it was, like, embarrassing. Like, what are you doing? Still up. But then I was like, yo, bestie, was that you? But I'm pretty sure you were lurking way longer than number 7. And, like, that's crazy that you're still here watching when really you ought to be sleeping. Probably got some shit to do today. and you think, oh, I slept for 3 hours, I'll be fine. I woke up, it's nothing, it's not a big deal, I just, whatever. However you want to justify being on here at this time, that's on you, buddy. That has nothing to do with mine. I just be the 7th viewer. It's been fluctuating, and now that it's back to 7, I'm like, oh, it's the original. We've had a few people come in, they weren't enjoying it. I haven't been using the cards yet. I'm just checking the messages before we pull out the tarot. Clearing the air, calling people out. I have only 2 accounted for. Source and Bestie. Everyone else is technically a mystery. But if my calculations are correct, just my bestie who's lurking and told me that he'd be lurking. I don't know if he's listening because it's like a fucking Friday night and he's living life, but he's lurking and collecting little drips. He's cool. He streams too, but I don't know if he wants to be revealed. He's being very anonymous. So the other 5 people, like, I do think there's some randos who are sticking it out and kind of being like, damn, the fuck. And then there's a couple people who are like watching with very great intent. Who probably some malicious thoughts even. Don't love that. I'm pressing my coffee though. It's been steeping for a while and it's time to drink it. And move on with the cards. Oh God, that pressed really good. Oh my God, that pressed so good. You are on vacation right now? Where are you? This is still so hot. Hell yeah. Why not? Sometimes you just actually want to be at home and not have to go anywhere, but just be home and not have to work. It truly is a vacation worthy in itself. You know what I love about having a French press is I had a coffee pot somewhere. It's probably just stuck in storage, or I tend to give all of my stuff away because I go through these bouts of like just don't want it, purge mode, whatever. So I give stuff away, especially because I move a lot. And I do also love hotels. I'm not gonna lie, I love traveling and having nothing to do and just finding a fucking random hotel to stay in day of for like a night or two, depending on everything. Yeah, I miss traveling a lot. But the French press has taught me like a certain level of discipline. Like when you have a coffee pot or a Keurig or any kind of instantaneously made drug product. And like I've had a French press. I've used French presses for a long time. But this is the only time in my life where the French press is my main mode of coffee making. And because it's such a process of you have to clean it out every time, you don't use a paper filter. You have to take it apart. You have to empty it. You have to wash it. You have to boil the water and make sure that the chamber is dry to put the coffee in. And usually you would grind the coffee yourself. Hey, we're just doing a general thing right now. I'm going in on the discipline of coffee currently, but there's a greater message or lesson in it. And then we're going to break into the Cosmic Deck of Initiation Oracle. It is a little more complicated, but it tastes so fucking good. Tastes so good. And you have to really fucking want it to do it. You have to like put the effort in. It's not some instant, I'm used to this, I have this every morning, I'm not thinking much of this. It forces you to have a sacred moment with the caffeine that you're consuming. Oh my God, it's so good. You would not be able to tell right now in this mug, but you can tell. Do you see this like this? And how well do you know coffee? Because French press tends to get that crema that you usually see in like espressos, right? And it's like, I don't really know what it is about it. The way it steeps, probably. The way it, like, I don't know. But you get crema out of it, and it's like, that's what makes it so good. It's not as much crema as you get with like an espresso would have like this on top. The French press, if you make a really good French press, whoo, sure. But it's, the process is way more steps, way more painstaking, way more difficult, way more annoying, way more work. But the results, oh my God. Oh my God. It's like the best coffee you'll ever drink. I think it's less harsh too for some reason, but that doesn't sound right. This tastes like alcohol. Is someone still drinking? Are you still drinking? Somebody mixing alcohol in their coffee today? God damn it. Somebody, I know exactly who it is. Don't fucking lie to me. Somebody got real drunk Friday night, took a little 3-hour nap, woke up, saw me online, been here number 7 ever since. Now you're like, fuck, I got shit to do. Maybe you got the kids, maybe you gotta work, maybe you got plans, maybe you gotta be up. And you're about to have coffee with fucking liquor in it because you need hair of the dog because you're still drunk. Because at this point, it's too late to go back to sleep. But you didn't quite sleep it off. So now you just gotta stay consistent because that's who you are. Happy Pisces season. Hell yeah, America. It's like such a pro move. I'm not against it all the time. Once in a while, I like to party. Once in a long time ago, I lived that way too. You know, but I was young, and I guess I'm favorable in the sense that I got it all out of my system. But this is like, somebody's got a fucking problem. I'm glad this is just a French press. Oh my God, it's so good. It's probably really strong. I put like way too much coffee in there because I knew I was drinking alone. I love bitter, intense flavors for some reason. Anyways, I don't want to get too lost in it, but yes, I think there's something very worthy about the reward that you get from when you put the work in. And I know I've put the work in, and I've received like very few, little, if any, rewards, right? Twitch has made me feel really worth my time and really like, I don't like to get too into it, but at the same time, I try to keep it pretty vulnerable on here, as to be very truthful, very forward, and keep my guard not from falling entirely, but showing that I'm willing to put my guard down to prove to others that it's worth putting their guard down too. That's part of speaking my truth and part of the lessons that I'm here to teach in a sense. And I do believe in leading by example. And I do think that you'll never be able to teach a lesson that you didn't already learn. And that's like the truth of it all. Like, it's late, it's early, had to catch a flight this morning, had to go to work, had to do something, you know, like Saturday. Why are any of us here at this hour, except for these very odd, peculiar reasons that bring us all together? You're on vacation, you're nocturnal, you're whatever. I am the Bob Ross of tarot right now. And we can't really say that about me all the time, because it's like, right, it's like not always like that. But why are we all here right now other than to like truly vibe out? Sower of seeds. Because we were all led to be apart or be planted in the same garden for some reason or another. There was just some kind of divine light that said, may these paths cross in the most success that they could possibly find in what they have. But the law of free will also states that people are going to do what they do rather than follow their fate, you know? That's that Donnie Darko. That is that Donnie Darko. That is what she means when she says people call her grandma dead. There is like something about her. I don't get it. I don't think she talks to dead people. But at the same time, it's kind of like, how the fuck does she know? I get that a lot. Kind of so spot on. Donnie Darko is probably my number 3 time travel reference movie. Favorite take on time travel. I'm sorry if that's a spoiler alert for a movie like Donnie Darko. I feel like it is kind of the main plot, and like, I don't know, I'm very against spoilers, and I feel like there's a certain magic to let a movie unfold, but it's not necessarily a subtle thing. Yeah, right. And I have to rewatch Butterfly Effect, because I feel like Butterfly Effect when I was in middle school was like the coolest movie I'd ever seen. And I could not stop watching it. And I was like, yo, who is turning me on in this movie? Because why am I in all of them? Kind of pansexuality forming in the early, what was it? Amy Smart? Ashton Kutcher and fucking Randy, bro. Like, a great cast. It was just, yeah, so that would probably be in the top 10, but I think number 3 has to be Donnie Darko. He was kind of hilarious, but that's what made it easy to watch, where you, like, trusted him, and you were like, okay, it's just Kelso. Because I was only in, like, 6th grade, and I'm still not into, like, super scary movies, and it's a pretty intense thriller. It's a bit more intense than Donnie Darko, and I didn't see Donnie Darko until I was, like, a sophomore in high school, probably, when I was watching Rocky Horror Picture Show and reading The Perks of Being a Wallflower and, like, doing drugs, actually doing drugs at the time. Whereas 6th grade, I was like, what the fuck? I was still in Catholic school. Like, you know, so that's pretty funny. But Butterfly Effect, I remember being good, and I'm very curious, 555, to rewatch it, because, yeah, top 3 time travel reference movies or shows that I like the most. The Umbrella Academy. Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency, and anything Douglas Adams writes in general. Donnie Darko. That's for sure. Ready? It's about to be 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds. We love to see some angel numbers, don't we? Yes. I have a ton of cards. Not a ton. I have a nice little swill of cards on the table. And of course I say swill of cards because the nature of the round discs will like spin them into these formations of almost looking like a game board. It very much reminds me of Candyland to see these spirals of color kind of make these caterpillar shapes very naturally when they fall. Whereas the more rectangular square decks that we typically use in tarot or see in tarot will fall flat, straight, aligned with one another, or just in piles. But these swill. I don't know how else to describe it. They twirl, they swill, they form shapes like caterpillars. It's very cute. Oh my god, that was insane. And she was going through such a hard time. That was such a weird move, but Hollywood was different. We had way less autonomy, and they were so young to be manipulated like that. I sympathize. Universal healing. It's time to recognize how bad things truly were so that we can move on from it, because that is part of evolution, is recognizing where our shortcomings and where our faults are. And yeah, that we can reflect and do better the next time. You know what I mean? Like, we need to be able to discuss these things. Good morning. Somebody's just waking up. I'm waking up in this reality when I wanna stay inside my dreams. Oh, I'm awake now. I can't do those. I've been talking for 6 hours straight. But I also I'm trying to not be super loud because it's like 5 a.m., right? Guardian Angel. I think I'm 100 times another 4. I know that I've seen you here before. I'm always around. And Gemini at the bottom of the deck, which I was just talking to a friend about our Gemini, dear gem, a wonderful gemstone of a gem human passed away a few years ago, a Gemini. And I was just talking to a friend about him on an ad break when y'all said, tell your friend that you're streaming, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, nice one, nice, real human of you. He would not care. I mean, it's not that he wouldn't care if I use an excuse, but it's cute that I'm singing this cover that I made that really nobody likes, nobody listens to, and I just feel like this Gemini king who passed away, hero, died a hero, took the hero's journey, took the hero's way out, which is always the most noble cause, right? Right. And Guardian Angel right here, like, absolutely beautiful. Okay, he's like the Static Shock of the underworld, and I'm not going to elaborate at all. Like, it's a very beautiful thing. He got a very, very big job. Yeah, giver of light and Virgo. So Gemini, Virgo, you're Virgo. Love that. Love the mutable energy. It complements fixed signs so well. Universal truth. The truth will set you free, and the truth will come out, and the truth will be told, and the truth is out there. Ding, 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 ding. Sagittarius. Very truth teller. Sag does not hold back. Sag is almost rude sometimes in their bluntness because they cannot fathom, even though sometimes they cannot handle. Very cute though. I like Sag. Mutable. Oh, 3 mutables. 3 out of 4 mutables. Very good. Gemini, Virgo, Sag. Love them all. Love mutable energy. Like I said, very good compliment for fixed signs. Okay. And crown. My crown chakra's been going off today, Capricorn. God damn, I cannot believe you are still on here. Because you're stuck at the fucking right. You're sitting and waiting, so why not listen? Okay. Kind of, aren't you embarrassed if somebody were to see that? Or you got it dimmed all the way so nobody knows that's what you're fucking watching. It's even creepier, you know? Keeping it a hyper secret. It's a public fucking stream. Like, anybody can watch this and probably infer exactly what I mean, but that's fine if you want to keep lurking. Capricorn. All the mutable energies, and yet healer within at the top of the deck. Law of compensation revealed when I lift unity and healer within. Cute. But yeah, no, my crown spot has been going off today. And usually, you are not a master lurker. You're so kind. Every time you lurk, you talk to me when anybody else goes quiet. And there are lurkers who do not do that, like, whatsoever at all. Like, I don't know. Like, you're too sweet, too friendly, too social, too everything to be a master lurker because you're not very good at lurking. Yeah, for sure. And you can master your energy, master non user. But you're, yeah, like, yeah. I know. And there's people who try to convince me I'm coal, and I agree. That's where all or most good gems come from. I was born in April, so of course I'm a diamond. Hence why there's diamonds on my forehead. You love it. Stupid as fuck, isn't it? Yeah. So my crown's been going off, and usually when I'm getting a message, especially when I'm in the seat, or going about my day even, it doesn't really matter. If my ear rings, look, my back itches now. Did somebody stab you in the back? And now you're regretting your choices. Or you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Great compilation album, 2-disc set from Peter Gabriel, verse covers. Very cute. Very cute. Love that. Yeah, that's great. And then I thought a Secret World, that's probably my favorite Peter Gabriel song. Secret World from Us, 1992. Oh, 1991? 1992. You're kidding. 1992. I'm such a good year for music. I love that. That's very cool. If I had to choose a favorite album that year, it would have to go. It might be 91 though. I feel like Us may have been 91. The fact that I don't know that, is like questionable to me. It's 92. I was correct. September 27th, 92. So Libra season. That's, yeah, ruled by Venus. Amen. Okay, I know nobody really cared about that, but I did, and you probably did too. That's my favorite Peter Gabriel song, like hands down. I think other ones that would be up there would be Signal to Noise and, like, oddly enough, Down the Dolce Vita. That would be. That song is so good. It's so big. And there's so many other songs like DIY or Darkness. You can see I'm rotating almost between those three albums exclusively. Peter Gabriel 2, Us, and Up are probably my favorite of his albums. How have you missed me bring this up like 3 or 4 times? So today, you definitely weren't here for the full description, but I've mentioned it. So today I was doing my makeup and I had my music on shuffle because, again, I've been cutting back on tarot, been cutting back on coffee, been cutting back on weed. It doesn't seem like it, but I have been. And gave up alcohol because it's Lent. It's Pisces season is such a challenging time to make sacrifices because Pisces don't understand sacrifice. So, of course, the energy is the opposite. It's gluttony, right? It's lust. It's everything else. So it's 6:06 with 6 viewers. That was cool. And we love Geminis. So anyway, my music was on shuffle and along came a song. And it says that she puts diamonds on her forehead. So I'm like, okay, that would be kind of cool. Do I just draw a diamond? And then it's like, wait, it's diamonds, plural. Do I just draw? That'd be weird. Let's just write diamonds. Let's just put diamonds. And then I was like, okay, so that's going to look really fucking weird. Might as well just make it crazy diamonds and shine on. And go the Pink Floyd route to be slightly more subtle. But that was not the reference, so it's like a double entendre, and that's the title goes with diamonds on her forehead, right? But then the fact that it says Crazy Diamonds goes with the Shine On, which is what I used in my story. So it was just like a cute, dorky, psychedelic crossover moment. But yeah, it looks like Ralph Steadman wrote it at the same time, so it makes it look even more unhinged, aside from the fact that I have anything written on my forehead. It's in a font akin to Stedman, and my bangs covering it makes it look so questionable if it's really there or not. And okay, thank you. This is much neater. Somebody thought this was a face tat, or they thought this one was a face tat. I don't really know which one. What are you talking about? Because I'm very curious as to why you said it. And yeah, I'm an April baby. So I'm a diamond. That's my birthstone. I'd rather be a busted pipe and a diamond under this pressure. I'm into Iggy Azalea. She was always rapping about diamonds. Taught me to love my birthstone. I don't know what you're getting at. Like the laws of physics, like Newton's equal of opposite reaction. Materialization. What are we getting at? Like, is this a test that I didn't know I was taking? Pop quiz. Bring it. I wanted to see if anybody thought that I fucking froze. I have a sheet of fake diamonds. I just don't remember where I put them. I also thought it was funny that I wrote diamonds because when do I ever write stuff on my forehead? First of all, has not been since a long time. Like other notable times I wrote on my forehead was PsychFest in Austin 2015. I just wrote cunt on my forehead all weekend just to prove a point about something or other, and actually I liked it a lot. Once again, socially outcasted for being outspoken, and now it's fucking cool because people say it on TikTok or whatever the fuck kind of century we're in. Little fuckers. Basically, yeah. I think I do. I was saying other times I put words on my forehead and agree because then society caved to the pressure of what they say. Like, right, I also am chaos. And glitch. I really feel like a glitch witch. I feel like that's why I don't get along with technology. It triggers me and makes me so angry because it's like working with the computers. I don't know. As a glitch witch, it's been interesting. But seeing the flash of green, it's just the little things like that. Like like the ghosts contacted me through phones like so long ago. I can't believe I never tell this story. Oh my God, Jake, I am literally so sorry that I always forget this is one of the best stories. He's the one that was in my bed too, which is creepy, and that was like 6 months later. But I was at a funeral in 2012, and I like still had a brick phone. I had just went from a Sidekick to back to my old Nokia. I think it was not that brick phone, but maybe a flip phone. Like, it was 2012. I didn't get a smartphone until the next year. And this one, I feel like I broke my phone a month before my uncle died. I was PMDD'd out and I broke my fucking, it was like a slide phone, but it was not a sidekick. It was, chucked it. So I was using an old phone, but you could just swap the SIM cards. And I left it in the car when we went to this funeral. It was a viewing. So the hours were from 6 to 8. We didn't want to get there at 6. We didn't want to stay till the end. I think we showed up around 6:45 or got there at 7. Maybe we got there at 7 on the dot or something like that. So we walked in and we were not very welcome. It was kind of understandable, but it was still very hard because we were all very young. That's funny. It is clashing minds. I think that's kind of what I was getting at, is it's not a block in Magic. Why is my titty itching now? Who the fuck? I lotioned up after my shower, people. What are y'all doing? Ugh. Our girl woke up. Or, wait, our dude? I'm sorry, I can never remember. Whoever had the scratch. Itch, rash. Waking up in the night, doing it again. My mind is so different from AI, but that's the thing, is they send messages and I want to ignore it. So this was back 2010. Why am I tacky? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Fuck off. So this was back in the day, flip phone shit. We go in, it's like 7 o'clock, do a lab. Listen, whatever you want to say tacky, it was tacky to show up, I guess. We wanted to pay respect, but there was no respect and nothing. So that's whatever. I'm glad we went. And so was he. So that's what I'm saying. It's very unusual, right? It's like it was annoying. But earlier, I don't know their name. And I thought they were, I don't remember their pronouns either. So it's funny. I don't know their name or nothing about them. I can't even remember their son's name. Maybe Taurus or Libra. Doesn't even sound right. No, nothing about them. Talk to them all the time. So, anyways, you got me so fucking sideways distracted. I don't really remember what we were talking about. I do. We do a lap. We go up to the casket. We stick around a little bit longer, talk, kind of. And we go back to the car. Clear 45 minutes. It was only like 45 minutes we were there at all. So I get back to the car, and I had a missed call. Mind you, this was 2012 and a fucking flip phone. It wasn't like now where you get scam likely calls all day long and everybody has your number online. This was not, it was a different time. It was like pre-internet, pre-viral internet is what I would call it, because we obviously were still online, but people still had landlines. So I came back to the car, and at 7:15 I had a missed call from a phone number in the same area code of where we were. And I feel like they didn't leave a voicemail, but maybe they left I'm saying it, they left a voicemail, but I don't think there was a voicemail. There may have been a voicemail, but I called it back, and it was just the most horrendous screeching dial tone, like abnormal, not just like the usual beep, but like the type that is like, it sounds like Nani Thornberry, but like from space. Fax machines from hell. You know what I'm talking about? And I Googled it, and it was some landline in some city that had been disconnected 3 years prior that called me 15 minutes after walking into this funeral, essentially when we stood at the casket, but my phone was in the car. Okay? This was like right before I learned tarot. And this was like before I realized I could talk to dead people, or like processed what that really entailed, besides Jesus, you know? Oh yeah, no, this one was one of those, like, they are blood curdling. It was the craziest thing. It was literally bizarre. Like Donnie Thornberry if he was a fucking telephone. Like, it was just so crazy. Never heard anything like it. It was fucking wild. So I think I've always been kind of a glitch witch, whether I wanted to be or not. You know, is like the first thing they're gonna do is use the phones, use the TVs, especially because the thing that's really creepy and very alien-like about the whole thing is how much our communicative devices seem to be extraterrestrial plants because it's so advanced compared to all other human technology that it's like, where did we get this idea from? Like, Steve Jobs took drugs to figure it out. I think maybe there was, okay, but that's fine. Different night. But there is this part of me that always liked like the sound of the tea kettle whistling, or like, I really, hear me out, and I know this is really creepy and I never really thought about it and I didn't really think about it in terms of being a glitch witch until this moment. But when I was a kid, I used to stay up when the movies would end, when we'd have like a sleepover, everyone would pass out. I'd stay up and let the movie end and just watch the white noise or like the blue screen and let the play button jump, and just like loved that. I've always loved the not white noise, but what do you call the black and white screen? I loved it. I've always loved it. I've loved staring into it, watching the little it was one of my favorite things. I thought it was so incredible, so fucking cool. Yeah, sure, white screen, I guess. I've always liked that. So I feel like I've always been a glitch witch. And I think it's just being in the tech era, and it's almost like being chosen to be a communicator, not only for the living to the dead, but the human to the technotic, as they like to call themselves. That is so goddamn creepy. The technotic. Kind of makes sense, though. Technotic. It's a fucking revolutionary stream and nobody knows it because the revolution will not be televised, but it might be streamed. However, ain't nobody about to fucking see this except you and me. Maybe the lurkers are FBI agents. They're like really confused. They're like, what are you getting at? What is your angle? And what are your goals? What are your plans? And they're like, dude, I really don't think she has it. And I'm sitting here saying, I really don't. And they're like, are you for real? It's like, yeah, there's like 5 people. But half of them are FBI agents. The other half are just my friends. Ain't nothing super radical happening over here, man. You'll be alright. I think you can take a nap. Okay, we're gonna do more tarot, and that's about it. Yeah. Glitch witch. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the chaos comes with it. I spilled my coffee. Novice move that I very rarely ever make this mistake, but I poured coffee when my cards were out. But I think it was meant to be because this coffee is divine and it tastes right, and it's spilled on Aquarius, and that is my moon. And when it comes to my alien heritage, dude, that's where I get it from. It's my Aquarian grandma. My witchiness comes from the Gemini, R.I.P., and the alien comes from the Aquarius. I pray to thee. Yep, I still contribute and I still get bullied and I'm still isolated, so I'm done contributing, right? It's like, enjoy your goodbyes, your last hurrahs, your Pisces season cleanup before the new year, the new cycle, and your new embarrassing next decade because you chose to work without me or work without listening, taking advice, working as a team, thinking about the greater good of things, bigger pictures. So many people are blinded by this, like, I deserve to be happy, that they don't think twice about how damaging some of the things they do really is. And that's like a fault of the greater society, but there's this constant need to push the blame onto someone and something else without taking any critical action against what they are doing. That's not true. What do you mean? I live in the deep sea. I am deep ocean, baby. I'm one of the squids kids. Like, the fuck you mean I don't care about the bottom. We're at rock bottom, okay? Y'all fucking want to stop at bikini bottom and then say, I don't care. I'm the one who went all the way down. The fuck you mean, bruh? Good. I'm glad you did too, since I made a SpongeBob reference. I was hoping it would be obvious. So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain? Can you tell a green field from cold steel rail, a smile from a veil? So you think you can tell? I'm guessing you mean this or this, but what totem pole? I was like trying to figure out what you would have mistaken for a totem pole because there isn't one. Did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts, hot ashes for dreams, hot air for the cool breeze, cold comfort for change? Did you exchange a walk-on part in the wall for a lead role in the cage? That's so real. And that's kind of what I've been emphasizing this past week is like, look, I did not wait until what I did was acceptable. I never once hesitated on, well, I shouldn't say never once hesitated. I never hesitated on being my authentic self in any moment. Even when I wanted to be more private or mysterious, or even if I was oversharing more than usual, or any kind of place in between, anything that I've done, I've been authentically me and honored myself in all of those moments. And that's something no one can ever take away from me, no matter what happens, and no matter what anybody says, and no matter what the outcome is. And if they should fucking take me out before it even matters, then so be it, but you'll know that I found it very worthy. Because you don't know how serious they take these things. Because we kind of see how it plays out for people who are radically on the other end of the spectrum, but because I have no audience, they're like, I guess we can let it go, right? It's questionable. But just know I do think that truth and freedom and seeking justice and, wanting equality or kind of arguing for peace, fighting for peace, seeking justice, it was a worthy cause, in my opinion. That's just always going to be it. I agree, and I think that a lot of us have passed some good tests. I mean, both, I think. And I think it's going to continue to happen for the probably next 10 years. Is going to be brutal, and then we'll be able to truly enjoy ourselves, So make the best of what you've got and help as many people as possible. And even though I probably need help myself, especially disclosing as much as I did about the PMDD this morning, and also like just knowing that this Twitch stuff is pretty new. I'm doing really well for my first year on Twitch. I get that. Some people do this for years and never even reach like the simple things, Okay, this one's kind of dead. I just stepped on something that felt like food. I guess I'll get it later. I'm cashing this out. I'm surprised I'm even smoking this much. I think I'm trying to stay like calm rather than excitable, or get too latched onto or hooked into some of the energies that are popping in and out or popping up or showing themselves, right? Somebody left. Somebody either caught that flight or had to go to work, but somebody left. And I can't really tell who's still here besides you. So maybe just randos. That's the thing, is I want to speak it. I'm very Fox Mulder, but Fox Mulder's not always the most responsible human being. He's not always the most reasonable, but a lot of times he is fucking right. And when he isn't, he tries to make things right. I don't know. Oh, yeah, randos want to hear the truth. So if anything happens, or if nothing happens, then maybe we're all foolish for it, right? And I have to also think about that if sure, things could be accurate and correct as much as they are for other people for me, and that would be cool, but should nothing come of my life and they never come after me, then maybe we were wrong. And I have to reckon with that too, that if this is a life of faith that I carry and I choose the route of the way a martyr would see it, where you're willing to die for the cause, then I have to recognize that my faith could be just as wrong as anyone else's gamble on their own faith or religion and their own theological beliefs and interpretations. And so, listen, I love salt. You should see when I eat a vegetable straight up. If I got a piece, like a long piece of romaine or like a tomato, just like eating a vegetable, chopping something up, don't want to use it in the food, I just would like put some salt on it. Just like, you know how salt comes out of the shaker real fast? I'll literally do one of these. I don't know, man. It's the intense flavors, the bitter, like I said, it's the textures and stuff. It's pretty crazy. It's alien-like to me. I better watch it, man. It's the extreme. Could be because I used to do drugs, but yeah, it started way before I did drugs, so it's like questionable. I think it's just the alien genetics, but that's all right. So when someone says take it with a grain of salt, I'ma just let you know I'm doing way more than a grain. I love salt. I'm saying shake it like a salt shaker, okay? You don't have to take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm saying, Lil Jon. That's not even his song, is it? Is that the Ying Yang Twins? I just watched this whole fucking TikTok about how amazing the Ying Yang Twins are. And that whole era of music, crunk was alive. But, yeah. So you don't have to take it with a grain of salt. You can load that bitch up. I season my food. Okay? That's so funny. I literally, only for health reasons, stop myself from eating more salt. It's like terrible. It's something I can't do often because it's so unhealthy for you. But once in a while, I'll just be like, oh my God. Why does eating salt make me an evil cat lady? What does that mean? Yzma? Oh my God, we are so Yzma Kronk energy. Oh my God, because I love a good himbo. That's what I love about mutables. Like, I'm so sorry if you didn't know that. But oh my God, yeah. And plus Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt was the original Yzma, and like, she is everything in this world. Like, she and I very much the same kind of feminism, right? Like, the same brand of feminism, I would say. Oh, why do you think I'm evil? I'm not even ovulating yet, and you're already calling me evil? Yeah, well, you just went into great detail about being Tyler Durden, which I don't think you can really unevil yourself from that, Jack. That's fair. No, that's fair. We gotta roll the ads. Oh my gosh, the pre-roll timer went off. I'll be right back. Okay. Source. Now's the time I'm going to tell you that I'm about to load up fresh and finish this tarot reading. So, it's weird because last night I hardly smoked. Today I hardly smoked. But tonight, I'm with it. I'm about it. I don't know why. Probably because I'm drinking coffee for the second time. Well, no, it was like 24 hours I made coffee and then I slept and didn't drink it until I woke up. It's weird. 5 people still just lurking. Well, 4 lurking, 3 anonymous. Just me and you, Source. And whoever else, I don't even know if it's like anybody listening, but I also really truly get so many more replays for the longer videos that it's almost like people prefer to listen to me talk for 6 hours straight. So maybe someone will watch the replay and get the reading. Or maybe it's just for us and it's for this time, it's for this moment. And it's just for me and you. You know what I mean? Cool, cool, cool. So cheers to this moment. Kind of makes me think of Wax Fame. Yeah, they do. What a beautiful moment. Staring off into space. Oh my gosh. And it's 4:19 somewhere right now, which means it's about to be 4:20 somewhere right now as we pack this fresh bowl to honor the sacred cosmos. Because I do feel like, yeah, carbonation works, and getting like high. The reason it's called that is because it helps you ascend to the level where you can communicate with other beings. I am starting to really understand that. It's the same with alcohol. Hey, good morning. It's the same with alcohol being called spirits for a reason too, where it's so much easier to sometimes channel spirits when you are intoxicated, and also in the same regard block them out. It's like a very fine balance of being more inhibitable but also less aware and more comfortable. So that's pretty cool. I do have some cards on the table. It's like reading in progress, but a slow roll because it's just been me and Source going back and forth. So I love that I stalled. It is 4:20 somewhere. Let's toke and get to these fucking cards, y'all. Good morning, good morning. Good midnight morning. I wouldn't call us hot and cold. That seems like the wrong phrase. Or you mean like as individuals? Maybe. I made a French press even though I've been awake since yesterday and I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. It's been a minute since I did a long stream. Like a hot fucking minute. So honestly, I didn't really know what to expect. It wasn't this. But I figured, why not? If I can and damn, then you might as well. Who's in Aries? Oh man, combination of this coffee in my mouth and hitting that bong tasted like honey. Alright, back to the reading. I can tell, because I don't want to lose anybody. It's so early or late as hell. Pisces, that's just Pisces. Pieces. Pisces. Pisces. That's Pisces. Pieces, Pisces, Pisces. Oops. Pisces. Think of this. Pisces. That's how I remembered how to spell it when I couldn't ever remember how to spell it, because I used to spell it like I knew this. It would be like, is it like this? Or like this? So, I know, because it's so many things. Yeah. Pisses. Just remember there's piss in it. Okay. Sorry, Pisces. I know it's your season. Happy birthday, but nobody cares, okay? Treat people kindly, and maybe you'll feel that kindness back. But until then, good luck in all your struggles and whatnot. So anyway, earlier, before we way got off track and disrupted, I mentioned my crown chakra. So I had that seems really strange and also kind of does sound like alchemy, but yeah, I know. So my crown chakra, I was mentioning how sometimes the ringing in the ear can be solved with a simple catalog. Okay, who could it be? Who's thinking about me? Who's talking about me? Go through, click the names, okay, and then when you think of it, it stops. Same with like, oh, what's the energy in the room? Who might this be? Deceased people. Flip through the book. Okay, now that's this person. When you think of them, it stops. So lately, my crown chakra been going off, but there's nothing to make it stop. It's like, who the fuck's energy is this? This is just me? Am I just opening up? I'm focused on my crown chakra right now. Like, I don't know what it is. But earlier when it was just Source and I brought up my crown chakra. We got very distracted and very in-depth about some of the other topics we've been discussing tonight. And it's what I didn't mention then is that it is paired with a trinity, okay? And it's almost odd that we talked about shadow people, because the way that I would describe it, and maybe you can relate, is like there have just been times in my life during probably what you might describe as spiritual psychosis, but also like months more the effects of PMDD. And because it was different times in my life, different settings, it does seem like it was more spiritual than anything. But there was a couple times where I saw, like, even it was people I know, my loved ones, that their face didn't really transform, but I just saw this void that almost looked like a cosmos, you know, and I don't know if that's what you mean by shadow people. It gave no face vibes, but it was a cosmos rather than a indistinguishable face. And like being able to look into space through their face, okay? And that's only happened a couple times in my life. It was kind of scary though, you know, it's kind of a scary moment where it's like, what am I looking at? But it's also like an opening, a portal through someone, or someone is walking through something, right? Going through something, showing us something. So something that we've talked about, if you've been on here and you've seen this deck before, trinities are basically the opposites of black holes. If a black hole is something that destroys all matter and can remove things from existence, and it's basically a point of cleansing, a trinity is the opposite because it's a point of creation. It's what you speak life into rather than take life from, and it's like an amplifier rather than a devoider. So the crown chakra opening up to me is an indication that I'm in a trinity spot. And maybe if you've been feeling that too, where you're feeling your crown chakra go off, you are in a point not only of divination in your life, but also like able to create right now. You will amplify your gifts, amplify your life. So be mindful of the things that you think about, because you are in a trinity spot. If you're in the void, if you're in a black hole, then you want to kind of think about the things you're releasing and what you want to let go of. And you might find that things are more toxic and kind of terrible, and you're like letting go of stuff because you're in a black hole. But then you find a trinity spot, and it's what you're creating. Love. Okay, like love, wealth, abundance, stability, joy, happiness, creativity, art, music, albums, paintings, like finishing books, novels, acquainting, right? Learning more, knowing more, selling more, doing more. That's my Trinity spot, you know? And I feel like my crown is finally getting satisfied where it's been really hard to recognize where that's coming from, but it's because it's all becoming. And I am working so hard to cope. I'm working so hard to schedule. I'm working so hard to keep on top of myself and my space so that I can get the most I possibly can out of my Trinity spot. And like, even though we all pass through space in our own spaces in our own timing, I bet a lot of us are phasing into this Trinity spot that can last for 3 months, 3 years, who knows? Like, keep that shit going as long as you can until you stop feeling it, right? Until you don't like where you're at and realize maybe you need a purge and to go through a black hole phase once more. Okay, so if you've been feeling that tingle right here and you don't know how to get rid of it, think about what's your wish. Higher and higher. I don't really know the words to that song. Your love keeps lifting. I don't know if that means something for someone. I also am feeling like this weird cramp that I wasn't feeling all night. Granted, I've been sitting here for 7 hours. I've gotten up a few times. I try to stretch during my commercials. I'm probably just not sitting in the best way, getting a little too comfortable. Who are these people? I'm talking to 2 people, and yet there's 9 viewers? What? That seems wild to me. Good morning, everybody. We're doing some cosmic initiations. So we also have Healer Within and Unity, which I think actually pairs really well with this Crown and Trinity. You can even see the similarities in the patterns between them. But just as much as your crown is opening up to allow you to move through this point of creation, it's like having the ability to heal yourself or find healing within you, or wanting to be healed and wanting the peace of coming clean or detoxing is what will bring you together, is what brings you to the people. You know, your vibe attracts your tribe. So if you want to make the most of your Trinity spot and create something even beyond the physical or beyond your personal life, it's a great time to manifest or call to the people that you want in your realm, okay? We've got Universal Forgiveness and Foundation. This seems like a good stack. I'm going to leave that. I cut the deck, and the first thing I saw was Universal Forgiveness, and then I took out a stack beginning with Foundation. That's a very important word to me because that was always a pipe dream for myself. And then what I like to remind people with Universal Forgiveness is that if universal forgiveness means that everyone is worthy of forgiveness and that others are worthy of your forgiveness, it in turn means that you yourself are also worthy of forgiveness and worthy of others forgiving you as much as you are worthy of forgiving yourself. Okay? That is the truest law of universal forgiveness. That's why this comes up, is to remind you that you can also be forgiven. Like, beyond just being apologetic, it's understanding that you can be forgiven in the same way that you have forgiven. But if you're unwilling to forgive people, then people will be unwilling to forgive you. So that's something to consider and something to think about, but also the way the universe works. Universal forgiveness. Those who are worthy of forgiveness make you worthy of forgiveness. Okay? Esoteric Jezza, what is your sun sign? Universal forgiveness is staying out. Because then I have this pile here, and I think we talked about some of them, because Capricorn is at the top of the deck, and I remember saying something about Capricorn, but maybe that was a different deck? I don't even know. I really do like this card and color scheme. Underneath that we have Law Frequency, and Law Frequency, oh, okay, so close, but not quite. I was like, I feel like you're a winter baby. I thought you were a Capricorn, but one off. Pardon me. I have been streaming for almost 7 hours, but at this point, we're definitely going to make it to that mark. I don't really feel like getting into the Law Frequency. I feel like I didn't get exhausted until oh, you practically are a Capricorn. You're very cusp, right? No, this is exhausting. Come on, I haven't yawned at all tonight, have I? How often do I even yawn? I usually just call it before I get to the point of yawning. I'm bored of talking about this. 405 frequency, you don't have to believe me, human love, blah, blah, blah. This is what exhausted me, the very thought of explaining the law of frequency once more. Okay? Go listen to Spirit They've Gone, Spirit They Vanished. That's all I'm gonna kind of tell you. Okay? Like, go do that. Like, I'm not explaining it again. Capricorn, of all things. Golden rule. I just immediately thought of the song. I would for you, right? And this comes up once in a while. It's not every time. Usually a random rule will pop in my head, but this one, this one is feeling more like the song. Man, it's a golden rule, yeah. I'm everybody's slave. I made you my slave. This I do for you. If it would help to give the world back what it gave, then I would. I would. I would. So that's all I'm getting for the golden rule, but let me see. Make sure your shoes are tied, but can easily untie. It's a good point. It actually is giving me ideas. Thank you. Yeah, make sure your shoes are tied, but can easily untie. I'm going to start tying them differently. Thank you. Law of transmutation. Same idea as we spoke of earlier, the way you said, what's the opposite of an action? Reaction. Not same thing, but back to the basics, the laws of physics. All things that are created, no, matter is never destroyed, only recreated. Energy can never, be dispelled. It can only move freely and find the next thing. The law of transmutation, same thing. Nothing ever really dies. Nothing's ever really over. Nothing really ever leaves. It's just transformed and made something else. Okay. And universal abundance. There's a certain plan for life to carry out necessarily. Like, not necessarily in our hands or out of our hands, but just us cooperating in order for all of us to have more of what we need and feel richer or safer in our societies or in our communities, because a lot of us are truly lacking and living in poverty or living paycheck to paycheck, living below means and being unable to afford things. So universal abundance is sort of the call to like stop thinking for one and think more for all. Although I have to admit that when only one thinks of all, that one is the one that's left out, and everyone else or all is very much fine. And I'm so happy to see everyone well to do. Although it does feel like that's the joke at the end of the day, is when you choose to look the other way and not prioritize yourself or whatever. Yeah, I feel that. I'm becoming the empress, but I've been the pauper, if you will. So, whatever, we got this Aquarius card. Aquarius moon. And something face down. So what's coming to you? Law of transmutation, something new, recycled from the old. Libra. Could be something that happened in Libra season. Could be a Libra. Could be something that happens this Libra season. But a Libra. Oh my God. I say what's coming to you, Aquarius moon. And it's a fucking Libra. Good luck if you think you're going to send in a fucking Libra. Okay? Law of free will. Everybody's going to do what they want. Do what you want. Do what you will. Like, I can understand. Oh, gosh, cut it again. Law of transmutation. Sower of seeds. I get it. You gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. Golden rule. It's better when it comes from you. Nobody wants to play the telephone game. Now, do they? No, they don't. But if the seeds need to be sown, then so be it. You know? Trying to pull off whatever the fuck, then I guess if you gotta incorporate other people, then that's what you gotta do. Something weird, fishy, but maybe just whatever. Okay. Libra. Like, that's gonna help. That's not it. Universal abundance, law of free will. That's so funny. You think that's gonna make a difference when you're sitting right next to each other. That's cute as fuck, though. Alright, so foundation. Make sure what you're standing on is well built. Law of cause and effect. Maybe you don't know the cause, but you will see the effects. What's that one line? Same thing, right? And controls the effects, watching the watcher. Can you hear what you said? You know, something about, it's not cause and effect, but something like that. Even if you don't know the cause, you may see the effects. Law of karma. What kind of karma have you harvested? What have you collected? What have you gotten? Do you think you're going to get a good payout? Do you think you're in good karmic standing? Or have you been ignoring it and neglecting it because you get paid and you think that's enough, or get laid and think that's justification for a certain way of living, rather than seeing that you are collecting karmic debt and either going to pass it off onto your children or have a rude awakening coming? Okay? Because it's about to be the new year. You think, oh, December, I'm feeling good. Mid-January comes around, great new year. It ain't the new year. You didn't even notice we're ending a cycle. We're at the end of Pisces season. Like, that's so silly to think that whatever you have going on in the winter is going to be the tone for the year. The year hasn't even started yet. Like, that's what's so silly. We got another week. It hasn't even been Yoko's birthday. Yoko Ono's birthday. Oh, no, February 18th, not March 18th. That's so funny. She's the very first day of Pisces season, not the last day. Yoko Ono's birthday. I wonder if that's significant for somebody that day. Somebody, actually, my roommate saw my outfit and said, "You gonna wear that all night?" I was like, "Yeah, kind of." And she's like, "It's giving Yoko Ono vibes." And I was like, "Oh." And she's like, "I don't mean it in a bad way." I'm like, "No, I know." Cool. Piscean energy. Happy birthday, Yoko. A month late. That's okay. Commitment. Law of karma. Okay, sorry, I didn't know what I was holding. I started flipping the cards. So, universal harmony and commitment. You'd be surprised how much peace comes into the world when you come into understanding of your own self. When you join in harmony with your life, when you start to listen to the song of your season, and you start to follow or chase the path that you're meant to be in, that's when you hear the orchestral sounds of nature as you walk through life, listening to the grandiose build and build and build and live in those magical moments. And that universal harmony comes with the commitment of knowing what you want, practicing every day, doing what you need to do to get it, staying committed to finding this connection and intuition. 33333 on the pre-roll timer. Good check-in. We got 30 minutes. Finding this connection and being in tandem with the greater cosmos around you. Universal harmony. Being step in step. And, synchronized in song with everything around you. finding that you get along just fine with everything that happens in life. What a beautiful thing, right? And it's a commitment to get there. You have to choose that every single day. You have to wake up and say, this is going to be the best day ever, every single day. And at the end of it, you might be like, man, maybe nothing special happened, but honestly, it was a pretty good day. So I got to say, best one yet, maybe better tomorrow. And honestly, yeah, I do that every day. There's some days PMDD takes over. I wake up irritated. Tyler Durden's already in full effect. I'm beating my own ass by noon. I wouldn't worry too much about it if I were you, but at the same time, most days I wake up and try to make it the best day ever, make it better than the last, make it good or spontaneous or stand out for some reason. So that's advice that I give but also live by, and I wouldn't really give advice that I didn't, I don't think. Sometimes I give advice for people who struggle with things I haven't. What are you talking about? But there's just, so staying committed to it, acting upon it in all of your moments. Right. Constantly thinking what could make my life so much better, but realizing that nothing can make it better, and then knowing something always will. That's very much... I said kick my own ass, not kiss my own ass, but yeah. I often think like nothing could make me feel better in any given moment, and then something will happen that does, and it's like my heart exploded. It's like so beautiful. I think an artist can be in love and happy just as much as they can be tortured and tragic. I think it's such a shame that we have such one-note feelings, or so many people have such a hard time expressing some of the darker sides of them, or the more upsetting things, that we tend to channel it in art, and that art tends to stand out because people want to relate those private parts of themselves to something external. But then you turn around and you see people in love, and we make fun of, oh my God, another glitch moment. And we make fun of the fact that they've poured their heart into a song, or it's gushy, mushy, pop, happy, make fun of people's loving expressions just as much. So, what? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Just understand that, there is universal harmony will come into play, but law of karma is going to balance things out so that the foundation is on level ground. And that's the thing. If you don't know how to help people out and get people to where they need to be because of where you're at, then you will have a rude awakening of being taken from that. Feels like no more cards, but what's this face down pile? Cool. So I'm taking these 2, 3. Evolution, Sagittarius, and Universal Healing. Guardian Angel. Someone looks over you. Someone knows what to do, even if it's not you, Virgo. Universal forgiveness. It's okay. I forgive you. Isn't that the song? Da-da-da-da-da, I forgive you, Smiley. Something like that. So there's this face down pile. Ooh, Aquarius. Sower of Seeds, Universal Abundance, Law of Free Will. It's all stuff that we already had, even after shuffling, so good reminder. But this face down pile that we are revealing, probably in the next week, because Pisces season is finally fucking ending. We have initiation. This is the deck, the cosmic deck of initiation. The initiation process has begun and is about to really begin and take off. Scorpio, could be dealing with a Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio rising, so I'll take it. Could be something that started or happened or was decided in Scorpio season. But then we have Leo. So you might be a Leo or dealing with a Leo. But it might be referring to Leo season, especially because Lionsgate was sort of a strong point in the narrative of this past year. Because we have to think it was 7 hours, 7 minutes, 7 seconds, 7 viewers. That was pretty dope. So you might be Scorpio or Leo, both fixed signs. And then we also have Cancer here, right? So those are coming up strong, but I would say Scorpio, Leo, and Cancer placements, or those times in the year, they're not exactly on a timeline. So it might, if it's like Scorpio, Leo, Cancer, that would be the next 3 years having these points, right? So it could be for somebody going through the transition of their Saturn return, the Saturn returning to them. So if you're like 27-ish, major points will be Scorpio season this coming year, Leo season the year after, Cancer season the year after that, and then you'll start to notice things level out again. Okay, so this initiation process might be hitting Scorpio, Leo, and Cancer the hardest. I haven't really been reading the comments. I'm so sorry. Have not been paying attention to the chat. The reading was like really, I was into it. It was cool. I was super focused. Did not want to get distracted. Really liked it. Really loved the message. Really I feel like I understood some shit, but now I don't even remember what I said or what it was about. I hope you're okay. I'm kind of freaking out. Also, these cards feel done anyways. We can just go back to chat mode if y'all are feeling chatty. Yeah, these cards feel good. It feels good. Feels good. Sweet summer night and I'm stripped to my sheets. The phone, something leaks and my AC squeaks and the voice on the clock says you're not gonna get tired. Bed is a pool and my walls on fire. Soak my head in a sink for a while. Chills on my neck and it makes me smile. My skin's gotta move and my skin's gotta breathe. I pick up the phone and I'm so relieved. Dude, I go through phases where I think I want to join the military, and then I think about my PMDD, Virgo. You think about your attitude or your fucking love of smoking weed. You're like, no, let's not do that. Like, I've been there where it's like, I don't know what else to do. I could use the stability, the camaraderie, the discipline. Fuck it. And then I'm like, no, when I ovulate, people literally cannot resist my alien hormones. It's a fucking problem. And when I bleed, I probably would get hunted by bears. And before I bleed, I might kill someone. So the military is a very bad idea for me. Think about that more before you inherently decide it. Crown chakra. And you're like, well, I wouldn't be combat. Who cares? I get it. I've definitely been there. And that's such a weird thing for someone like me to admit, right? I'm a lot more dynamic than people expect. I'm not just like this left-leaning, kind of like liberal, whatever communist you would call it. I have no political alignment. That's what people don't get. I'm a compass. I'm due north. I don't know where I am or where I'm going. I'm going to follow a path or try to do my best to navigate. That's it. I'm a humanitarian. I think people should come first. That's it. That's my whole thing. People should be taken care of. People should have the basic needs met. Things should be affordable. What got hacked? What do you mean? Why would you say that? Law of transmutation. Glitch? Which? Or hacked? Okay, me too. You tell me, how is it? I think I'm also going to put this deck away. I might be done with tarot for the night. That was a good reading. I liked it. Universal compassion. Law of limitation. Despite what these colonizers will tell you, there are basic rules like consent that must be followed when manifesting or doing anything. So, you know. Yeah, I think I might put this deck away and go back to chat mode. That was a pretty solid reading, right? Behind the scenes sub-content. No ads, no problem. You know what song is stuck in my head? The one they use in the memes that are like, ladies and gentlemen, we got 'em. And it's like this groovy-ass song, and it sucks that that's what they used it for, but it's so funny for the meme, and it's also like a great song. The day you walked away, so much better. Whatever it is. What do you mean, what ending? What are you talking about? Magnets, how do they work? Alright, and we're back to the chat. So, I think that was a good reading. We did the mystery deck tonight, and now we just did the cosmic deck of initiation, and I think both readings were pretty on. At this point, I am still enjoying my French press. It's been over 7 hours. It's been a long-ass time since I did a stream this long. I'm impressed with myself. We did an ad break because we weren't sure what was going on with the tech situation, so if the sound is weird, I apologize. It's because I'm a glitch witch. I'm not really sure. It's an interesting thought. I might actually go. I just realized it's been over 7 hours. Wrapped up the reading. It's pretty early in the morning. I feel like I probably should stay awake at this point. I'm already drinking coffee. So part of me is like, just stick it out a little longer, make it a little later, stay up a little stronger. But honestly, I don't know. I think I could go. I can't believe there's 9 people on here. What are y'all doing? Good morning. How are you? What are you doing here? So true. I'm glad that you decided to chat because I would have not done a long stream without you. There's a few people who chatted with me before you, but it's been a pretty quiet night with high views, which is like really weird to me. It's not that weird. I'm grateful for it because you have to keep your numbers up on Twitch, you know, and it's annoying to advertise, and I don't really pander to any markets or crowds. Not in a pretentious way. It's just how I've always been. It's punk as fuck, I guess. Thank you. I think that's what this spring will be, is people recognizing me for me, because I'm revealing myself in the sense of, like, owning up to the fact that, yes, I more or less agree with you. And that's intense. And it's something that a lot of people have always known and seen in me and encouraged to find. And that's why I always feel like I could sing that song. You'll search, babe, at any cost. But how long, babe, can you search for what's not lost? Everybody will help you. Some people are very kind, but if I could save you any time, come on, give it to me. You keep it with mine. It's not great. I love that song. It sounded okay, maybe. I can't help it if you might think I am odd. If I say I'm not loving you for what you are, but for what you're not. Everybody will help you discover what you set out to find. But if I could save you any time, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. Why? I went to go look at something while I was singing. Yeah, that sounds really goddamn awful. I almost said gay, but the thing is, it doesn't sound gay. It sounds ultimately really quite straight. It's like the opposite of gay, and I don't like it. A 2000 stoner alt rock song. Ironically enough, my birthday is literally April 26th, 1992, which is the ultimate stoner rock song. So, stoner alt rock song, aka April 29th, Miami, Sublime. Yeah, that's my birthday. Like, it's not even the day of the riots, it's my birthday. Dude was high as fuck in the studio. Couldn't even get the story straight. Okay. Want to hear something funny? So I briefly mentioned that I did a short-lived but also ongoing hiatus web series that I only released on my website. If you want to watch it, it's in the Muse section, like on the fucking Muse page, I think. There's just like these posts. It's blog posts with the videos in them. And it's stoned current events from the past. Because it's like stuff that's relevant now. But like looking at it historically while I get super stoned. It's pretty funny. I thought it was very funny. It's just like, it's a lot of work to do stuff like that. On top of tarot, on top of all the other side gigs and other freelance work that I do. And also trying to like still have hobbies, I guess, and maintain relationships where like, no, it's okay. The show's really funny. I think you'd appreciate it. So there's only 3 episodes. It's the 1920 episode, which is actually about weed and LSD or whatever. And the Earth Day episode, which is just me pretty much giving great tips on how to greenify the life. I said, stoned current events from the past. It's on my website, in the Muse section, in the blog post or something. But the 3rd episode is my birthday episode. And so I talked about Rodney King and why that day was such a big deal and why the people in LA rioted and how fucked up that situation was and how unjustified and uncalled for, and how innocent ultimately, even if he fucking had a speeding ticket or whatever, that it was the first moment of publicized police brutality on television. And the way that they manipulated the case, kept it out of Los Angeles County. I don't know why I'm getting into it right now. It's on my website. I'll send the link. Okay. So after I go into all of the details about the Rodney King case, I then thought it would be super fun to go in and kind of dissect the birthday song. April 26, 1992, there was a riot on the streets, tell me where were you? You were sitting home watching your TV. I was participating in some anarchy. First spot we hit it was my liquor store. Okay? It's in so much corruption. So yeah, that's the birthday episode. You can see this is, like I said, it's just like blog posts on my website, but anything that says Stoned Current Events is actually an embedded video of the show. You'll like the birthday episode. I get drunk. I straight up get a birthday drink, and I'm like, this will be fun, and I'm like, this is not fun. I'm like, no. So as I was dissecting the song, I realized how righteous and not just white savior, but how fucking ignorant that song is. And it like really kind of killed the vibe for me. So like I would think maybe a late 90s Y2K inspired alt sci-fi stoner, you know, but that happened to you today? Yeah, that's like, I was like, damn, I was listening to this white guy talk about how he completely took advantage of the fact that people were rioting, and he literally has the audacity to say in the song that it wasn't about Rodney King. Excuse you, but if you said you hit the liquor store, then you went to your local liquor store, the dude on your block, the dude who's been selling to you since day one, who never once checked your ID. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, that's the dumbest shit ever. Hate that. Okay? That's interesting. That's really sad. It's disturbing. I mean, it's like real. It's not like unusual. It's not like you're wrong for that, but just it's like sad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know what he actually says. It just sounds like he's saying go away. I don't know. This is America. Don't get you slipping though. I don't know. What Tell My Father is? Like the Tell my father not to worry. No, not that. Mm-mm. The train leaves at 10:30, but it'll be back tomorrow, same time again. The conductor, he's weary, still stuck on the line. But if I could save you any time, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. I don't know what song or whatever you're referring to. It's literally called Tell My Father. Frank Wildhorn, that sounds right. The Civil War. Okay, I found it. Okie dokie. The Civil War, the musical. Oh, wow. Okay. Didn't realize this was a Broadway song. That's always an interesting perspective. Even evil people think they're doing something right. Isn't that the truth? I that's I don't know, I just think of cops. It sounds not great. The blue, proud, true. It's not appealing to me. I don't think that ever would be. I was never into my school colors or school spirit or any of that shit either, so I was never gonna be a patriot, I suppose. Gotcha. Okay, I don't even feel a need to do an 8-hour stream, but we're like half an hour away from that. But at the same time, 7.5 hours, not bad. Do you see this painting? I know I keep showing it off, but this is literally so fucking gorgeous. I cannot wait to fix it and finish it. But okay, really quick before we do go, I might start doing ads and coming and checking back and like cleaning up and stuff, because like I do that sometimes where it's like I'll stick around for a little bit, but I gotta start doing other things. But yeah, it's like it's daytime. It is daylight out. So I'm like, damn, if I stay up, I don't really know what I'm about to do. It's like too early to really do anything. It's a Saturday. I gotta like exhaust myself today to focus on my hobbies. I gotta like probably do a bunch of social media stuff, which is really annoying. There's always some random things to do, but like what am I gonna do today on no sleep? I don't even know yet. I don't know. So I probably should go. But at the same time, what am I in a rush about? So the biggest debate with this is the hips. Do I try to bring these in? Like I said, I wanted them to be even. They're not perfect, but they're more even than they were at any other phase of this painting. And so I'm debating about giving her a white aura around her whole body, very faintly. So it's like still this pink is there, but then there's also like a faint glow of white around her so that I can take her hips in. You know? Back is easy. They called me back is easy. You literally tried out to be in the Navy, like the military Navy. Like, this is random. Did I just literally hear something? Ew, did somebody tap my fucking computer? What was that sound? It's on mute. What was that? Did not like that. It was really gross. And maybe Reddit is putting the fear of God in me, but at the same time, it's a fear of technology, right? I was reading horror stories about people whose phones and stuff get tapped. That was so weird. I heard some fucking masculine voice mumble just now. Thank you. I could only hope, but I don't think anybody's gonna follow me down. I think I'm gonna lead the rebellion, and it ain't gonna be nobody to lead. I think I am the rebellion, sadly. And the thing about the rebellion is that it just doesn't survive against such a machine. Yeah, that means someone's listening. It's like $30 in some strange app to get your phone tapped by anybody. Like, it's creepy as hell. Why did my laptop just make noise? Or was it my phone? Where's my phone? No, my phones are not close enough. So anyways, do I try to take her hips in a little bit? Make it more human, or just give her these gorgeous giant hips? I was just reading a Reddit thread that said otherwise, but I guess I believe you, or we just want to comfort ourselves. So, what do we think? I'm not going to do it now, but that's why I got to think about this for the next few days. I'll probably get back to this Monday night. I also was wondering, Do y'all think, even though it's really just source at this point, do y'all think that if I did ever come on here and do the just chatting category that you would watch? Thank you. It's not really a very good hair day. I don't know if you were listening to me talk about it, how I washed it today, but then I was putting oil on my face and I ran my fingers through my hair and then I was putting lotion on my body and did it again. So there's too much product in it and it looks like I need to wash it already in real life. It's very greasy and flat and I put too much moisturizer basically in my hair. I can't put too much product. It is white as hell. I call it my straw hair. It's not very absorbent. I'm glad it looks good. This is also fucking it up, you know, where it's funny. People keep wanting to see what the fuck is on my forehead. And it's like, yeah, my bangs are in the way. That's why typically I don't just draw or write stuff on my forehead. This was such a, and, you know, people do think of me as the Sid, don't they? Or the Nico, or whatever, but really I'm the Kate Bush. Just kidding. That's okay. I'm me. I'm anonymous stacks. Bitch. Real silly hours. Should I get that blue sandstone instead of holding out for a blue goldstone? What do you think? I think, well, they are, but they're not. They are, but they're not. I was wondering if that intuitive message, because you brought it up, or you and someone, am I seeking copper, or am I seeking the alchemy of it? Is the cobalt what I need, and that's why blue goldstone, or is it the copper? That's what I'm saying. I thought about buying a piece of copper and a blue sandstone. I think that would be the best thing. Keep them together. I think that would be a nice combo, actually. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Thank you. I wanted to ask before I did it. Hi. I'm like wrapped up for the night. I'm not really doing any more tarot. And I'll probably be like just rolling ads and cleaning up pretty soon. So like, sorry to disappoint. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I don't even know why. No. You can book one on my website if you want, or you can play this from the beginning, start over, and watch the reading that already happened. I used 2 different decks tonight and did like 50-minute chunks of readings. So, yeah, I'm done for the night. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know what the fuck happened, but yeah, we're 7.5 hours in. So we're just kind of winding down and talking. Yeah, dude, it is full-blown morning, daytime, light out. It's crazy. So I'm probably going to stay up today. I don't know, like, that's why I was like, damn, I might as well just sit here and babble for a little bit because I don't know what else to do. But I'm done with tarot. So it feels like I don't want to just start babbling in like an insane sleep deprived way. But I also am like, I'm not functional before 10 a.m. Like ever, no matter what. I could stay up all night and be so tired all morning. 10 a.m. rolls around, I'm ready to go somehow, for some reason, for no reason. It's like very strange. If I like wake up before 10 a.m., I'll be ready by 10. If I wake up at 10, I'll wake up awake. It's just really weird. I'm very nocturnal. What do you mean waited so long for my attention? Like because no one else is here and you've had my undivided attention for like hours on end. That's like exciting to you. You do not pay me enough. That is for goddamn sure. You're lucky this is under the guise of me doing tarot. Because that kind of attention costs way more than $4.99 a month. Come on, I'm just teasing you. I'm sorry. I roast too hard sometimes. I roast too hard for no reason. For no reason. Sometimes I roast too hard for no reason. What do you mean, miser? Moribund the Burgermeister? No, you said miser, not meister. Like the heat miser? Oh, I am a bit frugal. I'm an idiot. I don't dislike anyone. I'm a miser? That's horrible. Horrible. Right, exactly. Appreciate the hustle. My little jokes here and there. Okay, so if anybody cares, it is what it is. So I'm gonna roll some ads and literally just start cleaning up a bit and come back and chill for a minute and just keep doing that until I'm done. Because again, I'm like in a rush to leave, but I'm not in a rush to do anything because I have nothing planned until much later in the day because I'm on a nocturnal schedule anyways. So like I wasn't planning on staying up, but now I'm drinking a French press at daytime of the morning hours on a Saturday. So we're just gonna go with it and have an unhinged Saturday. One more Saturday night vibes, Grateful Dead day. It's a Grateful Dead kind of day. I love that. It's a Grateful Dead day. I had a longer theme earlier, but let's just put it simple. It's a Grateful Dead day. And back in my hardcore Grateful Dead days, there were a lot of nights where we would do stuff and stay up and not sleep, so it just feels like the vibe. That's really cool. Like, yeah. Okay. Although I'm tired, I could fall asleep. We never know. It's just like I might miss the whole day if I do. Let's check the weather before I decide. Thank you. I feel mystic and beautiful like most of the time. And then I also feel dangerous and hideous at other times. So stuff happens. It's only supposed to be sunny for the next like 2 hours out of the whole day today. Maybe I'll start my day with a walk. That would be crazy. It's like not that cold out either. It's the PMDD. Like, that's the whole analogy with Tyler Durden. I'm not Sylvester Stallone. I'm not Don Corleone. I'm Tyler Durden because of what he does, not only to each other, but to himself. It's like, oh yeah, me, I've been in some fist fights with me. Like, I've been my punching bag for a minute, and then someone wants to come in and say what's wrong, and I'm like, boom, get out of the way. I try to, remember? Coping, because it's a beast of its own. Oh, I've thought about that. No. There's like so many layers to it. That's why I'm trying to put it into words. And like I'm trying to do this research novel where a lot of what I do is what I consider science fiction. Because it's easier for people to digest something as sci-fi. But when I say science fiction, I mean like I've coined my own phrase. Science fiction because it's a fixation, not because I think it's fiction. So it's research based, obviously, because I've been doing this research for 7 years, no, 6 years, I think. And it's getting more and more intensive, more and more intrusive, and it's time to interpret the data and put it out there. But once again, my own personal beliefs and interpretation is kind of the hang up or the hold up, and the absolute bore of a research novel. Full disclosure, what? Now I've got you in my space. I won't let go of you. Wow. What? Oh, is that like a reference or something? get it. Oh, like a few years ago, they were like, absolutely not. You can't tell anyone. No one would believe you. And now I've built up my whole persona around all of it that it's actually applicable and makes sense and clear as fucking day. Yeah, that checks out. It's getting bright as hell in here. I think that's part of the reason I want to go. I think it's time to go for a little walk. That's okay. I don't think I was ready. That's what some of my old drawings and writings and posts that I find from that time where I'm like very confused by these things and still testing the waters. It's very obvious that I did not quite believe in it back then, even though I've wanted to believe since I was a kid. Yeah, I do, because this is the only couple hours. It's going to be nice out. I wish I had a kite to fly. I recently tried to talk my partner into going out to get a kite, and we were like, where would we get a kite from? That's not going to like cost us like a bunch of money to invest in a kite that we might not be able to fly on this day or for a while because it's literally winter. And we were like, okay, maybe not a good day to buy a kite, but maybe a good day to fly a kite. Two different things. I like might try to build a kite. That's a great idea. It's a great idea. That, if anything, I'm a fucking teenager. And I'm 19, you can't tell me what to do anymore. I'm not in high school, alright? You're not my dad. And I fucked your mom. No, I'm sorry. It's like not even true. I don't even know her. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna roll some ads. I'm gonna start cleaning up. We are wrapping up here. Just chit-chatting for a little bit. I think I'll make it 15 minutes to get an 8-hour stream. We'll see. fuck Chick-fil-A. Fuck yeah, I'll be righteous about that. They're gonna be loud and proud about being anti-gay. That shit is for real. Fuck them. Like, it's bad when we find out they've been discreetly homophobic behind our backs, but to be open and loud about it, we gotta have some boundaries, man. Damn. Alright, so anyways, that is pretty much it. Kinda have to pee, cleaned up a bit, ready to go. Can't decide if I'm actually gonna go for a walk or not. But again, the weather is stating that this might be the only time the sun is out all day, and I just so happen to have done an almost 8-hour stream. Should I try to make it another 10 minutes? I've suddenly become aware of how badly I have to pee. Once I got up, it started cleaning up a bit. I realized, like, oh my god, it's almost like insatiable, hard to hold, suddenly out of nowhere. But not necessarily truly out of nowhere, because I'm drinking coffee. You know what I want, fucker. Yeah, let's try to fucking make it 10 minutes. Why not? Why not go for an 8-hour stream? If I run another ad, it's because I'm trying to get to the 8 hours, and I'm so over this. Hold it like you want to smoke weed, or you want to be mad at me for hating Chick-fil-A. I've literally never eaten there. Before I really knew anything about them, I was going to go there when I was in Denver, and then they were closed that day because it was Sunday, and I never went again and found out they were horrendous. And why bother? There's so much chicken in the world, and chicken's not even that good. So I feel. What are we holding for? It's Saturday, though. So you're good. Traitor. So many things that we do that are horrible, honestly. Yeah, that's cool. Actually, maybe that sucks, because then they, like, take Saturday from you being a child and just make it religious. Disrupt your whole weekend. Or maybe you were into it at a certain point as a kid. Yeah, that is cool then, if you enjoyed it. Exactly why I was like, damn, that kind of sucks. I mean, we definitely had Saturday Mass. It was like the 4:30 Mass on Saturday, or the 8 a.m. It's like 6:30 a.m., 8 a.m., and 11 a.m. on 6 a.m., 4:30 p.m. Saturdays, 6 a.m., 8 a.m., and 11 a.m. Sundays. Maybe 6 a.m. wasn't it. Maybe it was just 2 masses, like back to back, and yeah. So true. I really liked Mad TV growing up, but I don't think it probably aged well. Seems like a lot of stereotypes came up on that show, and I don't know why I liked it so much, but the characters were funny, and I didn't think so deeply or understand microaggressions or the depth of racism as we know it. So, I can understand why my innocent self enjoyed that kind of mindless entertainment, and the X-Files, LOL, the actors were all great too. I definitely watched the X-Files. How? I thought you can't do that stuff on Twitch. They'll flag you, right? Or is it just like not a stream thing, but like a private host on Discord? If it's like you host, you don't actually watch it. You just talk to each other while everyone's watching it. Can I tell you? I don't know if I should say stuff like this out loud, but we're like so deep into, we're like killing the next 8 minutes of our time just to make an 8-hour stream at fucking 8 in the morning, right? Like it's a 888. So I'm just going to tell you that my dream, which actually this may have already come up, I would love to be like the Elvira of science fiction, obviously. Um, but doing the whole like science theater, whatever it's called, but X-Files. Like what Elvira does for B horror movies is what I do for X-Files. But I'm a big fucking Scully hater, so it's very controversial takes. Okay, that's fair. You'd have to send me somebody doing it so I can understand it better. But I would, like, that's my dream, is to get dressed up like a fucking alien and be sexy like Elvira and sit there and fucking talk about the fucking X-Files episodes while they play. But I think I'd be too fucking passionate and want to stop the tapes. You know? Yeah, and I have no warnings. But X-Files is Fox, and I think it's now owned by Disney. That's why it's on Hulu. That's why it's on Disney Plus. That's why the movies are coming off of HBO and probably going to appear on one of the other two platforms. Just saying. So I do feel like X-Files in particular is a hard one to pull off, especially when there was so much drama, not only with Disney just being assholes, but there's so much drama with Duchovny getting a payout. There has always been open cases and lawsuits surrounding X-Files that, like, it's a fucking hard one to pull off. It's not like I don't know. That would be, if there was a challenge, that would be the challenge. Like 100%. So, I don't know. We'll see. Let me roll these ads. 3 minutes. It's my last ads for the night. It'll put us at 8 hours, and then I can say goodnight. And we can dream of like X-Files and things. And I'll just talk to you while the ads are rolling, since my subscribers don't have to watch ads. Don't call me princess. Don't get used to that. You literally have to pay to talk to me like that. What the fuck? I'm much more queen energy, or queen, really. You can even say king. But princess, I used that word one time earlier tonight as a joke. And also, just so villainous. Just seems like, first of all, my title is mistress. And I think it's funny that people associate that with like sluttiness or fucking house wrecking or whatever the fuck. But mistress is just the concept of the title without a man being tied to it. I'm not a Ms. because I'm not waiting to become Mrs. I'm just a Miss, and therefore a mistress. So, I don't mean it in like the slutty way, but mistress is the real title, if any. But queen if we're going royalty, and queen if we're being specific. Love you too, brethren. I don't like the sister-brother vibe, though. That's not it at all, I don't think. In like the kindest, creepiest way possible. It's just like, you can't do that now, I don't think. You've said too many things, to be honest and fair. I love that there's ads rolling for people who don't sub, but also on the replays. I think people will hear this part of the conversation, right? That's what's so funny about it. What the hell? I don't want to be frenemies, but that's such a Virgo mutable move. I'm triple fixed. I'm loyal to the end. I'm like 10 toes deep and down with it, okay? I'm like the best friend you ever had. Like Marsha and Brad Brady. What's his name? Marsha and Greg. No. Can't believe it streamed for like 3 fucking hours tonight. It's great. Can't wait to get on with my day. I feel like I need to go out there and catch some sun rays while I fucking can. Because I don't think the sun's really going to come out at all this week, so I better enjoy it while it's there. I think I'm going to have to do it. I think I'm going to have to do it. Yeah. You're going to do what you're going to do. I don't know how this didn't time out to be fucking 3 minutes. I guess I did it a little early. Okay. And we're back. You notice I wasn't on the BRB screen because the only person chatting with me is one of my subscribers. And if you subscribe, you don't have to watch ads, right? So that's kind of a plus. Subscribe today. Don't just follow. Spend your money on me. And honestly, if you want to cut out the middleman, you can buy from me directly on my website, www.illymilly.com. You can book your own private reading. You can buy some merchandising. You can buy my time in other ways that I can be accommodating. And yet, there's even more content and free stuff you can do, like sign up to become a member using an email address, a name, some way to denote you, and collect trips, discounts, etc. That's so true. So, thank you all for tuning in. I will not be back until Sunday evening. I hopefully will not be sleeping today. I will be working tomorrow. I hope to see all y'all turn out, and I hope to see y'all show up Sunday night. And I'll be back Monday, probably to work on this painting more if I can resist her sitting there looking gorgeous. And then Saturday night's got to take off because I did not take my Tuesday, Wednesday off this week. For some reason, I streamed like every day. That was bizarre. This was hands down the longest stream I've had in a while. So thanks for sitting in, tuning in, being with me, kind of like enjoying things. It's been great to have you and to have me together and doing these things. So grateful that this is my job and this is what I get to do. I love every single one of you. Please do tune back in. Check out some of the other content. Make a little purchase. Do whatever you feel inclined to do. But either way, remember that I love you. Remember that it's all gravy. Remember that if life gives you potatoes, that's probably a good thing because you can mash them up and you already have the gravy and you just put them right on top and boom, you're done. Yeah. Good night, fam. Love you all so much. And good luck, because the Irish, you'll never beat the Irish. They're coming. St. Patrick's Day is coming. And we're going to do all that. And then we're going to close out Pisces season. We're going to celebrate the new year. And we're doing the most this weekend. Is it this weekend? Not this weekend. Not the current weekend we're in, but this coming weekend. So you relax, enjoy yourself, get your shit situated. We got all week to fucking crunch the numbers, get the deadlines, and this weekend we're gonna party in the new year, right? Tarot marathon, throw in some alcohol, make a fucking potion, elixir, yada yada. All right, we're gonna throw down. Don't worry about it. But this week, all critical, all analytical. Let's fucking go, okay? I love you all so much. Have a wonderful day. Good morning. And let the stars shine all night as you rise to the gaze of the sun. And to know that each day that you continue your way is another challenge you've won. That's it. I'm calling it. I love you all so much. I don't know what that song was about, but you're going to have to whisper it or something else. I love you. Good morning, good night, and good midnight morning. Mwah. Good luck, as it's so put. And until next time, Sunday. Stay tuned in other ways. Yeah, real silly hours have come to an end. Full 8-hour shift though. Proud of myself. And thank you for being here and keeping me company. So, sweet dreams if you sleep. Good vibes if you don't. God bless. Until next time. Mwah.